Chapter 251, Distrust. Distrust. It was their only enemy there, but for Arnold, it was something he lived along with. People always doubted him when it came to decision-making. His plans, decisions, advice, were accurate most of the time, yet people who didn't know him well always distrusted him. Right now, in front of him was a man just like that. A man who wanted to challenge Arnold to show him his place. A man who believed Arnold was just lucky bastard to be able to defeat Tiamat and wasn't stronger than any S-ranked warrior. Not many believed Arnold to be the SS-ranked warrior as the blacks claimed that he was. Why? Because his true strength had never been tested before. A man Arnold had never seen before walked out of the crowd and stood right in front of him. On his face were sunglasses, not the cool kind like something Tom Cruise would wear, but like what granddads used to wear when they want to look cool in his old flyboy jacket. And the man was wearing a leather jacket. In Los Angeles, right after the rain had stopped. Yup, Arnold got a rough idea of who the man really was. An idiot. Or he was trying to look like one. The sunglasses simply wrapped around the man's face from one side to another, perfect for someone to conceal their identity, and like all sunglasses, they hid the part Arnold always found easiest to read. Well, even if the face was covered, Arnold could get to know what he wanted, thanks to the system. He quickly used probe on the man and the result was nothing like he was expecting. Name, Luke Human. Level, 81. Rank, A. Role, Brawler Illusionist. Affinity abilities. Insight, Trash Talk, Thunder Punch. Transformation. HP, 50,005,000. Mana Energy, 50,005,000. Strength STR, 90. Defense Def, 75. Stamina STA, 82. Intelligence INT, 67. Agility AG, 68. Accuracy ACC, 50. Evade DVD, 50. Charisma CHA, 78. Threat level, non-existent. Remark, I see, your reputation has taken a hit. Now even an ranked human should dare to talk thrash about you, and that too in front of you. A twig like him is challenging you. You have the permission to snap the twig in half. Show no mercy. I thought you'd never ask. Arnold smiled as he schemed through the stats of the man. Nothing special. Just why is he so hell-bent on getting his ass kicked by me then? Everyone was looking at Arnold. He had been challenged to a duel right before he was about to address the warriors. But would he accept the challenge? He doesn't have to. But would he? These were the thoughts racing through everyone's minds. Nina sensed something was off and decided to take matters into her own hands. What do you think you're doing? He's the elected leader, so you should give him the respect he deserves. Nina calmly told the man. Respect? As far as I know, this man had done nothing to earn my respect. Luke replied with a smug smile on his face. And the way a woman has to defend him doesn't seem very macho, in my opinion. Nina unsheathed her sword and was ready to charge at the man when Arnold put his arm in front of her. He needed to take care of his matter himself. He turned towards Luke and smiled. I see. Correct, Arnold replied as he slowly stepped down the stairs. Also, I should thank you for providing me with an excuse to kick your butt and not be sorry about it. So, how do you want to do it? Luke gulped his saliva down. Arnold released a bit of his concealed aura and he was already about to pass out. Even so, he got what he wanted. Now he only needed to get closer to his target. He couldn't back down now. He looked towards Androx through the sunglasses, who gave him the signal. If things were to go south, Androx would intervene, but not before Luke could get what he wanted from Arnold. Luke was confident in his abilities, but when Arnold stared at him, it felt like he was being dragged into the pits of hell, like he was already dead. He could barely keep his emotions in check while the stare down continued for a few more seconds. Yo, we going to do this or not? Arnold snapped his fingers. You know what? To make it fair, I won't use my hands to fight. That should be okay, I think. After all, Renee Ranker right, Mr. Luke. Luke was shocked. How could Arnold possibly know about his true identity? He had disguised himself as someone else and still, Arnold knew about his rank. Just what kind of monster had he angered to face him? The fight hadn't even begun and he was already panicking. Was it too late to back down now? What was he even thinking? Of course, he can't back down now. He was doing all this to avenge El, his brother. He might not be as strong as his opponent, but he was a master of disguise, an illusionist. He could do it. Without any warning, Luke jumped over Arnold, drawing a small hidden blade. Luke immediately went for Arnold's nape. But before he could even swing the blade, Arnold turned around, lifted his leg high in the air and executed an improvised version of a downwards roundhouse kick. The kick connected to Luke's jaw, slamming him against the ground. Cracks appeared on the concrete floor where Luke collapsed. Even though Arnold didn't put much strength in the kick, he ended up dislocating his opponent's lower jaw. At least, he wouldn't be trash-talking to anyone for a long time. TSK, I went overboard. My apologies. Arnold gave a quick pat to the fallen man on the shoulder before walking away to the podium as if nothing happened. So, I think that was enough to wipe out any doubt that you may or may not have. Everyone remained silent. No one wanted to get their ass kicked in front of thousands of people. They knew Arnold was strong and didn't want to be the one on whom the strength was tested on. In short, no one wanted to become Arnold's punching bag. Good then. Let's proceed with the plan. We are already behind schedule. And please, someone get a healer for the man. On second thought, he won't be able to participate in the attack anymore, so send him to the hospital instead. Two men hurriedly took Luke away. Arnold smiled as people scrambled to enter into vehicles as Arnold opened a gigantic portal for them to travel directly into the swamps. Even though Luke was in pain, he couldn't stop smiling. Arnold didn't know, but Luke got what he came for. A strand of his hair, or his DNA to be precise. Arnold thought the issue with Luke was over when in reality it was just the start of another crisis. Chapter 252, An Unexpected Ally Won Just a Kick? He must have been a low-ranking warrior. Yeah? But why would a low-ranking warrior risk angering an SS-ranked warrior? How the FCK would I know that? Damn. Our leader is strong. Arnold's hearing had improved by a lot ever since ascending to a cosmic being. The system might not have given him much details about the after effects of the evolution he had had, but Arnold was slowly exploring his new self. Even after shutting down the challenger who rose to defeat him, there were still a few people who had their doubts on his capabilities. But he couldn't be bothered anymore. When they'll face off against the Lizardman, they'll know exactly where they stood in terms of power and dedication to the task. In the early stages, when dungeons had become a part of daily lives of the people, most of the people only became warriors because it paid well as they gained immense fame even by clearing a C-ranked dungeon. In the eyes of general populace they were heroes. But when the time changed and more people started dying or disappearing inside the dungeons, a lot of warriors just up and resigned. They were no heroes. They were just a greedy bunch of cowards who only wanted to have their cake and eat it too. And when they couldn't do that anymore, they simply stopped being a hero. Even those who stayed weren't much different. But after the dungeon break happened in Florida, everything changed. The government and syndicate realized they could no longer allow warriors to quit on their own accord. Thus everyone who had quit their job as warriors were called back. Well, more like they were forced to come back. And the terms for their freedom was decided. Anyone who wished to retire early had to clear 10 dungeons that were at least 2 ranks above the rank of their own. Since the S and SS rank warriors couldn't overcome these conditions, there were special conditions for them. They had to help clearing 5 S-ranked dungeons. Once done, you were free to do as you pleased. However, no one could overcome these absurd conditions, hence no one could leave. These caused an outburst of emotions between the warriors. Their nation might be in the need for help, but that didn't mean they were going to needlessly sacrifice themselves to regain their freedom. They went to the masses, hoping to persuade them to join hands with them and pressure the then government to change the laws. But no one helped them. The people had willingly surrendered much of their freedom for security. Moreover, these were the heroes who had abandoned them. Why would they help those who had betrayed them? Their warriors helplessly fought against the elite families and were defeated. It was a short yet lively battle. Their warriors who still denied cooperation were banished into the wastelands, while the rest reluctantly became the Syndicate's slaves. Those were hard times, but the condition of most of them had improved a lot later. Most of the restrictions were lifted as well, and soon they became arrogant once again. The Syndicate, however, tried to put them on a leash, but as Arnold saw with his own eyes, it didn't help much at all. But make sure that they get back on the right path. They don't have another choice. If they don't listen to his commands, they'd perish in the swamps. Something Arnold was a bit bothered about. He didn't mind losing incapable assholes every now and then, but losing them would put strain on the others. In the end, it'll be bad for him and his allies. Moreover, most of his summons were pretty much useless in the swamps. Apart from Talos, Natasha, Alice, Cerberus and Bad Breath, most of them were pretty much useless because of their weight. Dread, Asterios, and Duke wouldn't be able to move freely around the swamps and in the end won't be able to do much. However, Arnold also had a secret weapon, Sylar. With Sylar's help, to be able to launch an aerial assault on the Lizardman if he needed to. He had also prepared hundreds of elemental grenades specifically for that purpose. But he hoped he wouldn't need to use them. After all, the swamp was a precious resource for his personal use. Call it an EXP farm, if you want. Also, he had already planned to save the swamps for another special purpose. You can say the swamp was a personal project for him, one he deliberately wanted to make his own. This swamp had been occupied by Devon and his forces for a long time. Obviously there was reason why Devon decided to camp here of all places, and Arnold wanted to discover that reason and, if possible, use it for his own advantage. He needed anything and everything he could get his hands upon. He couldn't afford to take the gods lightly. Also, he wanted to test his strength after ascending, and what better place for it than the deadly swamp and its monsters. Just thinking about all the monster materials he would gain after killing the swamp dwellers made his skin crawl, but in a good way. I'm such a sadist, he thought, and gave the order to everyone to enter into vehicles, and if they didn't, then they were supposed to line up in front of the giant travel portal he had just called forth. Everyone's mouth fell open. They had heard about teleportation ability, but this was on a different scale. The portal Arnold had just made was bigger than the 777 tower. Arnold could hear a few gulping noises. Everyone apart from Nina and Nicole, who had already seen the wonders of the travel portal, were shocked. Just when they thought they have a grasp over Arnold's strength and abilities, to pull another trick from his bag, the few who had doubts about Arnold's strength bit their lips, while those who supported him couldn't contain their happiness within themselves. Author's note: just so you know how big the portal was, LA-based 777 tower is about 221 meters tall. This power, ITS over 9,000. One of the supporters yelled with joy. Author's note: get this reference please, DSK, another weeb. The man next to him spat out in disgust. Ah, I see. Not a man of culture. You poor normie, the first guy said, and walked into the portal with his head held high. Just so you know, the other guy with over 9,000 power is not to be taken lightly either. But I guess you know what your strength is. Chapter 253, An Unexpected Ally to Stop. Arnold's voice echoed through the communication channel. The team of 10 people and summons alike immediately came to a halt. All of them were hand-picked by Arnold and were tasked with securing a perimeter for everyone else. If all 10,000 of them were to enter the swamp at once, it would cause a commotion and alert the Lizardman along with Devon, something Arnold couldn't afford to let happen. That's why Arnold had selected 9 of them other than himself and led them to kill the nearby monsters, while also prepare a camouflage to hide their presence if possible. While they did what was needed, the others were left at Zone 1, which was the zone nearest to the swamp, as well as the zone Azariah was the section chief of. The ones Arnold had selected consisted of humans and his summons: Nina, Nicole, Johnny, Colt, Azariah, Talos, Natasha, Bad Breath, and Alice. He had brought Alice along just in case they needed a healer, although he doubted there would be a need for one right now. It was better to be safe now than be sorry later. Arnold was walking in front of the group, using the nature affinity to take control of the trees around them to act like a sword and a shield at the same time. In hindsight, he was now thinking he could have come alone and dealt with the monsters discreetly on his own. With the help of mutated trees at his command, he could easily kill the monsters without worrying that a monster would take note of anything odd. After all, monsters being eaten by the devil trees was a common occurrence in the swamps. This way he would have been more discreet. But he couldn't send them away now. Also, he had discovered a new use of his nature affinity. He could become one with the trees he controlled if he desired to do so. Meaning, he could sense if someone or something was around the tree he was controlling without even needing to reveal his location. The place he always found to be troublesome had suddenly turned into the best battlefield he could have asked to fight on. While he found the swamp to be a strategical fort, the others couldn't help but curse the humid and gloomy weather shrouding the swamps, especially the girls who were wearing tight combat attire. Nicole was the one feeling the most uncomfortable, as Nina had already been to the swamps numerous times along with Arnold, while Azario was used to this climate as Zone 1 was closer to the swamps and hence the weather there was also a bit humid. "What is it?" Nina whispered over the comms. "Elite lizardmen, 3 of them. 2 o'clock, Arnold replied. This was the type of lizardman Arnold had told them to be more careful of. His instructions while facing this class of lizardmen were short and clear. Anyone having a lower rank than S was not supposed to indulge in combat with them at all. If they were to encounter one of them, the warriors were instructed to run away as fast as they could, as speed was the only thing these monsters lacked in. Even the S-ranked warriors who were allowed to engage them were not supposed to do so alone. Only Johnny, Nicole and Arnold, including his summons, were allowed to take that group of lizardmen on their own. Nina had heard about these monsters from Arnold, but thought he was exaggerating things a bit when he told her that even he was pushed to his limits while facing them. But now that she had seen them with her own eyes, she knew Arnold wasn't exaggerating things. He was downplaying them. 3 of them, and 3 of us. "Wanna take them down?" Johnny hissed. He was getting bored after sitting around for hours without any action. Thus Johnny suggested that he, Arnold and Nicole should take them down on their own. But Arnold shook his head. Something was wrong. Elite lizardmen never traveled around in a group. Never. After all, they were individualistic creatures. Unless Arnold got lost in his thoughts. Unless they are waiting for something. It's either that or they know about our arrival. Arnold was skeptical about the latter theory. They couldn't know about the time and date of Arnold's planned attack. No one apart from him and Nathan knew about it, and he was sure Nathan wasn't going to stab him in the back. That left him with 2 choices. Either they were planning something or they were at war with someone or something else. They were wearing full body armor, which strengthened Arnold's belief that they were indeed battle ready, although he could be wrong. But he wasn't. They were at war, not with them, but the Nagas. Arnold was about to give the signal to attack the lizardmen when a dozen of Nagas popped out of the ground. It was like the ground itself was giving birth to the fully grown Nagas. Lizardmen fought bravely and tried their best to expel the surprise attack, but in the end, the numbers worked in the favor of the Nagas. The lizardmen were quickly dispatched off and were quickly stripped out of their armor and weapons. Arnold was pretty impressed with the guerrilla war tactic of the Nagas. After looking closer, Arnold realized that numerous trapdoors were lying around the area the lizardmen were at. They were concealed such that no one would be able to tell that there were hidden trapdoors around the swamps. However, he soon realized that these were the same trapdoor Arnold and Nina had encountered while visiting the swamps a couple of months back. So that was their doing? Arnold was enraged as he remembered what happened when an automaton tried to open the trapdoor and was destroyed. Initially, Nina was about to open the trapdoor, and had she opened it, she'd have melted down like butter on a hot frying pan. Most probably these traps were set to eliminate the lizardmen who were apparently the enemy of the Nagas. But Arnold didn't care. One of these traps could have taken Nina's life, and for that, the Nagas had to pay with their blood. Just as Arnold was about to jump down one of these trapdoors and give the Nagas a piece of his mind, 3 Nagas clad in golden armor appeared in front of them. Arnold and his party didn't notice, but they too were standing next to a trapdoor themselves. Everyone was quick to draw their weapons and strike their new foe down. But before they could do anything, the Nagas respectfully bowed before them. Everyone was taken by surprise. Just what the hell was going on? The next moment, the Nagas turned towards Arnold, their hands up in the air, showing that they weren't there to cause them any harm or trouble. Arnold had been around monsters ever since the dungeons started popping up everywhere, but not once had he heard about or seen such a peculiar behavior before. "Oh great human, please heed our call," the elderly-looking half-male serpent said out loud. "We desire no war, only peace with your kind. We have a common goal, the eradication of those filthy lizards, and the great queen of the proud Nagas has requested your assistance. O great human lord, please come with us and visit Her Majesty Alaya. Together we shall defeat the demons of the swamp, and you shall have what you want." "What do you know about what we want?" Arnold asked back. Everyone else was shocked that a monster could converse in English so fluently. Everyone except Arnold, as it wasn't the first time he had heard a monster converse in human tongue thus, nor he or his summons were surprised by the fact that they have encountered yet another speaking monster. They were, however, more interested in what they wanted with them. "If you help us, the Queen would tell you about the whereabouts of the human you are seeking," the Naga politely replied. "Interesting." Arnold couldn't help but smile. "Looks like I won't have to go through much trouble to get a hold over Devon. But let's see where things will go first. If worse comes to worst, I'd kill them all." Chapter 254. An unexpected ally. 3 Arnold wanted to visit this queen these humanoid monsters were talking about, but he wasn't there alone. He couldn't act without the consent of the others, as he was there as their leader, not some vigilante. Moreover, if he agreed to an alliance without thinking of the consequences and things end up going south, then not only his reputation but also his family's reputation would be torn apart. This he couldn't accept. The Blacks had helped him and Nicole when no one else did. He couldn't let their hard-earned reputation go to waste because of his mistake. The Nagas were still expecting an answer from him, but he had to discuss things with the others first. So, Arnold asked the Nagas to wait for some time, while they decide on how to proceed with their request. No one expected the Nagas to oblige with their request, but they did. "What do you guys think?" Arnold asked the others once the Nagas were out of earshot. "What is there to think? They are monsters. We are humans. How the hell are we even supposed to work together?" Colt was the first to speak. Johnny nodded in agreement, but he was the only one to do so. Even Azariah didn't support her longtime friend. She had her own opinion. "Their warriors on our side are strong. There's no doubt in that, but most of them are inexperienced. They might not be as efficient as we think they are against the lizardmen. The Nagas, however, know their opponent better than us. The way they handled the 3 elite lizardmen is proof that they have better tactics to fight against the lizards than us." Arnold smiled as he too was thinking along those same lines. The inexperience of human warriors would sooner or later come to bite them in the ass. But by siding with the Nagas, Arnold could minimize the loss on their side while getting the valuable information regarding Devon at the same time. "Okay, so tell me, how will you tell the others that the monsters whose hands have been soaked in human blood will now be fighting alongside us?" Colt retorted. "Humans and monsters cannot coexist." End of discussion. I agree with Colt. The others would never agree on fighting alongside monsters, especially against the ones who mercilessly killed hundreds of our men the last time we tried retaking the swamps, Johnny reiterated. "Moreover, these Nagas are essentially snakes. What makes you think they wouldn't betray us?" Complete silence. Both sides were making equally valid points. It doesn't matter what Arnold thought. No one would agree with fighting alongside monsters, no matter what the reason was. Arnold knew fighting alongside monsters was possible. After all, most of his elite summons were technically monsters themselves. But Arnold still thought there was a chance to convince Johnny and Colt, as they were the only ones protesting against the idea right now. "Why won't they betray us?" Good question. Arnold finally broke the silence. technically speaking, were standing in the middle of the territory owned by the Nagas, and God knows how many of them might have already surrounded us. There are trapdoors everywhere, so if they wanted to attack us, they could have already done so. Just imagine what would happen if hundreds if not thousands of Nagas suddenly jumped us. Do you think we'd manage to get out of that mess unscathed? I'm not saying we should blindly trust them, but still, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Right, that no one would trust fighting alongside monsters, and they don't need to. Hell, they won't even know that we have an ally in the swamps. All they need to do is to not attack the Nagas, and I have a perfect excuse for that. What excuse? Johnny asked. Just like Colt, he too was getting a bit irritated. Just the idea of working together with monsters made his skin crawl. An excuse that will allow us not to act against any monster other than the lizards. Arnold smiled. You do know well already have our hands full with them, so it would be wise not to unnecessarily attack other swamp dwellers like the Nagas. Also, the mermen won't be able to harm us, so that'll only leave the Nagas, who will secretly be our ally. Good enough for an excuse, don't you think? Both Colt and Johnny went silent because Arnold was right. The excuse could work. And with that, the argument came to an end. Arnold called for a vote just to make sure everyone was on the same page. Everyone except Colt and Johnny agreed to hear out the Naga Queen. Arnold shook his head but was understanding. He couldn't force his views on others. Arnold talked with the Nagas and agreed to their request. Since Johnny and Colt had already expressed their strong views against working together with the Nagas, Arnold decided to not bring them along with him, so he gave them the task to guard the trapdoor until Arnold and others came back. Talos and Bad Breath were also ordered to stay behind and help the two, while Arnold, Nina, Nicole and Azariah jumped through the trapdoor. The concealed trapdoor in the eerie swamps marked the entrance to the Nagas' underground abode. Beyond the door was a series of ramps, beyond which was a large, damp room. Arnold half expected it to be covered in large bones, rat droppings and dirt, but to his surprise, it was squeaky clean, but not in its entirety. The halls were lit up with the help of a series of flaming torches. The Nagas quickly handed torches to their guests. Arnold's torch allowed him to see quite a distance where various triggered traps had claimed a few lives. As they kept moving forward, they found multiple skeletal remains of lizardmen, battered and claimed by time itself. What is this place? Nina mumbled. These traps are the only reason why the lizardmen don't dare to attack us. Without these traps, we are quite vulnerable while we're outside the city. The elderly Naga explained to the humans. Arnold nodded and they continued onwards as the two remaining Nagas walked behind them. Further ahead was a single path. Its twisted trail led past pillaged rooms, and soon they entered a ghostly area where the path ahead of them forked into 5 different paths. The Nagas unhesitatingly started walking towards the rightmost path. Soon another similar clearing appeared in front of them. This time they took the middle path. Similarly, they crossed 6 more of such clearings. It might not have seemed like it, but this catacomb structure was yet another trap. Each of the 5 paths led to a different clearing, which again led to another clearing. This pattern was placed to trap the invaders inside and inevitably lead them to their death. Out of the 390,625 paths, only one lead to the Naga capital. Arnold couldn't help but think, just who had the brains to come up with something like this? They eventually made it to what was likely the entrance to Naga City. An enormous wooden door stood in their path. Dried blood splatters are all over it, somehow untouched by time and the elements. Arnold stepped closer to inspect it, and as he did, the elderly Naga pulled him back. The door has been imbued with a curse. If anyone apart from a Naga were to touch the door, they would die in the most horrible way. You might want to step back a bit, the Naga said, and performed some kind of magic, and soon the doors to the hidden capital of Nagas parted to let the visitors gain access. Chapter 255, just a worm one constructed in the lowest point of the swamps. The city of Nagas, also known as Serpentine, was home to thousands of Nagas led by the Naga Queen, Alaya. This city wasn't built under the swamps by accident, but had been slowly planned out over the 4 years that the lizardmen have existed. Even though the buildings inside were mostly built by wood, mud and stone like houses of the old, they were quite stable. The Nagas had learned to utilize the properties of basic materials to their maximum potential, something which Arnold also used to aim for while making gears or any other thing for that matter. The city had nearly everything one could see in a modern city. Nagas dressed in light armor made of wood and stone were patrolling the streets. They were kind of the local police force. There was also a sanatorium and, most surprisingly, a city hall as well. Dozens upon dozen of Nagless infant Nagas were playing around the streets. The main attraction, however, was the market. The elderly Naga informed the guests that this market was the first thing to be made in the city and was designed by the humans who were living here before the Nagas occupied the place. Azariah couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted by the old Naga's remarks but kept her cool. Nina and Nicole remained calm and indifferent like Arnold had told them to. But Arnold was having a hard time to do so himself. The only thing that felt relieved about was not forcing Colt and Johnny to come with him. If he had done so, all hell would have broken right then and there, and Arnold would have most probably joined them in destroying this abode which was currently occupied by the Nagas. Nina could sense something was off with Arnold, so she put her hand on his shoulder to calm him down a bit. Arnold turned around and smiled at her, reassuring her that he wasn't going to do anything rash. His eyes, however, told a different story altogether. He was slowly but surely getting pissed. The Nagas, oblivious to the fact that their guests were planning something, led them straight to the palace. The castle's mouth was so big it engulfed everyone who entered. The windows were like the eyes of the devil. Multiple turrets were lined up over the walls like teeth, while the doors were like the devil's nose. Smelling everyone who entered the palace, the group slowly made their way towards the entrance. Though they were thoroughly checked for weapons, but the Naga soldier couldn't find anything on them. Arnold wasn't a fool who'll blindly trust the monsters. Thus, he had already put all of their weapons in his subspace, while Nicole put her sword in her own inventory. Arnold was surprised that she was using the power granted to her by the system so freely in front of him. Nicole met her brother's gaze and whispered in his ears, "We both know who we are, so what's the point in hiding our abilities? Don't you think?" Either, it wasn't like you even try to hide the fact that you two have an inventory of your own. So, I'm just revealing what I can do too. After checking the humans for weapons again, they gave up and let them inside. Still, in their minds, they couldn't help but think of them as fools. Why the heck would someone so blindly trust the ones they had just met? Were the humans just fools, or did they really trusted the Nagas so much? Either way, they were about to be judged by their queen, and they completely trusted her decision. If she decided they were going to fight alongside humans, the Nagas would honor her wish. Reluctantly so, but they would. The castle was totally different from the rest of the buildings and structures of the city. They weren't made of mud or wood but with shiny tiles. The building also resembled the ones made by humans and not like the ones made by the Nagas. Arnold knew almost immediately this was the building used by the humans who lived there before the place was occupied by the Nagas. But rather than losing his shit over the matter, Arnold remained calm. This place would make a great base for us, or maybe just for me. Arnold smiled. The Nagas, who saw his smile, foolishly thought he was admiring the beauty of the castle. They gave the humans a quick tour before stopping in front of a huge metallic door. "The Queen and her council will meet you inside. We shall wait for your return here." The elderly Naga bowed to Arnold as the doors were flung open, revealing the throne room filled with Nagas weighed in golden ornaments. Arnold couldn't help but notice numerous Nagas glaring at him with hate and anger. While Arnold and Nicole had concealed their aura, the Nagas were letting it all out. Maybe it was their way to intimidate their guests and show who was in charge there. It was a good intimidation technique, but even so, Arnold couldn't help but chuckle. Their collective aura wasn't even a fifth of Arnold's aura. Nicole felt the same and shook her head in disappointment. She had initially thought that there would be at least a few strong members among the Nagas, but she had been disappointed. At this moment, she didn't even think that an alliance with the Nagas was worth the cost anymore. But she trusted Arnold to make the right decision in the end and hence decided to stick with whatever decision her brother made. At the center of the torchlit room was a throne, and on it sat a coaxing beauty. She wasn't as beautiful as Nina, neither was she full of lust like Natasha, Yet there was something different about the Naga Queen. Something that would have drawn any man to her feet but not Arnold. Being surrounded by Natasha had paid well. If Arnold could keep himself in check in front of the Queen of Succubuses, being in control in Alia's presence was like child's play to him. Welcome humans. I, Alia, the Queen of Nagas, welcome you to our city on behalf of the Naga populace. Chapter 256. Just a worm to its A. Pleasure to meet you too, Queen Alia. Arnold replied to the Naga Queen, and thank you for such warm welcome. Considering that your council members can't take their eyes off us. Arnold found it unpleasant that a bunch of worms were staring at him so intently. It didn't anger him in the slightest, but he did felt a bit displeased. Yet he had to remain calm. After all, he was intending to sacrifice these worms for the sake of the war instead of humans. But to do so, he had to make the Queen believe that he was on her side, even if it meant to tolerate the nuisance these serpents had planned next. Alia immediately whipped her tail on the ground and the gazes of those staring at Arnold and company fell. Even if they didn't agree with the Naga Queen, they were still afraid of her. Her anger was legendary. For them, it was best not to upset her. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Human. Arnold Ling, representative of the humans. And these are my subordinates, Nina, Nicole and Azariah. Once again, thank you for inviting us over. I've been waiting for the opportunity to meet the Queen of the Nagas for a while now. Alia couldn't help but smile at Arnold's remarks. She wondered if he even knew about the existence of the Naga Society before being invited by her. But then Arnold was no ordinary man. If he was, she wouldn't have fallen for him. He could have had ways to know about her existence. He is worth the trouble, Alia thought and licked her lips. Arnold could feel the lust oozing out of her body, making everyone a bit uncomfortable. But it was the perfect moment to use probe on her. Class, Naga. Name, Alia. Level, 111. Cosmic rank, D. Role, Hive Queen of Nagas. Affinity abilities: Fire Spirit Summoning LVL1 active skill. Latent Poison LVL3 active skill. Corrosive Breath LVL1 active skill. Expand to view 3 more. HP, 35,003,500. Strength STR, 67. Defense Def, 101. Stamina STA, 88. Intelligence INT, 77. Agility AG, 90. Accuracy ACC, 70. Evade DVD, 65. Charisma CHA, 99. Damage resistances: Poison 50% damage reduction. Condition immunities: Exhaustion, ranged attacks. Weak against fire, bludgeoning. Threat level: extremely low. Remark: you got any weird fetishes that I don't know of? Cause: that's the only thing this creature is useful for, to fulfill your sickening desires. Other than that, she isn't of much use for anything to you. But she doesn't have the power to control her kind, so she could be used as a pawn at best. One'll sacrifice anything for the one she lusts upon. All in all, she's a good tool for someone like you. Use her well. She's weak, even weaker than I expected. The system is right. She can just be a tool at best, made to be used and exploited. Arnold thought while analyzing Alia's status in front of his eyes. But isn't a tool subjected to how it's used? I could use her and her people. If nothing else, I could use them as meat shields. I like these odds. After carefully analyzing whatever he could, Arnold spoke up. So, what did you want to talk about? The nerve of this human, addressing the Queen in such a casual manner. Just who do you think you are? Stay in your limit. That's enough, Kira. Alia once again whipped her tail to silence everyone. They don't know our customs and you can't force them to acknowledge something they despise. We are monsters. They are humans. We should be grateful they even decided to hear us out. Looks like she isn't brain dead after all. Nicole's voice echoed in Arnold's head. Wait, how did you? Arnold asked back. Just one of my abilities. Don't worry, I can't read your mind like the old man Nathaniel. The ability only allows me to converse with someone I feel close to. Nina replied, forget about that. What's your plan here? Nothing particular. I was thinking about just hearing what they had to say and decide the next move from there on. I see. Keep me posted in case things go south. Sure. But we definitely need to talk about this ability of yours, Arnold reminded Nicole, and once again turned his attention towards the Queen. The bickering was still going on, but Arnold had enough. He didn't have any time to waste and went straight to no BS mode. As much as I'd love to see how Nagas settle their differences, I don't have any time to spare anymore, Arnold exclaimed. I'm gonna ask you once again, for what purpose have you called us here? For some reason. His words immediately calmed everyone down. It was like the Nagas had forgotten something that Arnold reminded them about. My apologies, human, Alaya said after she regained her composure. I won't waste any more of your precious time then. I wanted to meet you to form an alliance, temporarily, only till we defeat the Lizardman. Tell me something we don't already know. What do you want from us? Azariah stepped in. I'm coming to that. As you can see, we don't possess many weapons that are capable of dealing with the Lizardman. They on the other hand have weapons that could annihilate us as they please. The only thing protecting us are these walls. But even they can't hold the lizards back indefinitely, Alaya continued. Thus we hope you could lend us some weapons, and in return, the Nagas would be yours to command till the lizardmen are taken care of. Also, I'll inform you about the location of the man you've been searching for. Of course, you're free to reject the offer. There won't be a need for that. Arnold had a poker face on the outside, but on the inside, he was all smiling. Things were going just as he planned. How many weapons would you require? Alaya let out a sigh of relief. Her plan was going to work out now. Once they get the weapons and lizardmen were taken care of, she planned on turning the humans into her slave, especially the one who was standing in front of her now, the one who called himself Arnold Ling. She wanted him. No matter what lengths she had to go for him, he would be hers. Chapter 257, Just a Worm 3. After going back and forth for about an hour, both parties finally came to an agreement. Arnold was going to provide the necessary equipment and gears to the Nagas, while the Nagas would abide by his orders till the lizardmen are either annihilated or captured. After that, Alaya will give Arnold the information he desired, and both the parties would go their separate ways from then onwards. The agreement was somewhat in the favor of the Nagas, but Arnold didn't mind it at all. After all, the moment he was done taking care of Devon, he was coming for the Nagas. Only he could realize the potential of conquering a precious and resourceful place like the swamps. He was planning on converting the swamps into both an impenetrable fortress as well as an EXP farm for him to level up as per his convenience. He wanted to do something like that because he had realized something important. The more he leveled up, the harder it got for him to level up any further. Killing the same monsters at a higher level gave him a lesser amount of EXP. However, the mutated tree of the swamps was an exception to this rule, as they were what the system termed as unique creatures. The more mutated trees Arnold destroyed, the more XP he got. Also, thanks to his nature affinity, he could easily destroy as many trees as he liked in a blink of an eye duration. That's why he had to claim the swamps for himself, especially with the threat of fighting against the gods was dangling over his head. Although he was sure he would be able to take them down in a one-on-one fight, he knew the gods will also be aware of the fact as well and would most probably attack him in a pack. Thus, he had to prepare himself for war, a war on his terms. Once again, the swamp was an ideal place to do so, and if he could control the monsters here, it would add another arrow in his quiver. Alaya was thinking along the same lines. She too wanted the swamps for herself. But it wasn't the only thing she wanted. She wanted Arnold as well. Thus, she had already planned her next move. She had already been informed that the humans weren't carrying any weapons with them. At first, she didn't believe it, but now that she had seen them with her own eyes, she couldn't help but rejoice. Strong or not, without their weapons, the humans were like birds in a cage waiting to be struck down by the Queen Cobra. The human, no, Arnold would have no other choice than surrender to me. The slyness of the Naga Queen was a weapon no one was safe from, monster or human. He'll use this moment to separate that woman from his side and have myself in her place instead. Finally, my dream will come true. The Naga Queen could barely contain her excitement within herself as the deal was being finalized. All right then, Arnold mumbled as both the parties were more than happy with the deal. Now that it's been taken care of, I think we should leave for now. I'll soon be back with the requested weapons and gears. Till then, well, bid our farewells. The four humans promptly turned around to leave, only to be stopped by the guards. The Queen wasn't done talking to them yet. Red flags immediately popped in their heads. But Arnold and his party were as calm as a Buddhist monk. Arnold had foolishly expected it all to go as he had planned. Well, too bad, now he would have to show them their place, but before that, here comes the trouble. Nicole's voice echoed in his head. Weren't you hoping for something to happen? Arnold replied while smiling inwardly. These fools really think we're on equal footing. I don't know if I should get angry at them or laugh my ass off. Why not both? Kick their ass in anger and then laugh while watching them die. Since when did you become a sadist? Arnold was a bit surprised by the tone of his sister's voice, but then realized he was more or less the same. Earlier it would have sent him into shock if his dear sister talked so happily about killing someone or something. But not anymore. None of them was the same person that they used to be. Arnold had to accept the reality and move forward. The powers that were given to them had already changed their destiny forever. All they could do now was to make sure that they forge a happy life with the tools they were given by the gods. I never really give a thought about it. Either way, let's just force the information regarding Devon out of them and then torment them to death. I have a quest to complete. Nicole smiled at Arnold. A monster hunting quest, huh? You should've told me earlier. I'd have let you finish off the lizardmen rather than feeding them to the trees. Arnold gave it a thought. I know you've been bored sitting idly and not killing people off, but let's hear these idiots first. Who knows? They just might be able to make us laugh even more. All right, I'll do as you say. Nicole replied. They ended the telepathic communication. Arnold turned around to face Alaya, who now had a sadistic smile on her face. Arnold could smell something was fishy but didn't act on his intuition. It was a perfect opportunity to judge their fighting prowess as well as their battle strategies. But it doesn't look like there would be much of a fight. In order to make sure that you abide by the pact and deliver the requested goods on time, Alaya smiled freakishly. That woman would have to stay here as a guest. Of course. That moment, numerous hidden doors were flung open and hundreds of armored Nagas came rushing forward, brandishing their weapons. The next thing Arnold knew, the Nagas had surrounded the four of them. The FCK, Azariah cursed the Nagas under her breath and turned towards Arnold. What do we do now? But Arnold didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on the ground. Don't think of it as a threat, human. Alaya sniggered. It's all just a precaution to ensure cooperation. Even though Alaya said so, it was all a guise to capture and kill Nina. She thought after being surrounded Arnold would be forced to surrender his woman to them. He didn't have any weapon on him either, which further reassured her that Arnold won't treble against her. Also, Arnold's silence only solidified her assumptions. The humans weren't going to fight back. Guards, please escort the human female into the quarters. I think Arnold agrees with the decision. Alaya smiled, but not for long. It had seemed like Arnold was silenced due to his defeat, but in reality, he had been conversing with Nicole. Conversing about their action. The moment the guards took a step to take Nina away, Arnold and Nicole both simultaneously released their compressed aura. Aura was stronger than anything the Nagas had ever experienced. The murderous intent leaking out from the two individuals was enough to knock out most of the Nagas present in the room. The soldiers who were proudly equipped with battle gears fell over each other like a bunch of dominoes. The rest of the Nagas were knocked out as soon as the aura was released. The only monster awake in the throne room was Alaya. Even then she was barely holding on to consciousness. Arnold then walked right towards Alaya, his face inches away from the powerless monsters. You thought, just because I'm not carrying a weapon I'm vulnerable? His voice was cold yet filled with rage. He was pissed. More than he had been ever since the fight against Tiamat. He continued, You are nothing more than a worm. And no worm would touch my girl. I'm the one in charge here, not you. I don't need you or your people to fight the lizards and look for Devon. I only agreed to work together just because it will save my precious time, because it was convenient. So don't get ahead of yourself. Is that clear? The next time you pull off shit like this, you'll die, and so will the rest of your puny worms. Get this through that useless skull of yours. Alia wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She couldn't think straight, but Arnold was expecting a reply. She tried and tried but only managed to nod her head in the end. As a chance to repent and to make sure that you keep on being my obedient pet, I'll leave my trusted soldiers here. You better take good care of them, and if you didn't, then you know what'll happen, don't you? Alia nodded once again like a trained dog. Arnold then turned around and left with the others. But as they left, Alia couldn't help but feel her heart racing. For the first time in her life, she was overwhelmed by Sumion's presence, and she loved the experience. Arnold didn't know, but he had just made Alia go crazy about him. Chapter 258. Just trust me. Why didn't you kill her? Nicole yelled inside Arnold's head. She has important information with her. Moreover, killing her would be a waste. Arnold calmly replied, but Nicole wasn't buying it. They could have just killed her and the rest of her slithering force, then resurrect her as a summon to do his bidding. All the information she had would be easily obtainable once Alia submitted herself to Arnold. Nicole knew Arnold was capable of doing that, yet he refused to do so. This made no sense at all. But Arnold had his reasons. In his eyes, Alia was a weak monster. Although she had a cosmic rank, her stats weren't impressive at all. He didn't want to waste one of the precious 30 slots just to get some information out of a monster. He needed to save the slots to resurrect stronger beings, beings who could aid him in his war against the demigods. But Alia didn't have any of those qualities, and Arnold wasn't going to waste his time or energy resurrecting the monster for something that fear alone could manage to do. But Nicole, Nina or Azariah didn't know about it. Thus, as soon as they were back in the open, Nicole once again used her telepathy to have a quick chat with her brother. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Now we call our forces here and have them stationed inside the Naga city." Arnold smiled as Azariah filled Johnny and Colt in on what happened while they were visiting the Queen Naga. Once she was done telling them the entire tale, Colt came rushing towards Arnold with an "I told you so" look on his face. But before he could say anything, Johnny interrupted him. "What are you planning to do next?" "We still need to fortify this place before calling the rest of the force to join us," he asked Arnold. "Don't worry about it. I already have a well-fortified place in mind." Arnold smiled once again in almost a sadist manner. Azariah was the first to pick up what Arnold was trying to imply. Apart from Nicole, who already knew what Arnold's plans were, "Isn't fighting alongside those disgusting monsters enough? I mean, I'm not against fighting with them, but living with them would be too much, even for me." Azariah expressed her concerns. "We don't have a problem with the monsters you summon because we know they follow your each and every command. But not everyone within the syndicate approves your methods. I meant, even though you control them, they are still monsters. I know what they think and I don't care." Arnold was getting a bit frustrated at this point. They didn't even listen to what he was saying, and now they are piling up on him for answers. The ones they refer to as monsters have saved my life more times than any human has. I don't care what they think about me or my methods, but if anyone, even you, were to disrespect my summons, things might not end up on good terms for either of us. Arnold looked at all of them indifferently, but the more he looked at them, the more he realized he was acting more like a dictator than a leader. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let my emotions get the best of me." His summons felt good that their master took their side and defend them, but even they were a bit surprised at how quickly he got defensive about them. Nina approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "We know you didn't mean to, but the others might not, so try to be more careful around the others, could you?" "Of course." Arnold apologized to them once again before continuing to explain his plan to his fellow humans. "When I suggested that we camp in the Naga city, I didn't mean to make others live with them. Even I wouldn't force anyone to do so. What I really wanted to say was that we occupy their city and make it our base of operations. Everyone immediately realized what Arnold actually wanted to do, and now they felt bad for jumping to conclusions. That old Naga seemed really proud, talking about how they occupied the city and made it their own. I think it's time to make them realize how it feels getting occupied by some other force. Arnold said, "Okay. But what about arming them? Wouldn't it cause a problem?" Colt asked. "The way I see it, their population is around 3,500. About a third of our forces, and all they can fight with are stones and sticks. There are a few who can use deadly magic, but my summons can take care of them. But keeping them aside, they just don't have the resources to fend off an army of 10,000. But from what I realize, only Naga can open the magical gates leading to the city." "Don't we?" Johnny asked. "No matter how big of an army we have, we won't be able to do much until we find a way in. Also, weren't the deadly traps lying around here, and not to mention all those weird paths. Do you remember the paths we need to take?" Colt joined in. While Colt and Johnny were asking him questions, Arnold's summons stayed quiet. They knew their master had already figured it all out, because otherwise, he wouldn't be smiling while the humans expressed their concerns. "I do remember the paths one would be required to take, but we don't need to." Arnold smiled got bigger with every passing moment. "We just need to wait for a few more hours, and after that, he'll transport everyone directly inside the city." "Okay. Do you mind telling us how?" Azariah asked him. "Just trust me. Now we can either stay here and hunt some lizardmen for fun, or we can head back and wait with the others. Your call." Arnold looked at everyone, who shrugged their shoulders and decided it was better to get some practice while they were waiting for whatever Arnold wanted to do. Chapter 259, Surrender or Die 1. "Okay, time's up." Arnold thought, "We should probably head back now, prepare for battle and strike the Nagas down." He turned around to call the others. But he didn't need to. They had already finished dealing with a small group of lizardmen that was being led by a couple of elite lizardmen. He looked around himself. The marshy ground had turned a shade of blue from the blood of the lizards. The others didn't just kill the lizardmen, they annihilated them. Even their hands were bloodied and resembled a surgeon's hands. But instead of red blood, they were covered in blue blood. Arnold felt like he was being overcautious. The elite lizardmen were strong, but Nicolezione shot them all using her ability of disintegration. Well, she could do that until the lizardmen piled on her. Once the elites were down, the remaining lizards were more like flies for the group, as they were easily killed by the humans without much trouble. The amount of bloodshed caused by them was a bit too much. Even Arnold thought that the bloodshed was as barbaric as it was stupid, but he didn't care about the former part and focused on the latter. Why was he suddenly thinking that allowing Nina and others to kill the monsters was stupid? He had two reasons for this. First, the lizardmen had a sharp nose. They could pick up scents from over a kilometer, and by the looks of it, the lizardmen they just killed were probably a part of some patrolling group. They didn't have many weapons on them, which further solidified Arnold's thinking. Secondly, he had to keep their arrival a secret. Arnold assumed that the lizardmen would know their enemies quite well, and hence a thorough autopsy of the corpse of the lizards they killed could potentially throw them off, as their wounds they left were a lot different from the wounds given to them by the Nagas. If the lizardmen got to know about them, so would Devon. How did Arnold know about it? It was all thanks to the overused mouth of the Nagas. While Arnold was discussing terms of cooperation with them, the Queen, Alio, informed Arnold that the lizardmen had advanced technology with them. Technology which only one person could provide to them, Devon. All the facts pointed towards Devon. After all, who else would be mad enough to not only set up a base in an area teeming with monsters, but also help them by providing modern tech and weapons? But then he realized something that made Arnold feel a bit uncomfortable. Also, when Arnold said that the lizardmen could perform an autopsy on their fellow fallen lizardmen, he meant that Devon would perform that. Wasn't I doing the same thing, trying to establish a base in the swamp and wage a war against monsters using monsters? But he quickly shrugged it off. He would gladly sacrifice the monsters rather than getting humans killed for his greed. He wouldn't mind it too much, but then again, he would quite enjoy the scene of monsters fighting it out on their own. So, He could save human lives while entertaining himself. Hey Einstein, where are you lost? Nina smirked as she wiped the blue blood off her beautiful face. I thought I'd be praised for taking care of half a dozen lizardmen by myself. But my boyfriend is busy dreaming about that half-naked slithering BTCH. Everyone started laughing. Damn, I got caught. Arnold lifted his hands and smiled back at them. Alice, could you heal them up quick? While she's doing that, Talos and Bad Breath, gather the corpses. Don't leave anything behind. Yes, Master. Saying so, all three of them went off to do what was requested of them. Alice was done first because none of them was injured badly. Mostly, they had a few scratches. Otherwise, they were all good. Within the next minute, Talos and Bad Breath were done collecting the corpses too. Once they were done, Arnold opened the portal leading to his domain. The corpses were thrown inside it along with the summons. Once that was handled, Arnold opened a travel portal back to Aziraya's base inside Zone 1 and the next second, they were gone. Looks like everything went as planned. Arnold smiled as he reappeared on the other side of the portal. Those Nagas could never find the hounds I left inside their city. The lava hounds could shrink or grow their size, or speaking in layman terms, they had the ability to alter their bodies. So Arnold thought of utilizing this ability of theirs and made them alter their size to the minimum before setting 6 of the hounds to hide inside the city while walking out of there. He used more than one hound because he was worried that it might get caught and destroyed, soiling his plans. Thus he left 6 hounds inside just in case if a few of them got caught. Their task was simple. They had to survive for 6 hours without getting destroyed. Why 6 hours? Because that was the time needed by Arnold to mark the Naga city as a place which he could reach there along with the human forces at his toes, using the travel portal. Now, a little over 6 hours had passed and none of the hounds had been destroyed. Perfect. He had also left behind a useless automaton. The automaton was barely the size of an infant and could only do 2 things: count time and self-destruct. It was the responsibility of this automaton to notify the hounds of the time. You can say it was more like a time bomb than an automaton. Looks like they didn't recover from the shock of seeing our full strength soon enough. Arnold recalled the moment both he and Nicole simultaneously released their concealed aura at the Nagas. Maybe they are weaker than I initially thought. I wonder if they would be useful at all in the coming war. Guess time would reveal that. For now, I should focus on conquering their city and converting it into my base of operations. Once back in Zone 1, everyone was ordered to mobilize in 2 hours. As the travel portal skill was in cooldown, while this was going on the human side, another SHO was unfolding on the Naga city. You see, Arnold gave the hounds a secondary command as well. It was a pretty simple command though. Once they had survived for 6 hours, the automaton he had left with them would explode, signaling the activation of the second phase of the plan. A phase named Yeet. It was exactly what it sounded like. Once the 6 hours were up, the hounds were to set themselves loose on the city and cause as much destruction and chaos as they could till they were destroyed or Arnold arrived there with the warriors. Arnold wasn't going to let the Nagas think straight even for a moment. But he did plan to give them an option to surrender or die. Chapter 260, Surrender or Die. To what takes positive cultures centuries to evolve can be savaged in moments. Let it monuments or knowledge. Anything can be destroyed. The children a species raises with love can be murdered in an instant. What war ravages takes so very long to heal from. Longer than multiple lifetimes. That's what the Nagas did to the people who lived in the city that was taken over by the monsters. They were all high and mighty but never thought that karma would someday come and bite them in the butt. This time karma came in form of Arnold and his army. Through a mystical portal, Arnold emerged like an angel of war. Behind him was his army of thousands of soldiers, ready to kill or be killed. But they didn't need to do much. The hounds Arnold had left behind had already thrown the monsters in disarray. But his sudden appearance along with his army made the Nagas question reality. They didn't know about the blinded their queen had committed and were surprised to see the humans attacking them. That too when they barely managed to kill the mysterious dog-like creatures. Death itself came knocking on their door. Still, they refused to give up. They were courageous, wanting to defend their land from the invaders till their last breath. A foolish attempt, but an attempt nonetheless. Courage was a trait Arnold respected a lot, no matter whether it came from a friend or a foe. Sadly, Naga's courage was misplaced. Initially, there were 3,500 Nagas in the city, but Arnold's hounds managed to render a couple of hundred of them useless by either killing them or tearing their limbs apart. On Arnold's commands, the hounds minimized the killings as their master had planned on turning the Nagas into meat shield for the human warriors. Thus, it was 3,300 of the Nagas against 10,000 human warriors. The odds for the Nagas to win were non-existent. Arnold gave them a warning to surrender, but Nagas, being the prideful race that they were, refused to do so. Their warriors were itching for Arnold to give them the command to kill the slithering bastards. But no order came out of Arnold's mouth. Instead, he summoned his most war-crazed summons, Dread, Asterios and Bad Breath. All three of them were as strong as Colt, if not stronger. Even so, only 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take down 3,300 Nagas. They were strong, but as strong as Scylla. She was the only one who could have taken on the entire Naga population by herself. But Arnold wasn't going to summon his pet for such a trivial task. Dread, Asterios, and BB, come here. He ordered the summons to line in front of him. Consider this a test. You have to minimize bloodshed but crush their willpower to fight back. In short, crush them mentally, not physically. I know this might be a bit difficult for you to accomplish. Thus, am giving you a hand. Saying so, Arnold placed his hands over them one after another. The soldiers who had never seen Arnold's ability to enhance his summons and weapons didn't know what was going on, but Nicole, Nina, and Johnny knew exactly what Arnold was doing. You are using enhancement on LV 98 Undead Asterios. Enhancing, 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 enhancement successful. All attributes have been increased. HP 1,500,015,000. Strength STR 156. Stamina STA 140. Intelligence INT 88. Agility AG 99. Accuracy ACC 99. Evade DVD 102. Buff, level and rank of Undead increased. Level 121. Rank Cosmic C. Bonus effect: Defense Def increased by 10%. HP increased by 15%. Duration, temporary buff, lasts for 1 hour. The effect of enhancement on Dread and Bad Breath was more or less the same. Dread 2 got to Cosmic Rank C while Bad Breath only achieved the Cosmic Rank D. Sadly, none of their effects was permanent, but Arnold understood it. The more his rank would increase, the harder it was getting to obtain permanent enhancement of his summons. If not, even he thought that would be kind of overpowered. Imagine having demigod-like summons. Who knows what on earth would they be able to do? Arnold mumbled and unleashed the 3 on the Nagas while sending in some reinforcements in form of golems and hounds to help them a bit. The Nagas fought bravely. Alaya even managed to destroy Bad Breath with help of a few others, but the rest wreaked hell on them. By the time Arnold ordered the summons to stop, around 2/3 of the city was in shambles. Dread and Asterios had trampled over the city like it was made by origami. Only enough buildings were left for human occupation. The Nagas fought and were defeated and humiliated. The Nagas never imagined that someone like Arnold could summon monstrous beings like Asterios and Dread. Nor had they thought that anyone would attack them from within the city itself, and had focused solely on protecting the perimeter outside the city by setting up traps to help them in time of crisis. Yet, their impenetrable fortress ended up being an imagination, as not only did Arnold penetrate the city, but he also defeated the occupants. "Oh great one!" Alaya called out to Arnold. All smugness of her tone was long gone. "Take my head if I have displeased you in any way, but please forgive the rest of my people. They are innocent. It is I who angered you, not them. Kill me, but please have mercy on the rest." Alaya, being the queen of the Nagas, offered her head to Arnold as compensation for the way the Nagas in her court behaved with the humans. But Arnold refused. The Nagas thought they were all gonna die, but to their surprise, Arnold called his summons back. "I won't be taking Anon's head." Arnold's firm voice boomed through the Naga city. "I came here in peace, yet you despicable beings betrayed my trust. It's a naive mistake on my part. A mistake that I would fix now." He continued, "At every level society, from the personal to the international scale, treaties are a falsehood where a power imbalance exists. The meeting with you taught me this. I don't need to make a treaty with weaklings like you. Thus, because of monsters like you, true peace cannot exist. Only more and less violent forms of wars. You took me as a fool, but you were wrong, and I'm going to make sure that you atone for your crimes against me." Arnold then looked towards the scared monsters who were cautiously looking back at him. Their eyes filled, reflecting the defeat they were feeling now. They now knew they had put their hands in a hornet's nest. That they played a gamble and lost. None of them said a word but kept staring at Arnold, waiting for his verdict. "Starting now, you're all my slaves. I don't care whether you are willing or not. You don't have an option. Either you turn into a slave or die. The choice is yours." Saying so, Arnold sat on a chair and waited for the Queen's reply. "Well, do as you please, Master." Ally replied in a low voice. Chapter 261. Why? On the opposite side of the swamps, Devon was busy having lunch with a man who reminded him of his youth. But the man was weak. He couldn't even lift his finger or eat by himself. Not a shred of muscle could be seen on his body. He was like a framework of bones wearing human skin. His eyes were red and puffy like he hadn't slept in years, and had bald spots all over his head. All in all, he wasn't one Devon lost all those years ago. This man was Devon's son, Gary, who had finally been revived, but not to his fullest. The Gary who was sitting in front of his father couldn't do anything. He was just a shell of the bubbly, kind and helpful person he once was. But Devon was going to make it all work in the end. He had to. After all he had done was done solely for one purpose: reviving his son and restoring him to his former self. From the creation of Inhumans to testing with beast crystals, it all was done for his son. Devon knew he was going to rot in hell for the lives he had taken and the shit he had done to countless people, but he didn't care. As long as he could get his son back, he wouldn't mind being the devil's plaything. He had abandoned his soul to hell the day he enacted the plan to resurrect his otherwise dead son. But finally, after sacrificing hundreds of souls, he had been successful in resurrecting Gary. But he was weak and his organs could fail at any moment. Even after being resurrected, his son was, for all intent and purposes, dead. But Gary's condition was getting better every day. Devon had been feeding his son a concoction made carefully from the beast crystals that the lizardmen had been providing him in exchange for weapons. He never asked where they got the crystals from, nor did he care. As long as the crystals were up to a standard, he was happy to keep doing business with them. The quality of the crystals produced by the swamp monsters was better than anything Devon had seen. This was the reason why he chose to hide in the swamps, to gather high-quality beast crystals and feed them to Gary in regulated dosage. Also, he had altered Gary's DNA. He was now considered part lizardman. The scales on Gary's back were proof of the success of the experiment. Still, Devon kept worrying about his son more than himself. "Gary!" Devon called out to his son. At first, it seemed that Gary didn't respond to his father. But the next moment, he slowly lifted his head to look at his father and opened his mouth to say something, but before he could utter a word, blood came gushing out of his mouth as he fell off the wheelchair. Devon and the maids at his side immediately rushed towards Gary. While the maids helped Gary back to the wheelchair, he glared at his father. His eyes were full of rage and sadness. As Devon got closer to his son, Gary barely managed to whisper something in his ears. But Devon couldn't make heads or tails of what his son was trying to say to him until Gary finally managed to say something meaningful. He. "Sheila, could you take him away please?" Devon asked one of the maids, almost on the verge of tears. The aged maid didn't utter a word. She just nodded and took Gary away. This woman always had a special relationship with Gary. She was his nanny and also the one who had taken care of him ever since his mother passed away when he was 3. And now, she was doing it all over again. But she loathed Devon. Why? because he snatched the piece away from Gary's grasp by reviving him for his selfish desires. Devon knew how she felt. He also knew that his son would have never wanted to be brought back, not if it felt like killing so many people and bringing sadness to even more. Gary was the person who willingly gave his life to protect his country, his people and his fellow soldiers. He knew what he was doing and knew he would die trying to hold back the monsters by himself, but in the end, it didn't matter to him as long as his family and friends were safe. The moment he died was the moment he was at peace. He was happy. He felt fulfilled. In the afterlife, he met his mother for the first time in over 2 decades. They were happy being dead. He had given away his life for something beautiful. But the happiness was short-lived. His father brought him back to the land of pain and suffering. Not only that, his body was made from the flesh and bones of the people he had died saving. This wasn't the place he belonged to or wanted to be a part of anymore. He simply couldn't comprehend why his father would do something he knew Gary would never approve of. Hence he asked the question, "Why?" "You'd never understand even if I told you," Devon mumbled as Gary was wheeled away by their mates. "Just as stubborn as your mum. Both of you could have saved yourself. But you didn't. Did either of you even consider what kind of pain I had to go through? Of course, you didn't. Yet, I'm the selfish one." For the first time in a long time, Devon Troy, a man known for his ruthless personality, was shedding tears like any ordinary man. He knew what he did was wrong. He knew his son would have never approved of his methods. He knew it all, yet he refused to let his son go. To let the last part of his beloved wife go, the wife he lost years ago, to a fire that broke out in the restaurant they were dining in. Just remembering the flames that devoured the love of his life filled him with rage. She could have lived a long and happy life, yet she chose to rush into the flames to save a little girl. The girl's own parents didn't move a muscle to help their kid yet. Angelina Troy, his wife, jumped into the flames to help the child. The girl managed to escape, but Angelina wasn't that lucky. As she was rushing to get out, the entire building came crashing down on her, killing her instantly. Sir, Alex's voice snapped Devon back to reality. "What is it?" Devon replied after quickly regaining his composure. "The lizardmen have some valuable information," Alex replied. "Bring them in, right away, sir." Chapter 262. War begins. One damn those bastards. Devon shattered the glass of wine he had in his hand. Devon rarely had any outburst of anger. Even when he did, he simply channeled that energy to do something constructive. According to him, self-control should be treated as a finite resource, because if not, then the part of the brain exerting control gets tired. It requires energy, and that gets depleted, leaving the person drained. So, the repressing of anger required careful thinking. Whenever he lost his cool, Devon immediately started thinking about his anger in rational terms by asking himself questions like, if the anger is boiling up, how will it be cooled? If it explodes, whom does it burns? How will it affect his surrounding? Will it cause pain to the ones he cared about? What are its benefits? Usually, by thinking about these questions, he could repress his anger. But this time it was different. The information he was given by the lizardman was beyond his expectations. At first, the lizardman thanked him for his contribution to their war against the Nagas, and then they dropped a bombshell on him. Someone had been secretly hunting the lizardman for a couple of days. Ordinarily, Devon wouldn't give it a second glance over such a situation. The lizardmen kept dying because of their own foolishness. There was nothing new in that. But what the lizardman told next immediately caught his attention. First, the killings took place outside the Nagas region, and the Nagas never ever went out of their region to kill the lizardman. Thus this incident was peculiar. And second, whenever the Nagas killed the lizardmen, they stripped them of their weapons and armors, leaving the corpses behind, intact. But not this time. Nothing was left behind their fallen kin. Not even a finger. Nothing. Just the bloodstains. This was one thing the Nagas would never do, for the Nagas were prideful creatures, who respected the dead. Even if someone was their mortal enemy, they would never act like savage beasts. Unlike the lizardmen. Thus, Devon quickly deduced that this was done by a third party. But the only ones who could do something like this were either the merman or Devon, but neither would ever do such a thing. For Devon, the lizardmen were like dairy animals that gave him the gift of beast crystals he needed to make his soldiers and son strong. He would never do anything rash to sabotage his relationship with the monsters. Similarly, the mermen would never interfere in the business of the land-dwelling monsters, not unless they were provoked. But the lizardmen knew very well not to put their hands inside the hornet's nest, thus the mermen wouldn't attack them either. This left him with only one possibility. The syndicate was here. But Devon had his eyes and ears all over the swamp, well, at most of it, and so far he hadn't received any reports stating that the syndicate had arrived there. But how was it even possible? The syndicate would have mobilized in large numbers, maybe in a few thousand. So how the hell were they able to hide such a large mass of people and make their way into the swamps? Also, his scouts didn't report sightings of any vehicles or dropships. Devon was sure that he'd know about their arrival even before they stepped a foot in the swamps. Yet all the clues were leading him to believe that the syndicate had already arrived there and was striking down the lizardmen one after another. All in all, the attacks were way too sudden and well choreographed. Sometimes he doubted the leaders of the syndicate were capable of pulling something like this off. In his eyes, the syndicate comprised of brutes who only knew how to smash something rather than making rational decisions. In short, they were in constant Hulk smash mode. But then again, if it wasn't the syndicate, then he couldn't think of anyone else who'd attack the lizardmen. Devon let out a few heavy sighs in quick succession, trying to gain control over his emotions. He needed to remain calm and think of ways to get out of the situation and take care of the syndicate once and for all. Anger is a thing I channel into my passions. I make it my rocket fuel to create a better world. A better world for my son. Devon mumbled while Alex wiped the wine off the table. Sir, still not used to your strength. Please be careful. Alex politely asked his master to keep his rage in check. He too was shocked by the possibility of a potential attack on them. Despite that, he knew what he had to do: kill anyone who threatens his master or die trying. But Devon had other plans for him. Devon knew he had forfeited his life the moment he started meddling with Syndicate's affairs. He also knew the lizardmen were the only hope of his survival. But he wasn't too hopeful. The syndicate wasn't as big of a fool as he had anticipated. They wouldn't dare to invade the swamps if they didn't have a way to take care of the lizardmen. So if the lizardmen couldn't help him, no one could. Even the countermeasures he had placed around his base won't be able to hold out the warriors indefinitely. Logically speaking, he was 95% sure that he was going to die in the upcoming battle. But he didn't care. Karma was onto him. But he needed to make sure of something. He needed to protect Gary at all cost, and the only man he trusted to do so was Alex. Alex, I have a final request for you. Devon wiped the wine off his hand. In case a war breaks out, promise me you'll leave me and take care of Gary. I have already made the arrangements. You guys can leave for Mexico. There Alejandro will give you your new identities. Also, I've included a stack of beast crystals that are to be fed to him at regular intervals. Celine knows about it. Sir, with all due respect, I'm not leaving you to die. For the first time ever, Alex refused to acknowledge Devon's command. I know your methods were wrong. I know you were wrong. But to me, you're also the one who saved my life and gave me strength. I'm not leave. You will abandon me. And that's an order. Devon was touched by Alex's loyalty to him, but he didn't deserve it. Not one bit. Alex immediately went silent. Even he knew that fighting against the syndicate was suicidal. He knew he won't be able to convince his master to leave along with his son. His master had already resigned himself to fate, and he highly suspected that Devon actually wanted to die. The struggle for living had been too much for the man, and it was time he got some rest. Chapter 263, War Begins. 2. Back within the territory of the Nagas, snap, snap, snap. A series of crisp, breaking noises rang out in the room as Arnold broke a bunch of fingers of the lizardman the Nagas had just caught, on his orders obviously, and with it was a blood-curdling screech that echoed throughout the dense forest. From his fingers to even the lizardman's soul, An intense current of pain swept across his entire body. The lizardman struggled violently, but in vain, as Arnold clutched his neck tightly, lifting him like he weighed nothing. The tremendous power made his face purple and he almost fainted. Master Talos' electronic voice echoed in Arnold's ears and he immediately let go of the lizardman. This lizardman was special. He could speak in human tongue. Also, the lizardman was albino and had white skin. They needed to extract more information from him, thus Arnold has called out Talos to assist him. But Arnold didn't summon Talos to help him interrogate the captive number. He could have done it by himself, but he had called him out to keep an eye on him, his master, instead, as Arnold had a tendency of getting carried away and often ended up killing the captive. He had already killed more than a dozen lizardmen like it and couldn't afford to do it again, especially if the lizardman could actually talk and not screech. In other words, the lizardman was too precious to kill. Why did call for Talos and not someone else? The answer was pretty simple actually. Arnold was continuously releasing his deadly aura to pressurize the lizardman, and not everyone could handle to take his intense, unadulterated aura head. Thus, he chose Talos as he could simply turn off his ability to detect aura and be immune to the effects of Arnold's deadly aura. Also, Arnold held Talos in high regards. He was Arnold's second in command for a reason. Among everyone he knew, including his summons, Arnold trusted him the most, as Arnold knew Talos would never butter him up and would speak whatever comes in his mind, whether Arnold liked it or not, and without a tinge of fear, something he doubted anyone else would even dare to do. He gave a look to Talos but didn't say a word. Talos was only doing what Arnold had asked him to do earlier. His instructions were simple: intervene whenever he thought Arnold was overstepping the boundaries or was about to kill the captive, otherwise, he had to remain silent and observe from afar. Arnold let out a sigh and let the lizardman fall back to the ground. Arnold was slowly becoming a sadist for all intent and purposes. He had never enjoyed torturing anyone or anything before all this happened, but now it was a source of entertainment for him. Even Nina and Nicole were getting concerned for him. But Arnold didn't agree with them, until he ended up killing dozens of monsters while interrogating them for information and had fun while doing so. Right now, Arnold wanted information about their bases, their strengths, their weaknesses, the whole 9 yards. His plan was simple. Once he managed to get any information from them, Arnold would make a task force comprising mostly of the Nagas and send them on suicidal missions. This way, he took care of both the lizardmen as well as the Nagas while minimizing the human loss of life. A win-win situation for him. If you continue to struggle, he'll break hundreds of bones, then heal you and repeat the putting you through pain worse than you can imagine. Arnold's icy and stern voice resounded in the lizardman's ears, who had almost given up on any hope for his survival. If the lizardman spoke up, end up being the reason destruction of his kin. That was the only reason why he hadn't opened his mouth till now. But his resolve to do so was slowly fading away under Arnold's continuous torture. The lizard suppressed the terror and pain with the sheer force of will and stopped struggling. But this enraged Arnold even more, because Arnold knew that the lizardman was on the verge of breaking. Just one more push, Arnold thought, as the lizardman slowly got back to its knees, only to be kicked by Arnold once again. Why was he doing this when he could just kill them and resurrect the dead later with Talos' help? Again, the answer was pretty simple. Where was the fun in that? Arnold wasn't only interrogating them to get information but to please the sadist hiding inside him. In reality, he didn't give a flying fuck about the lizardman at all. He already knew where Devon was hiding and he was planning to take care of him on his own. But he needed to distract the rest of the Syndicate, or else he wouldn't be able to exact revenge on Devon as he pleased. The Syndicate would definitely try to stop him from killing Devon at all costs, which in turn would cause unnecessary drama for him. Thus, he was gathering enough information to throw the Syndicate off his back and deal with Devon as he seemed fit. So, in layman terms, Arnold was just having fun while torturing the monsters to get information about his enemies so that he could deal with Devon on his terms. After all, Devon had caused him a lot of pain and trouble. Doesn't matter whether it was intentional or not. The lizardman once again raised his head. Arnold once again went for a kick, but before he could do it, The lizardman pushed his head in front of Arnold's foot. A sadistic smile broke out on Arnold's face. He finally cracked the lizardman's hard shell. Now he could get enough information from the lizard while also kicking his ass all over again. The first words the lizardman spoke after receiving the harsh beating were, "WH, what kind of monster are you?" The lizardman's voice trembled a little. The man's skill was completely beyond his realm of comprehension or comparison. Even their king wasn't as strong as the man who was standing in front of him. No, comparing him to any earthly being was a disrespect to the man. He was as strong as a god. But he was also a cruel, evil god. Even Satan wouldn't hold a torch against the antics of this human. He didn't even blink when he broke his fingers. That was enough for him to tell what a ruthless and vicious heart the man interrogating him possessed. It was better to give the man what he wanted rather than to warrant his rage. But it looked like the lizardman's question had already pissed the man off, because the next moment, the beating continued without any mercy or hesitation. Chapter 264, War Begins 3. After thoroughly beating the crap out of the lizardman, Arnold finally stopped. He had the information he needed. So, he decided to put an end to the monster's misery and killed it without any hesitation, just like the ones he had killed before. Only Talos had witnessed him doing so, but the pleading cries of the lizardman were heard by a lot of people standing outside the room, including Nina. She had intended to have a talk with Arnold regarding a lot of issues, like just how afraid of him the warriors were because of his temperament, but most importantly, to tell him that she was getting concerned about him and his erratic behavior. But Arnold didn't come out of the room for a long time. Instead, he called Alia inside the interrogation room for some reason. From then on, everything went silent for a couple of hours or so. No one knew what was going inside the room. Most of them thought Arnold was torturing her too. But their thoughts came crashing down when the doors opened once again and Arnold walked outside of the room along with Alia, who was wagging her tail behind him like an obedient dog. The moment Nina saw Arnold, she felt like something was off. As if the Arnold standing in front of them wasn't the Arnold that went inside the room. Something had changed. But there possibly couldn't have been a reason for it, right? After all, there was no one else inside the room apart from a few lizardman corpses. While Nina was absorbed staring at Arnold like a paranoid person, Arnold called Nathan and the rest of the leaders of the syndicate for an emergency meeting. Out of the remaining heads, only 5 of them had accompanied the warriors to lead the battle while the rest of them chose to stay behind to maintain order in West America. They reasoned that they shouldn't throw everything they have on one matter as that would lead to a disaster in case the plan to retake the swamps failed again. It was a bullshit reason, everyone knew it. But it was enough reason for Arnold to not bring them along as they would only cause issues and complicate an already complicated situation. He didn't need people all cause trouble for him. Either way, the meeting started once everyone was there, and Arnold notified them that he finally had a solid lock on the location of the main Lizardman base. It wasn't that far away. It was almost so close to the Naga city that no one would have expected them to have a base there. It wouldn't be incorrect to say that the two cities were like neighbors to each other. So yeah, really close. Still, Arnold hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so there was a possibility that the Lizardman had fooled him in his dying moments. So as usual, Arnold suggested forming a task force comprising mostly of the Nagas and send them on a quick recon mission to confirm the facts. They all quickly decided that it was the right path to go forward. But no one could notice something that Nina did. Usually, Alia would throw a fit by now on how the lives of her people mattered too, but this time she didn't protest. Instead, she volunteered to lead the reconnaissance mission herself. She was willing to lead her soldiers towards their certain doom. Also, the way Arnold was speaking was nothing like him. For as long as she could remember, Arnold had been using unfiltered terms and rarely bothered to control his mouth. But now, he seemed to be more reserved. Moreover, he seemed to be emotionless, as if a robot was impersonating him. Something was wrong, really wrong, but she couldn't point on why or how. In the end, she decided to let go of the matter but keep observing the happenings from the sidelines. Still, she wanted to have a chat with her boyfriend, but whenever she tried to do so, She was either ignored or something important would pop up and Arnold would have to leave. By this time, Nina was really suspicious, especially after the 180 degrees flip in Alia's behavior. She discussed it with Nicole, who said that although she too found it a bit weird as well, she wasn't much worried about anything. Nicole also said that Arnold often has mood swings that could put even the girls to shame, and that it was probably just one of those times, and not to think too much about it. Talking with Nicole put Nina at ease. Just a little bit though. She was still having second thoughts, but after thinking about it for a few more minutes, she chalked it up to her stress. Little did she know all of her doubts were spot on. There was a reason why Alia was following Arnold and turned from a fearsome lioness to a lost puppy. She was under Arnold's influence now. Or to elaborate, she had been turned into his blood pet. Bond formation. Success. Transformation complete. You've earned a new ally. Ally type. Blood pet. Blood pet, a unique type of ally, who would fight till their last breath to honor their master's wishes and specializes in mid to short range combat techniques. Also, they are known to have deadly magical abilities. If a bond is formed with a monster possessing magical abilities, they are most likely to end up being a pet. Synergy effect. I'm here to serve, Master. When ordered to attack someone by the Master, Strength STR increases by 10%, Agility AG increases by 11%, Mana increases by 5%, till the final breath. While defending the Master, Strength STR increases by 15%, Defense Def increases by 11%, Mana increases by 6%, Magical Strength increases by 2%. Gain more allies to unlock better synergy effects. You've gained a new ally to aid you in your battles. EXP. Plus 2000. The sole purpose for calling Ally inside the torture chamber was to turn her into an ally. Arnold had been thinking about it for a while and ultimately decided to go for it, as in future he would require someone to take care of the swamps in his absence, and what better way to do so than to forcefully turn someone into his loyal subject. Meanwhile, Nicole was wondering why Arnold didn't share his plans with her. After all, she had the skills to know what had happened inside the room, or more precisely to know what happened with Ally, but she didn't know why was Arnold acting weird. Donna had already informed her about the former part. Also, if Arnold didn't tell Nina about Alia, there must have been a reason for it. Hence, she didn't tell her either. Whatever her brother was planning to do, she had to make sure no one interfered in his business. That's the least she could do for now. Chapter 265, War Begins 4. Looks like the time is finally here. One of their warriors chirped happily. I'll finally get to avenge my brother. Just wait up, you lizard bastards, we'll kill you all. The man being overexcited about the war was Elantor Connors, a newly recruited A-ranked tank. As someone who had never been defeated by a monster, he was fairly confident in his skills. Still, he was nothing more than new meat there. Also, lizardmen weren't anything like the mindless monsters he had been fighting till now, and he didn't know what to expect. After all, fighting off a goblin was totally different from fighting a lizardman in its own habitat. He only knew that God had given him an opportunity to avenge his brother who had fallen at the hands of the lizards during the previous attempt of capturing the swamps. It was an opportunity he wasn't going to waste. His brother might have been only a rank C mage, but he was someone whom Elantor looked up to and respected. His loss had turned him into a different man. Fortunately, his battle cry was met with equally enthusiastic cheers. Most of the warriors there had lost someone precious to them in the swamps before, and for them, it was time for them to deal some well-deserved payback. Also, having not one or two but 3 SS ranked behind them gave them enough morale boost that they would happily fight a silverback gorilla bare-handed and win. Still, some people were worried about the upcoming war. They couldn't help it. After all, they all had heard about the great massacre that happened last time. Thousands of capable warriors had died on that day, and they couldn't help but wonder if this was going to be another one of such massacres. Their fears weren't uncalled for, as the lizardmen were known for their treatment towards their captives. For obvious reasons, it was never confirmed, but everyone kind of had an idea what happened with the human prisoners. more or less. The males were often used as live targets to be hunted down and practiced shooting upon them, or were tortured for fun. There were two main ways they tortured the captives. In one of such methods, their limbs were most ruthlessly sliced off, and then they were forced to run for their lives, only to be hunted down by the rest of the humans. The second method was much simpler but way more painful. They were skinned alive. The females were better as the matter of physical abuse, but were used as vessels to subdue lizardmen's lust and to repopulate their lost numbers. The torment they went through wasn't physical but mental. They were treated so badly that they desperately tried to anger the lizardmen into killing them. Neither of these fates was right or acceptable. This, when compared to living their lives in West America and hiding from the monsters, was a much worse fate. Yet here they were, preparing to fight for something they thought was useless. "It's odd, don't you think?" said Kayla, one of the healers who spoke in disgust. "What?" Nisha, Kayla's childhood friend and also a healer herself, asked her. "That they are so keen to socialize the funding of war and not health," Kayla replied, shooting a disgusting look towards the room where the 5 syndicate heads were residing in. You can say Kayla was deeply attached to her roots. Her family primarily belonged to the torn battle zone of Syria. That's why she detested wars. After all, she had lost her parents to war, while she, on the other hand, was saved by an American volunteer couple who adopted her 16-year-old self and flew back to the USA. It was then her name was changed to Kayla from Kashmira. Life went well after that until Anaday dungeons started popping up everywhere and she had to go and tested for xenoic energy reading like everyone else. Her results came positive. But unlike the others around her, she could use not one but 2 types of magic: healing magic and curse magic. Her power while using curse magic was explosive while compared to her healing magic, but since she detested wars and killings, she dedicated herself to improving her healing magic first rather than focusing on her stronger curse magic. Till now she had upheld her oath of not killing anyone, even the monsters, but this time it might not be possible for her to do so. "What did you say?" a man's grumpy voice echoed in the girl's ears. Kayla was sure that no one could have heard her talking with Nisha just now, but she was mistaken. Someone had heard her bickering about her personal values in life. She slowly turned around to see who the person standing behind her was. She was expecting the man to be one of the adrenaline-driven junkies, but she was wrong yet again. Instead of a young raging junkie, she saw a man with white, shaggy hair that clumsily hung over his menacing face. The man's small grey eyes were set threateningly within their sockets, delicately analyzing the young woman in front of him. But his eyes weren't normal. Those were the eyes of someone who had forgotten about mercy long ago. That wasn't all. The man also had a fire mark reaching from the right side of his forehead, running across the nose and ending on his left cheekbone, leaving a grievous memory of one of the man's unfortunate adventures. This was the face of Caden Jenkins, a true warrior among the warriors and also the right-hand man of one of the heads of the syndicate and belonged to the Moreno family. He might have stood among the common populace, despite his subtle fame of being known as the Dragon's Claw. But in no way was he a common warrior like the rest of them, for this man was also the one who had trained America's first SS-ranked warrior, Johnny Black. His popularity and strength were the reasons why people tend to brag about knowing him while helping him out in any way they can. He was a man of caliber, one even his own family members were afraid of. And now, Kayla had pissed him off. "Young lady, could you repeat your statement please?" Caden asked Kayla once again, only this time he had politely phrased his question. Still, his eyes remained indifferent. His smile was deceptive because he was still pissed and Kayla knew it. Nisha, being the loyal friend she was, immediately jumped in to defend Kayla. "I apologize on her behalf, sir. She has a bad habit of spewing whatever crap that comes in her mouth. I assure you she—" "Young lady," Caden cut Nisha off without turning his gaze towards her, "I think your friend is capable of speaking in her defense, considering that she has a bigger mouth than anyone I've met in my life." "To apologize for my mistake," Caleb barely managed to mumble an apology. But it wasn't sufficient for Caden. "Young lady, I'm sorry to say but someone without the resolve to kill has no place in an army. After all, An army without killers is no army at all. Kaidan was still smiling at her, but his words pierced through her soul like bullets. Since you're not willing to kill and also criticize the ones who are willing to do the necessary, I think you'd be better off being grouped up with those slithering nagas and used as a meat shield. Don't you agree? A look of sheer horror flashed on Kayla's face. This man wouldn't do something like that, right? He doesn't have the right to do so. No. He can't do this to me. Kaidan quickly grabbed her arm and began dragging her towards the cells where nagas were being held. But before he could go far, someone pulled him back. Kaidan turned around to see who dared to stop him. He was already in a sour mood, and now every passing moment was pissing him off even more. He wanted to beat the living crap out of the man who dared to stop him, but he soon realized he couldn't, as the one to stop him was none other than Johnny himself. Chapter 266 War Begins 5. While the Nagas formed a task force to verify the location of the Lizardman main base, Johnny was silently observing the warriors from a distance. Actually, he wasn't observing the warriors. He was keeping an eye on the man who was once his teacher. Johnny knew exactly how troublesome his former teacher was, given his past. Kaidan had been a part of the Vietnam War, and the war had taught him things no one should've learned about. Not even the monster hunters. Him overthinking things. The old man wouldn't do something rash here. Johnny mumbled, shrugging his shoulders. Right when he was about to leave, he heard a commotion, and his fears came true. Kaidan just couldn't keep silent even for a minute. He just had to lecture someone about character and integrity. Something Kaidan himself knew a little about. Can't you keep your thing in your pants for once? Johnny shook his head and rushed towards the scene where two girls were petrified with fear. I wonder what Arnold will do if he sees all this ruckus. Damn. Leave her alone, old man. Johnny shouted at Kaidan to let the girl go when he saw him putting his hands on one of them, but Kaidan couldn't hear his former disciple's voice in the overcrowded plaza. Johnny increased his speed, the thunderous noise of his footsteps causing the warriors to back away instantly. Still, Kaidan couldn't hear him, or at least he was pretending he couldn't as he started walking away, pulling the girl with him. But before he could get far, Johnny caught up to him and grabbed at his hands. Kaidan turned around to see his student rising up to face him. His fists clenched, giving off lightning sparks. Everyone around them immediately backed away. No one knew what the heck was going on exactly, but they now better than getting involved in it. Johnny quickly glanced at the girl before forcing his teacher's hand open, freeing the girl. Kayla immediately rushed towards Nisha, who held her tightly while the former's eyes were flooded with tears. The hell you think you're doing, old man? Johnny barked at the elderly man. His voice echoed through the area, making everyone back away a little further. Him doing what any war veteran would do. Teach the recruits some discipline. Kaidan crackled. He wasn't remorseful for his actions. With all due respect, this isn't Vietnam, nor it is your place to correct your fellow warriors. You don't have the authority to do something like this. Johnny tried to explain to Kaidan that he too was just a warrior there, nothing more. But it didn't seem like whatever Johnny was telling his teacher was going through that thick skull of his. I have to teach them about order and discipline, as their senior and a veteran. If they keep on behaving like a bunch of spoiled brats, they'd end up dying like last time. It only lasted for a moment, but Kaidan's voice cracked a little after mentioning the last war with the swamp dwellers, and Johnny knew why. Almost everyone present there had lost someone. That included Kaidan. But his loss was bigger than most. After all, he had lost a lot more than the rest. His entire biological family, his 3 kids and wife. Everyone was dead. While Johnny understood how Kaidan felt, it doesn't give him a free pass to do as he pleased. Right now, he was just a foot soldier like the rest of them and didn't have the authority to punish anyone. Johnny shook his head and went to check on Kayla instead. You okay? Kayla didn't reply but nodded her head. Johnny let out a sigh of relief before patting her head. I know you don't have to forgive the old man, but for whatever it's worth, I apologize on his behalf. He then turned around to face the rest of the warriors. I'd appreciate it if y'all could keep this a secret from Commander Arnold. He doesn't take things like this lightly. So, yeah, seal your lips. Unlike while he was apologizing to Kayla, his voice wasn't kind and had a threatening tone. No one wanted to cross one of America's strongest warriors, so they all agreed to keep it a secret. Come on, old man, let's get you drink first. Then we can talk about what happened here. And what exactly happened here? A familiar voice cut Johnny off, and Johnny knew exactly whose voice it was. Arnold. He looked sideways and there he was, accompanied by Nicole and Nina. Johnny tried deflecting Arnold's queries, but how was he supposed to explain about the crying girl in front of him? Soon the truth came out, and as Johnny had said, Arnold wasn't pleased at all. You see, before joining the Black family, Arnold had been oppressed by countless people who thought they were superior to him, and on this moment he kind of felt the same. Only he was replaced by the girl and the oppressors were by Kayden. Johnny knew about this and was worried about Kayden. He also knew Arnold was stronger than him, so there was no way he'd be able to stop him if things go south. Right now, he could just hope that Arnold doesn't do something rash. Don't bother yourself with the details, Arnold mumbled at the end and went over to check on Kayla. Whatever happened, happened. Can't change it now, can we? Johnny momentarily let out a sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe, Arnold was going to forgive Kayden. But his wishful thoughts came crashing down when Arnold threateningly took a step towards Kayden as if a switch was flipped in his head. Before anyone could react, Arnold kicked the old man in front of everyone. Kayden tried to defend against the kick by crossing his arms to protect his chest, yet he went flying in the air and smashed into the pillar at the far end with a loud bang. The next moment the entire pillar came crashing to the ground, burying the man alive. The guests gasped in horror. How the heck did he manage to kick someone 10 to 11 meters away with a half-assed kick? What kind of monstrous strength was that? There. That evens the odds for now, Arnold mumbled and brushed the dust off his pants. Listen up. I'm in charge of this war. I'm the commander and the chief. Anyone who causes unnecessary trouble here would be personally taken care of by me. That's all. As you were saying that, he walked off as if nothing happened. Chapter 267, Doppelganger. On a starry night loomed above, pretty enough to ignite the heart of any being, monster or human. Yet not one of them had any intention to cast their eyes upward to see it. All they cared about was moving their heavy boots or tails over the slick mud, and no amount of starlight could render the path visible. Soon they arrived at their destination, a gigantic park of the old times, of a time when humans were on the pinnacle of their supremacy, a time when the monsters hadn't destroyed entire cities for their amusement, a place that was once known to be a famous tourist attraction and a theme park. But now, this place was overrun by awful creatures. I can't see much movement, Azariah whispered to Alaya, who was right next to her while using her binoculars to search for any lizardmen. Can your people smell anything? Alaya kept twiggling her extraordinary tongue for a couple of minutes before nodding her head. The Nagas had a keen sense of smell just like the lizardmen. The only difference was that while the lizardmen depended on their nose to smell, the Nagas used to do the same with her elongated tongue. As for their nostrils, it had one purpose online: to help them breathe, nothing more. There are at least a few hundred lizardmen inside. Most of them might be asleep. That might be the reason why you can't see them in a glance, Alaya replied while sticking her tongue out once again. It was a good idea to do the reconnaissance after between dusk and dawn. Try looking in the southwest. What can I say? Arnold always has the right answers to any problem, Azariah replied with turning to face the Naga before using the binoculars once again. Arnold had decided to send Azariah with the Naga force along with a few other soldiers for recon purposes because he was sure only Azariah would be able to work with the Nagas without causing any ruckus. His reasons for choosing her were obvious. First, she didn't despise the Nagas as everyone else did. Well, she did, but she could put her feelings aside for the sake of the mission. And second, she understood the monsters better than most, as she was the section chief of Zone 1. This meant she more or less knew all about these monsters and their behaviors better than the monsters themselves. As for their recon operations being conducted in the night, there was an obvious reason for that too. Azariah recalled what Arnold had told them when the warriors protested against performing a recon mission at night. Have you ever seen an alligator up close? Do you have any clue about their behavior or routine? Anyone? He had asked them, but no one could give him an answer. Arnold's voice remained emotionless as he explained the facts to them. Alligators are laziest after dusk and before dawn. You can almost consider them dead. That is until you either agitate them or they are starving. Even if the lizardmen have evolved from such beings and are now far above the usual alligators, I highly doubt even they can change nature's laws. My claims are not baseless. The Nagas have confirmed that the lizardmen have never attacked them after sunset or before sunrise. Thus, I think it's best if we conduct our operations at night time. It's frightening how calculating that man can be. Azariah thought while scanning the area for any lizardmen on guard, and soon she found many. Most of them were concentrated around a specific building. And to her surprise, all of them were wearing top-tier gears and wielding weapons that Devon used to supply to the Syndicate. Now Arnold's other hunch was proven to be true as well. The lizardmen and Devon were conspiring together, or they at least had some sort of relationship between them. That was the only way to explain why the lizardmen were so well equipped. I think we have gathered enough information. This is the main base, or at least one of those, Azariah whispered, pocketing her binoculars. We got what we came for. Let's head back at once. Aliyah nodded like the most obedient child in kindergarten before ordering everyone to head towards the tunnels. Their warriors did as they were asked to by Azariah, but the Nagas refused to take a step back. They had decided, enough was enough. For the sake of their queen, they had been enduring the humiliation, but no more. It was clear that their queen had abandoned all sense of reason. The queen they remember was no more. For the queen they served was not an kisser. They knew acting out before would be like forfeiting their lives, and they might not be able to finish the humans as well as their queen. But now the circumstances had changed. If they cause a ruckus there, they would surely alert the lizardmen, and in that way, even if they ended up dying, the lizardmen would make sure to kill the rest of their humans themselves. It was a win-win situation for them. They quickly drew their weapons and charged at their queen as well as the humans. They will gladly sacrifice their lives to preserve the Naga name. Seeing the Nagas charging towards them, their warriors steeled themselves to take on the slithering rats. But to their astonishment, they didn't even need to lift a finger to take care of them, as a moment later, their heads burst open like a water balloon, splashing blood and brains all over the warriors. A look of confusion and terror was plastered over the warriors' bloodied faces. However, Azariah remained calm, for she knew exactly what had happened there. Her suspicions were soon confirmed when she saw Nicole walking towards them. A maniacal smile had consumed her beautiful nature. Looks like brother was right as usual, Nicole whispered, and kicked one of the headless corpses. Petting a snake would only come to bite you in the butt. No offense, she said, looking at the Naga queen. Anyways, we better get out of here soon. The lizards might have heard the commotion. Azariah reminded them, and they all immediately left the place. In an unknown part of the swamp, Arnold was sitting inside the makeshift treehouse he made using his nature affinity. So it's true. Alligator meat indeed tastes like chicken, Arnold mumbled while he was munching on some lizardman meat. Although, I have to chew it for a while, but the taste is spot on. While he was filling the empty void in his stomach, his communicator went off. Talos was contacting him. Arnold quickly put the meat aside and accepted the call. What is it? He asked. Permission to deliver the daily report. Although it was Talos who had called him, the voice that came from the other side didn't belong to him, but to Arnold. It was like Arnold was talking to himself. Chapter 268, Doppelganger. To Arnold took a suspicious green liquid by his side and washed his hands using it. The liquid masked his smell, covering him in the scent of the swamps. But covering his smell wasn't enough. The smell of the dead lurked around him. Next to him were two inhuman corpses, both of which had deformed beyond recognition. If Arnold hadn't killed them himself, he would have refused to believe these corpses were once human. Devon is out of his head, Arnold thought, remembering that the people he had killed weren't pure humans, but inhumans who had their body and DNA fused with that of monsters, especially with those of lizardmen and Nagas. Master? A voice similar to Arnold's echoed through Arnold's makeshift hideout. Here. Finish up the report first, Talos. Arnold replied. By the way, Does anyone suspects anything? No one suspects a thing other than Lady Nicole and maybe Lady Nina. But Lady Nicole already knew about what you did from the minute I stepped in front of her. Everyone else is oblivious. Lady Nina suspects something wrong but she can't point it out. Arnold chuckled. You'd be worried if Nicole couldn't differentiate between you and me. After all, she too has a system. Maybe that's the one who informed her. Anyways, you said you had to take action against someone. Let's see if I remember correctly. It was Kaidan, wasn't it? Yes, Master. It was Kaidan who caused the ruckus. So I had to step in as you instructed. But I'm afraid I might have overdone it. Don't sweat it. People like him deserve it. Arnold smirked as he squatted down to study the corpses. If there isn't anything else then I think we're done here. Apart from the incident with Kaidan, there was another issue as well. Talos informed his master. The Nagas? Arnold asked without paying much attention to Talos. Yes, Talos replied. Can you handle it by yourself? I can. But I wanted to get your opinion on the matter as well. Cut their tails off, or a part of it at least. Arnold instructed Talos as a vile smirk crept up to his face. Those Fkas take pride in being a Naga, so losing a bit of their tail should teach them a lesson. But don't overdo it. Understood? Talos mumbled and disconnected the call. Finally, alone, Arnold let out a sigh of relief before looking through his treehouse. It was empty, apart from the little sentry guns that were placed at equal intervals facing outwards. Just a little precaution to defend himself. Then there was the corpse of two Inhumans in front of him. I told Talos not to overdo things when I end up doing the same. Arnold shook his head. Well, how the hell was I supposed to know they were so weak? While fighting against the Inhumans, Arnold felt like a certain bald guy who can knock out anyone with a single punch. All he had to do was to kick them and bam. The proud Inhumans turned into mashed potatoes. Arnold chuckled while remembering how one of the Inhumans was mocking him as he assumed his fighting stance. He claimed himself to be a tank turned into a brawler and told Arnold to not hold back, because they wouldn't give him another chance to attack them. Thankfully, Arnold was in a playful mood, so he flipped him off instead. This angered the Inhumans more than anything else. They were members of Devon's elite corps, developed especially to deal with arrogant rascals like Arnold. They weren't the best, but the best among the best, and he, a fucking nobody, dared to disrespect them. One of the Inhumans flexed his muscles, ripping his shirt apart, and charged at Arnold like a raging bull. The scene almost reminded Arnold of Asterios. As soon as Arnold was in his attack range, the Inhuman drew a knife from his back and thrust the pointed tip of the blade to his throat in one swift motion. As the blade was about to pierce Arnold's neck, a hand flashed in front of his eyes. Out of nowhere, Arnold's hand gripped his opponent's hand above the thumb. The next moment, the Inhuman's hand was crushed like an empty milk carton. Thankfully, the Inhuman could not feel pain anymore. So even as his left hand was being crushed, he used his right arm upwards, going in for a deadly strike. But Arnold was quicker. He brought his right arm grabbing his face. The other Inhuman charged in to save his partner, but it was too late. His partner was already dead. Blood oozed out from his nostrils and mouth. His cheekbones were shattered. His left eyeball was dangling out from his eye socket, swinging from side to side against his cheek like a pendulum as he remained suspended in the air. True to his name, he didn't look human anymore. The second Inhuman foolishly charged into his doom as well. As soon as the last Inhuman entered Arnold's reach, Arnold threw the corpse of the Inhuman down, before kicking the Inhuman's chest. The blow hit like a sledgehammer as it pummeled into the Inhuman's chest. Several of his ribs popped out of his chest like Wolverine's claws. His heart, lungs and stomach were all ruptured. Back to the present. Open status plate. Arnold thought after disposing of the Inhumans. Name, Arnold Ling. Title, Crouching Figure, Extraordinary Figure, Perfectionist, Master Tamer, Killer of the Masses, God Killer, Fudgemaster. Level, 162. Rank, Cosmic B. Special Skill, Devil's Rage. Affinity, Ice, Wind and Water, Lava, Earth and Fire, Nature, Earth, Water, wind and light. Increase your intelligence to learn more affinities. Personal details and stats. HP 3,513,835,138. Mana 2,083,720,837. EXP 125,015,000. Strength STR 161 plus 65 due to the gears. Defense Def 161 due to the gears. Stamina STA 78. Intelligence INT 241. Agility AG 91. Accuracy ACC 94. Evade DVD 78. Charisma CHA 86. Mystic Miss 155. Attribute points remaining 404. Potential points remaining 214. I should use the points, Arnold mumbled before getting lost in his thoughts like always. Arnold wanted to dump a lot of points to increase his intelligence and the number of his summons, but when he remembered that after crossing the 120 point mark on any stat, leveling up that stat required 5 attribute points to level up by 1 point, and after 240 points, the requirement was increased to 10 points. He thought using all of his points to increase his intelligence and mystic stat would be a waste, so he used 100 points to increase his strength. After that, he used 50 points each on charisma, evasion, and stamina and 25 points on agility and accuracy. He left the remaining 100 points as they were. As for the potential points, he thought it was better to save them and use them later to level up his abilities as and when required. Chapter 269. Hunter 1. Something is wrong, Alex mumbled. He was surveying the area where 2 Inhumans had disappeared along with a dozen or so lizardmen. They were supposed to be on a routine patrol when all of a sudden all communications with them came to an abrupt end. Thus, Alex gathered up a few of his best men to go and investigate the area around which the members disappeared. But so far, they couldn't uncover a thing. I agree, Ajek, one of Alex's loyal followers chimed in. Just look at this place. No sign of a skirmish or anything. It's sod. Alex turned to Ajek, waving his hands dismissing his theory. It's not the skirmish that bothers me, but the fact that someone managed to make a fool out of our security measures and take down 2 of our elites along with a dozen lizardmen. That too without making a mess. Whoever did this number, it not them who's out of their heads. It's us who think we can stop them. To Alex's remarks, Ajek thought it was best to stay out of it. I'm way out of my depth here. It's better to keep my mouth shut and let Alex do his job. Moreover, Alex continued, the 2 who are missing weren't just any Inhuman either. They were highly trained assassins. Even Johnny Black would have had trouble taking care of them on his own. Not to mention they had elite lizardmen with them as well. Not even the SS-ranked hunters would have managed to take care of them so swiftly. Maybe it was the Nagas? Despite his resolve, Ajek couldn't keep his mouth shut for long. Alex shook his head, dismissing Ajek once again. Nagas would never dare to pull such a stunt. Not this deep into the lizardman territory. They have a hard time protecting their own asses. Why would they take such unnecessary risk? Then what about the Syndicate? They are here, right? They can do something like this. Ajek countered, but only to realize that he had been spewing nonsense. They could, but there are 2 issues with this theory of yours. Alex replied while scanning the marshy forest floor to see if anything was out of place. But first answer my question. How many people do you think it'll take to take on 2 S-ranked Inhumans and 12 S or maybe A-ranked monsters? Ajek couldn't give Alex an answer, which was expected. He had enough muscle on his body, but sadly his brain was as smooth as a playboy's sweet talk. It'd say it'd take more than 25 warriors just to subjugate the lizards. Now, do you think the lizardmen wouldn't know if more than 20 humans just randomly decided to take a walk in their territory? They would know it sooner than you expect. But just for the sake of it, let's say they somehow managed to fool the lizardmen and sneak past them. Don't you think if a group of over 50 people and monsters alike were to fight to the death, all hell would break loose? Now, Look around you. Does it looks like there has been a skirmish here? It doesn't, Ajak bluntly replied while the other looked for clues. Exactly. That's why I'm saying it was the work of someone formidable. Someone who could cleanly strike his enemies down with batting an eye. But no one is perfect. That's why we're looking for clues to find out more info about them. Right. But Ajak wanted to explain his reasons, but Alex was having none of it. Whatever it is, just shut it and tell everyone to keep looking for clues. There has to be something to tell us what happened to those two. In the meantime, he'll inform the leader about the situation here. Alex mumbled as the rest started walking deeper into the woods, hunting for clues. Somewhere in a distance, Arnold was sitting over a tree monitoring the situation in front of him. He had already disposed of the corpses inside his void, and thanks to his nature affinity, he was able to hide his tracks. Well, apart from one thing which he left for the soldiers to find, the treehouse, at least one of them has some brain cells left with him, Arnold whispered while staring intently at Alex. Too bad. That's going to be the reason for their downfall. The Nagas gave him the location where they thought Devon was hiding with his people. Sadly, that information was incorrect. There was nothing there. No humans or man-made structures. Just nothing. Arnold thought he had been tricked, but then he realized it wasn't possible. Since he had blooded Alia, she couldn't lie to him. Thus, the only possibility was that the Nagas didn't know the accurate location of Devon's hideout. Arnold had been wondering what to do next when the Inhumans and the Lizardmen appeared. They were patrolling the area and found Arnold. Earlier it might have been a difficult task for Arnold to take care of them as quickly and quietly as possible. But since his ascension, these creatures were like flies to him, and he easily dispatched the lot with minimal effort. However, he couldn't get any information out of them because dead men tell no tales. No matter how clean and swift he was, he ended up killing them with nothing more than a punch or a kick. But then again, he quickly thought of a plan. The fact that they were on a patrol meant one thing: Devon was closer than Arnold thought, which meant sooner or later, there would be more people all come looking for their missing comrades, and when they did, Arnold would just have to follow them back to their base. But Arnold also knew that these soldiers wouldn't return until they finally find something. Thus he left a little surprise in the treehouse for them to discover. So far everything had been going according to his plan, and it seemed unlikely for the things to go south. All he had to do was to wait patiently while all hell breaks loose and then rain more hell upon them. The prey has taken the bait. Now, the hunt begins. Chapter 270. Hunter to any sign of them? Devon asked Alex over the communicator. Not yet, sir. I have my men searching throughout the swamp. I don't want excuses, Alex. I want answers. Devon cut him off. It's not the loss of Inhumans that bothers me, but the circumstances. We are in a dire situation. A sword is hanging above our necks. We cannot afford to make any mistakes now, or it would be the last mistake we ever make. I don't care about what happens to me, but Gary is innocent in all this, and I have to ensure his safety before anything else. Alex couldn't muster a reply. He knew Devon had already given up on himself, but he wasn't going to give up on his son, especially after dragging him back from the afterlife. Still, this wasn't the leader he wanted to serve. The leader he knew would never give up on himself and give his attackers a run for his blood. But now, it seemed as if Devon was only waiting for someone to arrive and kill him. Understood, sir. I will find the culprit behind, sir. Ajak's voice roared behind Alex, once again cutting him off. But this time Alex wasn't pleased with it at all. He never liked getting interrupted, but now things were getting on his nerves. What is it? Alex roared back, viciously looking at the rest of his platoon. Found something. Ajak mumbled, but his half-assed reply only made Alex madder. I know you found something, you fucking moron. I'm asking, what did you find? Alex's mood got progressively worse and worse. All of the soldiers there were stunned. In all the years they had known Alex, they had never seen him so enraged. They couldn't recognize Alex anymore. Just like Alex couldn't recognize Devon. With every passing moment, things were getting worse. Alex realized what was going on and immediately calmed himself down. The life in the swamp, coupled with the stress of being attacked, was getting on his nerves, and it wasn't a good sign. He had always been calm and collected, but now he was just a mess. At that moment Devon's voice echoed from the communicator. "It's not you," he mumbled. "It seems your mind is adapting to the personality of the lizardman, always lashing out at the littlest things. I suggest you leave the rest to your soldiers and come back and I'll run some tests on you." "Understood, sir." Alex ended the call and went ahead to see what Ajak had found. A treehouse, here in the middle of the swamps. The others were as confused as him. A few thought that since the soldiers frequently patrolled this area, they might have made it to rest there briefly. But this theory was quickly debunked, because Ajak was on one of the patrol teams as well, and this was his first time seeing the treehouse. Moreover, no one could have possibly bent the trees in such weird shapes. As insane as it sounds, he felt as if the trees had changed their shape on their own free will. But he didn't call Alex to lay his eyes on the treehouse, but on what they found inside, something he thought was more disturbing than watching lizardmen go all rumpy-pumpy with each other. Alex walked in through the doors, then he stopped, stunned. The floor of the treehouse had been painted red by blood. There were numerous corpses inside, two of which belonged to the people they had been looking for. It was a vigorous task to recognize their bodies from the pile, especially after seeing the condition they were in. They weren't murdered. They were annihilated. It felt like their killer wanted to erase them from existence. While they were still in shock after seeing the condition of the corpses, a drop of something fell onto Alex's forehead. He looked up, only to be shocked once again. Something was written on the ceiling with blood. "Next." That was all. Those two words sent shivers down the soldiers' spines. Cold sweat began dripping down their heads. Alex and Ajak were the only ones who managed to keep their cool. It was clear that whoever attacked them wanted to get in their heads and mess it up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the bodies there along with the message. Alex's soldiers started mumbling among themselves. But the mumbling soon turned into full panic mode. Some were abnormally silent while some couldn't help but puke their guts out, mixing it with blood. "That's enough." Alex's voice snapped most of them back to reality, but still, the nauseating image was printed within their minds. What kind of sick FCK would do this? Ajak mumbled while squatting down next to Alex. "The one who doesn't give a crap who he's going up against." Alex replied, "Get the body bags, we're bringing the two with us." As instructed, two people immediately pulled out the body bags, placing the corpses inside, or whatever resembled human anatomy. Alex might have said the sight was disgusting, but it was far from the worst he had witnessed. You see, he had been by Devon's side for the longest, and thus he had seen lots of inhumane things that the so-called leader did, including massacring his own men to make the ultimate soldiers, even going as far as resurrecting his son while sacrificing hundreds if not thousands of innocent. He thought being in Devon's company had made him heartless. Then why was his heart so viciously pounding against his chest as if it wanted to get out of his body? He had no idea who was coming after them, but he seriously doubted that they'll be able to stop them. Forget about them. Even the lizardman wouldn't be able to stop the person who had marked them as their enemy. Once the men were done packing the dead, Alex signaled them to head out. Unbeknownst to them, they weren't alone as they thought they were. Someone was following them like their shadow. The Shadow of Death. Chapter 271, Hunter 3. Finally, here we are, Arnold mumbled as he took his hood off his face. He was well concealed by the trees. His presence was almost undetectable. Alex and his company had failed to notice the predator behind them and led him straight to their hiding place, the place that has been serving as their safe haven for years. But now it was just a mousetrap and they were the mice. Arnold thought it would be difficult for him to stalk them. However, it proved to be an extremely easy task. The trees helped him track the bastards, and finally, he was there. From the outside, the secret base appeared to be an abandoned storage barn, overrun by the forces of nature. Various kinds of vines and trees had surrounded it, making it almost impossible to find it out unless one knew exactly where the building was. Moreover, The building was also surrounded by carnivorous trees, which Arnold thought to be only one of the many defense Devon might have installed. No wonder the drones couldn't find the base. It would be difficult to look through the thick canopy itself, but the building had also been covered with fauna. Arnold mumbled. He also found something interesting. There were several rusty barrels of presumably noxious chemicals littered around the entrance, each labeled with a skull and crossbones. Maybe it was a defense tactic to keep out the monsters? Who knows? It's no secret that Devon is out of his mind. He might as well nuke himself for all Arnold knew. Tall weeds had grown between the stones and the fence was almost falling over. There was hardly any security. Arnold could see why nobody would care about what was above ground, especially because there was nobody else to question Devon. The lizardmen wouldn't care about Devon as long as he kept supplying them with weapons, and there were no humans to cause him trouble either. That was what Arnold could see above the ground. But the underground was entirely a different story. Unbeknownst to him, there was a maze of titanium rooms, each either buzzing with computers or loaded with the latest in weaponry. Every inch of the place was recorded by security cameras, and the staff wore electronic chips under their skin. These chips were used to track the people residing inside the base, but it wasn't its only purpose. At every entrance to the building, multiple weaponry were installed, each operated by a dedicated AI. If anyone without a chip tried to force their way through, they'll be annihilated. The two Inhumans he killed had these chips as well, but Arnold unintentionally destroyed them while fighting them. The only way in or out of the base was through the tunnel that led into the farther end of the lizardman territory. It was the only way out in case of an assault. The entrance was further guarded by hundreds of guards and monsters. It was as if Devon had thrown all of his cards at once. This place had better security than the damn Fort Knox and Area 51 combined. Also, the warehouse above might have looked like it could fall apart from the slightest blow of wind, but it too had been reinforced with titanium. No wonder why Devon was still hiding inside and not running away. Why would he run out of the most secure place he had built? If the syndicate was to storm the building, Arnold doubted more than 1012% would be able to make it to the warehouse alive. Hell, even his summons would have a hard time getting through the building. Despite those facts, the more Arnold looked at the hideout, the more excited he became. Why? Because this famed hideout was going to be his soon. They have to have some sort of surveillance devices installed throughout the area. That's no-brainer, Arnold mumbled while looking for a camera and whatnot, but that's not an issue to me. I don't need to get in. Rather, I'll smoke them out. I didn't want to do this, but it seems there's no choice. Saying that, he jumped down from the tree, landing with a loud thud. The next moment, a black portal appeared in front of the abandoned warehouse. Arnold didn't intend to hide anymore. He was there to kill the bastards who had caused nothing but trouble for him. He didn't care if they found him out or attack him. He was more than confident in his abilities to take care of anything and everything that comes charging out of the building. But nothing in that building could be frightening than the creature which came out of his void of darkness. Inside the hideout, Devon was standing in the surveillance room. It was a huge chamber, the walls half rock, half polished steel lined with computer equipment, electronic meters, machines that blinked and flickered with a life of their own. It was staffed by 40 or 50 people, some in white coats, others were in overalls, all wearing cards of different colors, red, yellow, blue, and green. Each of the colors marked their designation. Red was the lowest ranking operator, while the ones wearing greedy cards over their neck represented the people whom Devon trusted the most. Devon was overseeing the defense preparation when there was a loud thud followed by a shock wave. Everyone quickly grabbed onto whatever was closest to them. Those who failed to do so fell over like a bunch of dominoes. "What's going on?" Devon shrieked, looking at the operator closest to him, who looked as clueless as everyone else. The operator quickly looked through his monitor, changing the view from camera to camera until he finally found something. "Sir, I'm not sure what it is, but it appears to be some kind of monster has discovered the entrance." "Then find out what the FCK is that creature." The operators furiously began typing at their respective consoles. And soon they found out what was the cause of the shock wave. but they were about to wish they hadn't. In front of them stood the biggest creature they had ever seen. A jaded dragon, the one whom her master called Scylla. Chapter 272. Already dead one. Scylla came stomping out of the portal that'd been holding her for a while. She had never felt the sun above her head, nor the marshy lands below her feet, yet it all felt awkwardly familiar. The moment she flapped her boundless wings, it felt like the swamp was hit by a cyclone. Every step she took sent tremors down the earth. When she stretched her neck, the trees overseeing the swamps were ripped apart. The sight was destructive yet majestic at the same time. She truly deserved the title of a queen, the queen of all dragons. Right next to her stood a man, wearing a cloak made from the scales of the strongest dragon to have ever lived. His hands were deep in his pockets. His expression was as calm as a meditating monk. It felt like the man wasn't worried at all about the giant creature that stood right beside him. And he had a reason not to be intimidated by the dragon. After all, the dragon was one of his pets, one he had nurtured ever since the dragon was still bounded by its unbreakable eggshell. He was the master of the dragon. He was the one who effortlessly killed opponents whom no one could defeat. He was the man no one should ever anger. He was Arnold Ling, and right now he wanted to play a game of death. Reinforcing the building with titanium and installing defenses were all good moves. Arnold yelled at the top of his lungs. He wanted to make sure his enemies knew who exactly was going to kill them. You might have been able to stop your ordinary monsters or humans, but as you can see, neither this dragon is ordinary nor is her master. He continued, Devon, I know in there. There's no need to cause a massacre here. If you care about your workers or whatever the FCK you call them, then walk out now. I'll just kill you and it'll be all over. If not, well, then I guess you all are going to die tonight. Arnold had become somewhat of an expert in engaging his enemies with psychological warfare. He wasn't intending on leaving anyone alive. In his eyes all of them deserved death for what they did to him, Alice, Alan and countless innocents. Don't get him wrong, he wasn't playing hero by exacting justice upon his enemy. He was doing it all because they crossed his path time and time again. Also, he didn't mean a word of what he said. He only said those things because he wanted to spark distrust between Devon and his soldiers. No matter how strong his army was, no one in their right mind would walk out and fight against a dragon. Arnold knew this after his fight with Tiamat. If someone like Johnny could freeze from fear in front of a dragon, the useless soldiers would be crapping their pants just by thinking about fighting off a dragon. However, if Devon actually walked out of the base, which Arnold doubted a selfish piece of SHT like him would do, it would save Arnold some trouble. You see, Arnold wanted to get a hold of the swamp as well as Devon's hideout for his future plans. Thus, letting Scylla loose on them would definitely stir up some undesired trouble for him. It would be a setback for Arnold, but it wouldn't affect his plans in the long run. So either way, it was a win-win for him. He waited and waited. No reply came from the inside. Right when he was about to give them a last warning, a horde of Inhumans, lizardmen and humans in mesh suits came charging out of the building. From a distance, they appeared to be courageous, but the reality couldn't be more distinct. With no other choice, Arnold gave Scylla a command, hunt. A few minutes ago, inside Devon's hideout, the appearance of Scylla had thrown everyone out of their heads. It was utter chaos. The panic grew stronger into the day as their mental faculties gave way to emotions. All of them have lost their minds. The only one who looked to be calm was Devon, but even he was shocked beyond anything. He had seen the amount of chaos a single dragon could cause after Tiamat appeared. He wasn't stronger than the Syndicate. Neither did he have the sources to deal with a dragon himself. Most of his strength laid with his alliance with the lizardmen, but he doubted even they could handle a dragon on their own. He was confident enough in his traps and soldiers to take care of the Syndicate. But just the thought of dealing with a dragon threw everything out of the equation. When all seemed lost, a man's voice echoed through the entirety of the hideout. Devon, I know in there. There's no need to cause a massacre here. If you care about your workers or whatever the FCK you call them, then walk out now. I'll just kill you and it'll be all over. If not, well, then I guess you all are going to die tonight. The next moment, everyone calmed down. They had a way out. All of them could be saved if their leader was willing to sacrifice himself for their sake. He should do it, right? After all, they all had been serving him for so long. Shouldn't he repay their kindness in death? They had committed countless crimes to please him and now it was his turn to save their lives. He should go out. No, he will go out there and die. If he doesn't, they'll throw him out with brute force. That's what was going through the head of everyone. Devon instantly understood what their gazes meant, but didn't make a move other than shaking his head at their stupidity. For starters, he knew Arnold was baiting them by dangling the carrot of letting them live. He knew a lot about Arnold, maybe more than anyone else. He had done his research on him, his erratic behavior and everything else that he could. He was positive that Arnold was planning on killing them all. He wasn't a guy to forgive and forget. Sadly, his subordinates and followers were too blind to see the truth. "Leader, you will save us, right?" one of the girls shrieked. "Yes, yes. The leader is kind. He'll gladly die if it meant helping us out." Yet another man chimed in. Slowly everyone started to surround him. "There's no point arguing with anyone," Devon mumbled before pulling his tab out and tap it twice. The next moment, there was a loud buzzing sound in the far corner of the room. Everyone turned around to see what was going on. To their horror, the man who was secretly trying to open the gates got electrocuted in front of their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the chip inside their bodies had a hidden function. A function no one knew of apart from Devon. Not even Devon's most trusted man Alex. It was a failsafe Devon placed inside their bodies to ensure their continued support to himself. He had foreseen something like this to happen and that's why he used the chips. Before anyone could completely process what the hell was going on, Devon electrocuted a dozen men and women. "You want me to die? Have you not learned a single fucking thing about me after spending all these years with me?" Devon smiled like a maniac. "Oh, he'll die today. That's certain. But not before all of you. Now pick up the weapons and charge out or else he'll kill you before that asshole does." They were doomed. They'll die no matter the choice they made. But Devon was thinking about a different thing entirely. He might have resigned to his fate, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to put up a fight. For him, Gary's survival was the only thing that mattered and he needed time to ensure his son's safety. If Arnold was to storm the building right now, Gary would inevitably get caught in the mess and Devon had to prevent that from happening at all costs, even if it meant killing everyone off, including himself. Chapter 273. Already dead too. It was complete pandemonium in front of Arnold. The place was consumed by fire, choking with thick, pungent smoke rising to the sky. Sila's flames had already killed many of the soldiers and lizardmen. A multitude of charred corpses was littered the swampy floor. The air reeked of blood. There were still many severely wounded people crawling to safety, screaming out for help. But there was no hope for a rescue for them. Only death awaited them. This was Arnold's revenge. Some believed revenge was a dish served cold. However, according to Arnold, each dish required its own unique preparation. And this time, the dish was to be served while it was fiery hot, hotter than hellfire. While Arnold stood rooted on the spot he was standing, Sila was having the best time of her life. She was a terrifying beast. That was no secret to anyone. However, they didn't know how much she enjoyed killing and causing destruction. To her, doing so was like maternal instinct. Also, creating chaos was the only reason Arnold summoned her out of his void. Thus, Sila enjoyed it very much whenever Arnold would let her loose. In fact, it was the only thing she looked forward to, pleasing her master while having fun of her own. However, the people who were getting gnawed on weren't having fun. At first, they thought rebelling against Devon would ensure their death. Thus, they agreed on his term to go out and face the dragon. Quite a few lizardmen were with them, so they thought with the help of their mesh suits and they could run away from the battle, while the lizardmen distracted the dragon. After all, no matter how strong a beast was, it couldn't possibly handle hundreds of lizardmen by itself. Right? Wrong. The moment they started pouring out of the base like a horde of zombies, Sila unleashed hell upon them. In an instant, All of their plans were shattered and the gravity of the situation hit them. Before they could do anything, blue flames engulfed them. Most of them died instantly. Those who didn't were praying to God, not knowing a fate worse than being burned alive waited for them. With claws sharper than an obsidian blade, Scylla went chopping them down to pieces. While all of this was happening, a few of Devon's people managed to sneak past Scylla. After all, she was a gigantic creature. She couldn't notice each and every ant's position, could she? But Arnold could, and he wasn't going to let anyone escape. In his eyes, everyone inside the building was equally guilty as Devon himself. After all, they had enjoyed their peace with him. Now they'll join him in hell. He immediately used his nature affinity and sealed off every path. They were now trapped within the swamp with a raging dragon. The only way to escape was death, and death they would receive. Seeing no other choice, the people and monsters rallied themselves to fight. But not against Scylla. They were instead planning on attacking the one who claimed to be the dragon's master. Scylla, still in her playful mood, swung her claws and tails once again, but Arnold stopped her. She had her fun. Now it was time for him to flex his muscles. He instructed Scylla to block the entrance to the building, to ensure no one would disturb them. Once that was done, he pointed a finger at his opponents, informing them that he was ready to send them on a free one-way trip to the afterlife. His opponents, however, thought it was an excellent move for their survival. There were around 300 of them, and Arnold was alone. Their morale suddenly shot through the sky. Facing one man was way better than facing an unbeatable dragon. Little did they know, Arnold was the biggest threat on the planet. Well, two others were as strong as him, if not stronger, but they didn't need to know that. After all, they were about to die. Arnold just stood there in his cloak. Initially, he thought he would need to use Cardinal Sin against these bricks, but he decided against it. It wasn't a sensible thing to do. He wasn't going to reveal his tricks from the get-go. Instead, he just popped the claws out of his gloves and he was good to go. But before further bloodshed, he wanted to play with their minds one more time. I'm telling you for the last time, my fight is not against you, but against the man who is still hiding behind you. His voice thundered over his opponents. Just bring him to me, and I'll let you leave. If not, then you know what will happen to you, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from the horde yelled back, "The moment we turn around, that psycho would kill us all." You all saw what he did to the rest inside, didn't you? I say we fight against the man instead. He's alone. He wouldn't be able to take us all on. Once he dies, maybe the dragon would disappear too. The man's cries were heard by his peers. To them it made sense. Since Arnold was the one to summon the dragon, if they managed to defeat Arnold, technically Scylla should disappear as well. They were all going to fight him to death. That's all there was to it. Arnold could only shake his head in disappointment. Well, if the fools were so eager to die, then who was he to deny them that? He was just the means to kill, not the perpetrator. All of them, men and monsters, turned to meet the threat standing in front of them. Their faces were grim, and their fighting spirit stirred. Every one of them was fanatically breathing as if they had run a marathon. There they stood, each having the intent on slaughtering Arnold in front of them. Arnold didn't reply to them. Instead, he unleashed his intense aura, an aura that sent shivers down the spine of the dragon goddess. What could mere humans and lizards do against him? The next moment, he raised his claws and pointed them at the crowd, then he roared, "Die!" Chapter 274, Already Dead 3. Meanwhile, Devon was still holed up inside the base. He was intently watching the intense battle raging outside. He had hoped to discover a weakness by watching Arnold fight. Sadly, Arnold wasn't anything like he had expected. Devon thought he knew Arnold, but the person in front of him was not at all like he thought. Arnold was simply way too strong for them to handle on their own. At the moment, Devon wasn't even sure if they were fighting against a human at all. No matter what his loyal soldiers did, Arnold would immediately tear them apart. Devon had thought even if they couldn't defeat Arnold, at least they'll be able to tire him out. but Arnold was wrecking even that train of thought as they fought on. The worst part of it all, Arnold was smiling like a maniac while ripping his enemies apart. "What kind of monster is he?" Devon mumbled and immediately ran towards his son's room. "We can't delay it any longer. He has to leave now." Loud metallic noises could be heard everywhere. People were equipping themselves with mesh suits. Devon didn't care whether they were trying to leave or to go out and fight. He just had to reach his son. Devon himself was wearing one such suit, but it was better than everyone else's. Devon wasn't a warrior. His intelligence was the most frightening weapon he had. Even so, with his armor, he could easily deal with up to 300 lizardmen on his own. Initially, he had thought his armor alone would be sufficient to take care of the Syndicate or at least stall them till Gary was safe. But after seeing the bloodlust on Arnold's face, he was sure of one thing: no one can stop him. If Devon was asked to name the world's most dangerous man, then, without a doubt, choose Arnold. Before all this, he had already resigned himself to death, but now when death was knocking on his door, he wasn't so sure about dying. He thought when the time would come, he would embrace death like an old friend, but now, embracing death was the last thought on his mind. Despite all this, he wasn't a bit remorseful of his actions. Why would he repent for something that brought his son back to life? He did what any father would do, given the means to do so. The only thing he was repenting on was ever crossing Arnold's path. If he could turn back time, he wouldn't change a thing apart from one thing: never setting his eyes on Arnold's sister, Nicole. That's where all the trouble began for him. That's where everything went wrong. Had he known what would come to haunt him years after doing a certain deed, he wouldn't have done that. But how was he to know that a nobody would gain such strength out of nowhere? Had he known all about Arnold's true strength, he would have recruited him. Hell, he would even help in the treatment of Nicole. But, alas, it was too late to think about such trivial what-ifs now. The least he could do now was to ensure Gary's safety. After that, he would die happily and join the rest of his people in hell. Devon soon arrived at Gary's room. Thankfully he was okay. Next to him were the two people he had been looking for, Gary's caretaker and Alex. They were already finished the necessary preparation to leave and were waiting for Devon to give his final instructions to them. Gary was fast asleep in his wheelchair, as usual. Just looking at his sleepy face made the fear of death leave Devon's mind. At that moment he knew he had made the right decision. Alex saw his leader and gave him a courteous salute like he always did. But deep down he knew, it was the last time he'll salute his leader. Whether Alex wanted to admit it or not, it was true that anyone who stayed behind would be killed mercilessly. And Devon had set his mind on dying that day, because if he didn't, then Arnold would keep looking for him. He wouldn't rest till Devon's head was 6 feet below the ground. If Devon ran away with them, he would only cause trouble for Gary, and he wanted his son to live his second life in peace, without any worries. Thus, Alex had given up on persuading Devon to do otherwise. Instead, he wanted to focus on the final orders given to him by Devon, to protect his son and live a happy life on his own. Alex wasn't sure about fulfilling the latter part of Devon's orders, but he was dead set on protecting Gary till his last breath. "Looks like this is it." Devon broke the awkward silence while squatting in front of Gary. "I hope I could have had a peaceful sleep like that in the last 10 years. Devon set his helmet aside and planted a kiss on his son's forehead. "I now know what I did was selfish. But even so, I don't regret my choices. In the end, he'll get to die before you. Like it should have been. Who knows, maybe in the afterlife, he'll get to meet your lovely mother too. But I'm not hopeful. Someone as kind as her belongs in the heavens, a place someone like me could only dream about." Alex and the caretaker stood in silence. They knew it was the last time a father was going to have a chat with his son and wanted to respect that. Even Gary's caretaker, who despised Devon for his poor choices, couldn't help but feel pity for him. As someone who had seen both Devon's rise to greatness as well as his fall, she in some way had a bit of respect for him too. After all, he was giving his life away to give his son a second chance. She knew her prayers wouldn't be heard by the gods, but she hoped Devon would get one last chance to see the madam for the last time. After a heart-filled talk with his sleeping son, Devon stood up. his helmet once again covering his face. He turned towards the two who were going to take care of his son from then onwards and giving them his thanks and unexpectedly apologizing to them for everything he had done. It felt as if Devon was trying to do as much good as he could in the short time he had left with him. Maybe he was trying to balance out some karma. Maybe he could finally feel the weight of his wrongdoings on his shoulder. No one will ever know what was going inside his head. But they all knew one thing. His love for his son was unwavering. Chapter 275, You're already dead for all right. It's time for you to leave. Devon informed the two, handing them a map. Take the back exit drive for a couple of miles. Follow the map. You'll find an abandoned helipad. I've set up everything there. Inside the chopper, you'll find another map and details of all my illegal bank accounts. There should be a couple of billions of dollars in those accounts. I've also set a trust fund in your names for all the trouble. Get on the chopper and leave for the place I've marked on the map. From there you'll board on a private jet that'll take you to Cuba. Devon continued as the four of them hurried to the exit. Let me think if I am forgetting anything. Right, take this communicator. Don't fire up the chopper until I give you the signal. I have to stall that monster, otherwise he'll think I'm the one who's escaping and shoot the chopper down. Understood? Clear. Alex replied as they arrived at the exit. Devon helped them load the necessary things in the jeep. Everyone got seated comfortably and then headed out into the wilderness. As the gates closed behind him, Devon rubbed his shivering hands together intensely, staring at the disappearing jeep for the last time. His heart palpitated as he impatiently ran back towards the control room, all the while thinking a single thing: will they make it in time? The base was deserted. Not a single soul was in sight. Papers, furniture, everything was scattered all over the place. If someone was to see the scenario, they'll think that the place was a site of a catastrophe or a zombie outbreak. Devon soon reached the control room and scanned the outside surroundings. Apart from Arnold, only 3,040 people were left standing. Apart from that, the scene in front of his eyes almost made him throw up. Devon had witnessed his fair share of gory stuff while experimenting with Inhumans. Yet, it was unlike anything he had imagined in his darkest nightmares. When he saw the scene outside, he was stunned. He stood and in absolute shock. The next moment, the dozen or so men who were standing closest to Arnold began to scream and fell to the ground. Their bodies were almost cut into two, and bright red-blooded water flooded the surface of the ground. The ground had become a field strewn with the remains of corpses, in heaps of flesh and blood. No mere human could have made such a mess out of what once were humans. Devon was in disbelief and only hoped that what he was seeing was an illusion. He couldn't even imagine what had happened there in his absence. Broken arms and legs, scattered entrails, headless bodies, and severed heads. That's all he could see. He had thought that the dragon was a monster, but he was wrong. In Arnold's comparison, the Jade Dragon was nothing more than a docile puppy. Arnold was the only monster there. No one else. The situation was getting out of hand. If things were left as they were, Gary wouldn't make it out in time. Devon was hesitant, but he had no choice left. It was sooner than he expected, but it was the only way to buy time for Gary. He pulled a chair, sat in front of a computer and started furiously typing something. Immediately after he was done, the doors leading to the control were sealed shut. Devon had just unleashed the horrors of his countless failed experiments on Arnold. He had been experimenting with beast crystals for quite a while now. Numerically speaking, he had conducted well over 1,000 experiments to research the effects of consumption of beast crystals, both on humans and monsters. It went without saying that not all of these experiments were successful. Only about 1% of the specimens yielded desirable outcomes, which meant that the rest of the experiments ended up in failure. These failed specimens were put into either chemically induced coma or in cryostasis. The successful specimen had already been sold to various warlords and dictators, but Devon had kept the failed specimens with himself. This was his endgame. Thus, he had a force of about 990 plus uncontrollable monstrosities as the ace up his sleeve. But as said, these 990 plus or 993 beings to be exact, were uncontrollable. That meant releasing them from their respective pods was a last resort for Devon. This was also the reason why he had shut himself up in the control room. Otherwise, he would have been the first one to die by their hands. Moments later he could feel the true monsters wreaking havoc in the base while most of them instinctively headed outside as Devon had planned. But even with the new force he had with him, he was sure that Arnold could easily take care of them with the Dragon's aid. Hence, he decided to call for more reinforcements. He once again got busy on the computer and typed a message. It was Anso's message to the chieftain of Lizardmen, Grok. Devon knew no one was a match for Arnold and his dragon, but calling Grok in might help him distract Arnold for enough time for Gary and the others to escape safely. But by the time Arnold would be done taking care of the crystal-bred monstrosities, the Lizardmen and Devon, Gary would have gone far away. But it seemed that fate had different plans. The moment Devon sent the message to Grok, there was a huge explosion on the outside. However, the explosion occurred far away from the hideout. Devon immediately started looking around in hopes of finding out what the hell was going on. It didn't take him long enough to do that either. The aftermath of the explosion could be seen clearly. A huge mushroom-shaped cloud of flames appeared in the middle of the swamp, which was immediately followed by a thick black cloud of smoke. The shockwave generated by the explosion had uprooted anything within 2 kilometers radius of the explosion. Despite being kilometers away from the explosion, even Devon could feel the aftershock. He didn't know what the hell was going on, but it soon dawned upon him. No! 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 Devon exclaimed, thrashing everything in his vicinity. The area where the explosion took place was right around the Lizardman lair, or the one Devon referred to as the main base of Lizardman. It was bad news for him. Since Arnold was here, it meant that the rest of the syndicate had already made their move against the Lizardman, which meant there was no reinforcement coming to aid him. Not anymore. He was on his own. Chapter 276. We're already dead. 5. As the explosion went up, Arnold's eyes lit up simultaneously. He had been waiting for this to happen, and it finally did. The syndicate had begun its attack on the Lizardman. Well done, Talos, Arnold mumbled while slicing off yet another one of Devon's pawns in half. Arnold knew it was Talos and the syndicate, as the explosion was the signal Arnold had wanted Talos to use. He had also given him a ton of fiery grenades for the same purpose. The so-called elite guards were frightened out of their wits. They had no idea someone as monstrous as Arnold could even exist in their world. That realization, coupled with the explosion, was enough to make them crap themselves. However, they quickly regained their composure. They were trained to be the best of the best, and they would not back down. Not until their last breath. Immediately, another line of fighters dashed in to confront Arnold, yelling and thrashing with their swords and weapons to get enough courage to face him. The yelling didn't die down. In contrast, it increased. But the yells were no longer giving them courage. Instead, now their yells were instilling more fear in them. Because these yells weren't coming from courage. Instead, the yells were from the despair and pain they were going through. As the soldiers came charging at him all together, Arnold remained still. He had an icy smile on his face, and his fierce eyes tracked every fighter closing in on him. In a split second, he had sidestepped the man leading the strike. The next moments, slicing open his torso, Arnold's strike not only pierced through the mesh suit but managed to make his internal organs poured out, dropping to the ground. The smell of the blood reeked in the air. Still, the elites did not let up and continued the assault, their numbers dwindling with every passing moment. In a flash, he swung his claws at the next man, cleanly taking his head off. The headless body stumbled for a few steps, as blood gushed out like a fountain from his open neck. Then the body slumped into a pool of blood, with his head laying not far away. It looked like a scene from a gory movie or game, but it was happening all before their eyes. Whenever Arnold swung his claws, he took a life without failing once. His next target was a woman, but instead of ripping her apart, he kicked her abdomen, forcing the woman to squat in front of him. Instead of caressing her wound to ease the pain, she looked up at Arnold, her eyes begging him for mercy. "Please," she mumbled while crying her eyes out. Even as she pleaded, she knew she didn't have long to live. "Let me live. Please." Arnold, however, had an indifferent expression on his face. But he lowered his blood-soaked claws. For a moment the woman thought Arnold would let her leave. But her hopes were shattered the very next moment. "I told you, if I don't get Devon, everyone would die. Yet you came brandishing a sword in my face, forcing one man to fight against hundreds. Now begging for mercy." Arnold's indifferent expression suddenly changed for the worst. "You think him someone who bluffs about killing people? Do you think you can have your cake and eat it too? Do you think him like other warriors? Sorry to disappoint you, but I enjoy killing, and idiots like you keep giving me the reason to do so." Upon hearing those words, the woman's face went through 100 emotional changes. She was cursing herself for ever joining Devon and date him. But now was too late for having any regrets. Now was the time to drag someone to hell with her. Seeing no other way out, she lunged at Arnold. With a hidden blade in front, she went for Arnold's neck. "If I'm dying, then he'll drag you to hell with me." She was hopeful she'd at least get to wound the man who had killed hundreds of her allies. But it was just wishful thinking, because the next moment she felt her head topple down from her shoulder. Arnold was so quick with his attack, that the woman didn't realize she was already dead. In her last moments, she heard Arnold chuckle, "I'm sorry, sweetie, but I don't go on dates in hell or with headless people." "Who's next?" Arnold roared with ferocity, and dashed up against the line of fighters at a rapid speed, preparing to slash his next victim. But before he could, the man standing in front of him was killed by something abnormal. It looked like a monster, but Arnold immediately recognized exactly what the creature was. Devon and his filthy experiments. Arnold thought, stopping a few steps away from the new horde of humanoid monsters. He didn't need to kill the rest of the humans. The humanoids did the job for him. But Arnold was confused. How the heck did the humanoids made their way out of the base? Siler Shold finished them off, right? After all, he told her to cover the gates. Arnold looked past the humanoids, looking for Siler. He found her pretty soon, but not where he had expected her to be. Not only she wasn't guarding the door like she was supposed to, but she was playing with the trees. Arnold didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Siler had never been to the swamps before, thus everything fascinated her, and it was to be expected. Still, he didn't think her curious nature would make her neglect his orders. But now, he couldn't do much about it. He had his hands full. "I think I should take her training a bit seriously, or he'll get killed soon." Arnold smiled, shook his head again. A dog would never be held responsible for its action. But the owner will, as it's their job to train the dog. Arnold's case wasn't any different from that. The only difference being, he had a pet dragon instead of a dog. While Arnold was thinking about Siler's training, a humanoid monster jumped towards him. Arnold didn't even turn to face the humanoid and simply kicked it. Since he wasn't paying attention, he went overboard with the kick, and instead of just killing the humanoid, it was thrown back as if he were hit by a running train. The force had killed the humanoid instantly, but his body flew back, crashing against half a dozen more of its kind before it finally came to a rest. All of them were knocked down and laid still on the ground in a heap, either dead or crippled enough to not move. Damn, that was some Shaolin soccer shit right there. Arnold praised the kick and went ahead kicking the rest of them as well. It was as clear as day. This was Devon's final trick. Not to mention, the lizardman won't be coming to his aid anymore. With this, his fate was sealed. He was already dead. Chapter 277, Reclaiming the Swamps. 1. At the center of the swamps, another battle was raging on. Steel was clashing against steel, magic against magic, monster against a monster. It was a scene worthy of being called an all-out war. The constant ringing of explosions only contributed to add more adrenaline to their bodies. Warriors of the Syndicate held back as their magicians rained hell upon the lizardmen and nagas alike. They were following the orders of their elected leader, Arnold. But little did they know, even though they were following Arnold's orders, it wasn't Arnold who was leading them. It was Talos. Back when Arnold and Talos were interrogating the albino lizardman, Arnold willingly poured a few drops of his blood into Talos' transformation rune. Yup, Talos could now transform into his maker. This, coupled with the fact that he was using Arnold's old equipment, including the Vindicator, He completely looked like Arnold. Moreover, Talos was acting his part quite well. Although he didn't manage to inherit Arnold's most powerful abilities, he did get a hold of ice control ability, which meant he could stop the merman from jumping in the mix. Also, Talos already had gunslinger abilities, so in the eyes of their warriors, he was pretty much the same Arnold whom they have been following. So far, only Nicole had caught the imposter. That too was thanks to Donna. Although Talos couldn't completely fool Nina and she thought something was off with Arnold, she eventually chalked it up to the stress of the battle. As for the battle, it was going as good as expected. As Arnold had planned, they were killing two birds with one stone. Under the guise of misfiring, they were constantly eliminating Nagas as well as the lizardmen. Although the lizardmen were more in numbers and had superior fighting skills, they weren't a match against the high-level magic casters. But there was something no one had noticed till now. Their magic was only effective against the low-level lizardmen. Hell, their magic hadn't killed a single elite lizardman. Nagas were the ones to kill the few elites, but Talos wasn't concerned about it at all. Everything was going as per his and Arnold's predictions. Under the constant fire from the Syndicate and lizardmen, the Nagas were soon eradicated. The lizardmen marked their next target. The humans who had been hiding behind the Nagas. Without taking a moment's rest, the lizardmen charged at their new opponents. They couldn't wait to taste human meat after all of this was over, but came to a halt soon. Between them and the humans was a long field. A field with no trees to provide them cover. They were thinking about where all of the trees went. How could hundreds of trees have disappeared overnight? It was thanks to Arnold, but the lizardmen had no way of knowing that. Without the cover of the trees, many of them were reluctant to continue fighting, knowing that there must be traps to take care of them. I never thought my brothers were a bunch of yellow-bellied weaklings. A loud growl echoed behind them, followed by loud thumping footsteps. The lizardmen immediately bowed their heads down. They knew who the voice belonged to, and it was someone they all had the utmost respect for. He was the lizardman they all followed, the strongest among their kind. Their king, Grok, the black lizardman. Talos, under Arnold's guise, instructed the mages to stop. They had already thinned the crowd down to as much as they could. Now it was time for the rest to shine. Within a moment, tanks, brawlers and swordsmen were in formation, awaiting orders. But they weren't the first line of defense. In front of them stood over 1,000 automatons and sentry guns. These soldiers are valorous, I'd give them that. Talos thought. However, most of them will die here if not all. Master's words were clear. If things didn't go as planned, I have to focus on saving the Black family only. Once they are safe, I can make the call to save the rest or run. But it's unlikely anything would go south now. Talos waited for the lizardmen to make their move first. But seeing as there was no movement from the enemy, he signaled the automatons. The next minute the sentry guns open-fired on their enemies. But the bullets weren't your run-of-the-mill bullets either. They were incendiary rounds, an upgraded version of the fiery bullets which Arnold used. These newly improved bullets, coupled with the power and rate of fire of the sentry guns, was enough to melt any lizardman's tough hide like butter. Let them burn, Talos mumbled. Back at Arnold's position, fighting against the humanoids was a lot easier than expected. They had explosive strength, but their moves weren't refined. Half of the time they didn't know what they were doing. All they knew was to slaughter anything in front of them. Some of them even went to try their luck against Scylla, which turned out to be a big mistake. Not only did they mess with Scylla while she was having fun, they even managed to piss her off. As a result, Arnold didn't have to do much. Had this been the scenario before his ascension, he might not have made out of it all in a single piece. He was sure of it. I think I should make a cemetery here. After all, it more or less looks like the same. Just add a few headstones, bury the corpses, and you have a premium quality graveyard right here. Destroy class abilities charged up 52%. I killed more than 1,000 people and it's still at 52%. Arnold was confused, but the system was there to cure his confusion. I assume I informed you that the abilities charge as you cause destruction. Yeah, you didn't. That's why. Now look around you. What do you see? Death or destruction? System's armor, with all due respect, What's the fucking difference between them? A lot. You didn't cause destruction, you minimized it. Just killing won't justify itself to killing. It's a massacre, yes, but I don't dictate the terms of your abilities. Next time focus more on destruction. Arnold was speechless. He had never heard such a crappy excuse from anyone. He felt like he was cheated over in a lottery. But there wasn't anything he could do about it now. Thus, he went to do what he went there for, to kill Devon. Chapter 278, Reclaiming the Swamps. Thud, thud, thud. Arnold's steps echoed through Devon's abandoned hideout. Behind him came the sunshine into the freshly abandoned building. He looked and looked, but there wasn't a single soul in sight. Arnold wasn't surprised. After all, he had played a significant role in the occupants' extinction from the face of the earth. Still, the fact he wasn't able to find Devon yet stroked his anger. If only I didn't want to save this building. Arnold felt a bit conflicted now. He could either destroy the building and turn it into Devon's grave and then live in the doubt that Devon had somehow managed to escape for the rest of his life. Or he could partially destroy the building, forcing the rat to come out in the open and then hunt him down. These were the two options at the top of his head. But even though he had these options, he had opted to go with the third option, hunt him down in a game of hide and seek. He never thought Devon would come out and face him like a man, but neither did he think Devon would turn out to be such a coward. Regardless of how Arnold felt about Devon's crimes, he had a weird kind of respect for him. The two of them were similar in many aspects. One of them was that they both were creationists. Each of them was capable of creating weapons strong enough to topple the world's balance. Another similarity being, both of them were lone wolves and preferred to do their work alone. Once they had a goal in mind, none of them would stop before achieving it, no matter the cost. Maybe I have overestimated my foe. Arnold shook his head. Although Devon was a capable man, he didn't have the edge over Arnold because as far as Arnold knew, Devon was in the end just an ordinary man. A man without a system. But Devon had the potential and knowledge to subdue any crisis at hand. The flamethrowers, machine guns and the rest of the defense mechanism Arnold encountered till now were enough to prove that, had it been anyone apart from him to cluelessly walk through the doors, they would have visited the afterlife more than once. Even Johnny wouldn't be able to resist all the attacks. Why don't you come out and face me like a man? At his wit's end, Arnold yelled at the top of his lungs. Only a fool would come out to face a monster, thinking he's a man. Devon's voice echoes through the speakers placed in the metallic corridors. Despite facing death, his voice was pretty calm, and as you know, Mr. Ling, I ain't no fool. Ha 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 ha. Arnold laughed like a maniac to Devon's comments. Nice recording, Devon. You could have easily fooled me if it wasn't for the constant beeping sound of the recorder. It's faint, normally no human can hear it, but it's always there. But as you said, I'm not a human. So stop the charade and come out to play. It was true. Since his ascension, all of his sense had been reconditioned. As for the part where he said, he wasn't human, that was true as well, as his organs too had been reformed to give him a better metabolism. Essentially, Arnold was no longer a human being and he didn't care about disclosing it to Devon as he was going to kill him soon either way. Clap. 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 Expected from someone like you? Devon's voice once again echoed through the speakers. I knew you would eventually catch up to the trick, but I never thought you'd do it the moment I speak. Well done. You, sir, have my respect. Sorry to interrupt, but I don't need your respect. I'd rather have your head if that's not much to ask. Arnold stopped Devon in his tracks. So, I think it's enough of hide and seek now. Don't you think so? Inside the control room, Devon didn't reply to Arnold anymore. Instead, he enacted his plan. It wasn't a plan to kill Arnold. It was impossible for Devon to do so. Rather, it was a plan to cripple Arnold even if it meant dying in the process. He might have been ready to die, but he doubted his death would be a painless one. Arnold might even shred him into pieces just to satisfy his sadistic self. The creepy part about it, Devon knew he deserved it all. Devon shook his head. It wasn't right to be getting lost in his thoughts. He had to think 2 steps ahead of his opponent now. If his plan worked, Hell die. Even if his plan didn't work, Hell still die. No matter what, he would die at the end of the day. It would appear like he was hiding from Arnold, but in reality, he was simply buying time. Time for Gary to escape. Just then, his communicator rang. Devon picked it up, briefly glanced at the caller ID before crushing the communicator. The call was from Alex. In the instructions Devon left for him in the helicopter, he had instructed him to call him once the helicopter had pulled out of the swamps. It's time. He briefly shed a tear or two before waking out of the room, to court his death. A few minutes later, Arnold on the other hand was getting agitated. He was on his toes, waiting for Devon to spring his next trap. But when nothing happened, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He summoned all of the undead he had along with lava hounds to look for Devon. But as he did, he felt something approaching him from behind. Arnold instinctively ducked. Moments later, a missile whistled past his head. It wasn't like the missile would have killed him, thanks to his gears, but still had he not dodged it in time, he wouldn't be unscathed. After all, even the titanium walls couldn't contain the following explosion within themselves. Rather than losing his calm to anger, Arnold remained quiet. He felt strange because he was relieved as his enemy had finally shown up. "My apologies for keeping you waiting." Devon's voice boomed through his armor. "I had some final preparations to take care of. Either way, let's get this over with, shall we, Mr. Ling?" Chapter 279, Courting Death. One that mesh suit. It's different from the rest, Arnold thought as the dust settled down. Just moments ago, Arnold and Devon clashed against each other for the first time. Their punch connected mid-air, and the next moment, both of them were blown away. Arnold managed to stop himself in a couple of steps. Devon however went flying to the opposite side of the corridor. Although Arnold didn't put all of his strength in his punch, it was more than what Devon had anticipated. He went flying like a baseball and was caught by an excellent glove in the form of a titanium wall. Devon shrugged himself out of the large dent formed after the collision. A quick check on his mesh suit revealed no significant issues, other than the fact that his dominant right arm had been crippled. Pieces of his mesh suit had already made their way through his skin and stuck to the bones. Thanks to the adrenaline in his bloodstream, he didn't feel much pain. Still, blood was flowing through his wound like Niagara Falls. But Arnold wasn't unscathed either. There was a relatively clean cut on his right forearm. He didn't know how or when he got cut, but it was Devon's doing. And sure enough, the next moment, Devon pulled out a shiny short sword from underneath his arm guard. The hell was I expecting? Of course that asshole would use any dirty trick he can to win, Arnold mumbled. He was beyond agitated because of his own mistake. "I'll end you real soon, Devon, that's for sure." Arnold wasn't going to take any chances anymore. He had always thought underestimating one's opponent was the shortest route to the afterlife. And just now, he had done the same with his opponent. But not anymore. His bloodshot eyes were now filled with hatred. "Ha ha." Out of nowhere, Devon burst out laughing. "It's really fun to piss you off, you know." As he had stated before, Devon had done his research well and knew exactly how to agitate Arnold. He also knew Arnold won't think straight when he was angry. It was just the state Devon wanted Arnold to be in, because as long as Arnold did see through his plan, it wouldn't matter if he died. Devon saw Arnold's pissed off look. Just looking at his face put Devon under stress. He realized he was playing with a double-edged sword. Getting Arnold all riled up was fruitful, but it was dangerous too. Just one wrong move and Arnold wouldn't mind slicing his head off the shoulders. It was true Arnold was pissed, but he was still in control. His conscience was as clear as the Blue Lake Superscript 1. He was agitated, but his aggression wasn't needed now. Not on a despicable piece of trash like Devon. Author's note: Blue Lake, which is situated in New Zealand's South Island, is the clearest lake in the world. It is fed by water from Lake Constance. The water is so clear that it almost looks like the boats are floating mid-air. Arnold might have felt like he was in control, but his aura was all over the place. Even Devon could sense it. Large beads of cold sweat kept rolling down his face. In Devon's eyes, Arnold's eyes had turned into the eyes of a beast, bloodshot with madness. and he did not resemble a human anymore. All human emotions had left him. He had become bloodthirsty and murderous. The aura was overwhelming, but Devon quickly took hold of his emotions. His grip on the sword got tighter and then the blade started growing, all the while making loud buzzing noise as if it was made from Zeus lightning bolts. Then he braced himself to go up against Arnold. "Mr. Ling, I hope you've not turned into a mindless beast," Devon mumbled, before using the sword to slice his left arm off. Arnold was a little shocked. In his mind was a single thought: who the FCK just slices off their arm like that? Before Arnold could express his thoughts, Devon spoke up. "Don't worry about that useless arm of mine. Thanks to you, it was just causing me trouble and would eventually get in the way of our fight. So I got rid of it, just like he'll get rid of you." Arnold didn't reply. He just stood there waiting for Devon to make his move first. Since he knew the blade could harm him, he thought it would be better to dodge the sword and strike later. Within a fraction of a second, the sword grew from being a meter long to 10 meters. It felt like the long slash could even cut through the sky like a rainbow of light. And now, the strike was directed at Arnold. The slashing of his sword blew a massive blast of energy on the corridors and Arnold could feel an invisible force raging towards him like a volcanic explosion. Devon was pretty confident. If the energy sword managed to hit Arnold, he wouldn't be unscathed. The strike was too quick, and Arnold didn't move. Devon was certain the strike would hit him right at his neck. A mere cloak won't be able to protect him. But he also knew Arnold was a man full of surprises and it looked like he had pulled one such surprise now. The slash had met with the cloak, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The explosion sent shockwaves across the surrounding. The ground started to crumble, and even the tall titanium walls couldn't hold the place together and shook as countless metallic pieces rolled off its side. The place had already been in a mess, but the explosion made it worse. As the dust settled once again, a visible rift was gouged around the spot where he was standing with cracks extending like a spider's web. Despite the explosion, Arnold was still unharmed and started walking towards Devon. Devon was stunned. Although he had expected such a situation to arise, he couldn't believe it. Moreover, Arnold did not even make an effort to defend himself from the blow and took it head-on, yet he seemed unaffected. It was unbelievable. "Don't be surprised, asshole," Arnold said. "Your weapons may be good, but they are no match against the gear I'm equipped with. After all, the hide from which the cloak is made of once belonged to the monster nicknamed the worst calamity to ever walk on Earth." It didn't take long for Devon to place two and two together. Arnold was referring to Tiamat when he said the worst calamity to walk on Earth. Knowing he had no other choice, Devon quickly activated his last plan, codename, Courting Death. Chapter 280, Courting Death. Devon attacked Arnold 100 times. 100 times the former was sent flying back. Arnold was enjoying himself as if he was playing tennis with the titanium walls. Devon's mesh suit was thrashed beyond limits. It couldn't even protect him anymore. Still, he was persistently throwing punches and swinging blades at Arnold. It had already been a minute since Devon activated his plan. He just needed to stall for a few more minutes before all hell would break loose in the swamps. But with the condition of his mesh, he doubted hell be able to hold out for that long. Thinking so, Devon threw another punch at Arnold. As much as Arnold was having fun, it was time to stop this one-sided beatdown. So, he carefully planned his next strike to destroy the mesh, while minimizing the damage to Devon. Power slowly gathered to his right arm and then concentrated on his fist. With a large portion of his strength concentrated in his fist, he threw a punch at the charging mesh. Devon only heard a loud noise, then he was thrown out of the mesh. With a single punch, Arnold shattered the mesh into 100 pieces. The instruments and numerous buttons inside the mesh finally came into view. Arnold only glanced at it and he was already impressed. A lot of thought and work was put into the mesh in front of him. It was a work of art. This might come in handy later on. I should keep it in my inventory for now and study when I get the time to, Arnold mumbled before throwing the destroyed mesh in his inventory. Suddenly Arnold heard a noise. He turned around to see a bloodied Devon smile at him. He simply sat there, his back supported by the walls and started to smile. looking straight into Arnold's eyes. A moment later the smile turned into a maniacal laugh. The room suddenly felt cold, and a sudden smooth breeze caressed the exposed skin of the back of Arnold's face, as an omen of death. Coupled with that laughter, Arnold didn't know what made his skin crawl more. Arnold immediately knew something was amiss. He slowly approached Devon, but his laugh didn't stop. Arnold squatted down to Devon's level and stared him in the eye, before asking him what has he done. But Devon didn't reply. He just kept laughing like a fool. For a moment Arnold thought Devon had lost it. He smacked the back of his hand on Devon's cheeks. Within a moment, Devon's mouth was flooded with his own blood. But even then the laugh didn't stop. Seeing confusion written all over Arnold's face, Devon stopped laughing and turned to face the latter. He knew that even if Arnold tried, he won't be able to save his allies. Thus, Devon decided to tell Arnold about his plan, courting death. A plan to nuke the swamp in its entirety, killing every single organism in it. Maybe the lizardmen would be able to survive thanks to their tough armor, but everything else would be blown away. And the center of the explosion was the base they were currently inside. After hearing Devon's ultimate plan, Arnold couldn't help but chuckle. Arnold tried to hold it in, but couldn't. As long as he had his cloak around him, he would be safe. Out of nowhere, the smile evaporated off his mouth as Devon's true plan dawned upon him. Devon had already guessed that Arnold would have measures in place to survive a nuclear attack. Thus, he went for the Syndicate instead. After all, they didn't have a cloak to shield them, as he had. Without waiting for a second, Arnold grabbed Devon by the neck and told him to stop it. But Devon laughed again, saying there's no stopping the bombs now. Even if Arnold ripped his limbs off and torture him to death, everyone would still blow up. There was no fail-safe mechanism to save anyone. I already made my peace with death long ago. But your friends on the other hand, TSK, they'll die as collateral between our battle. Just 5 minutes and it's over. Devon cackled once again. Arnold had enough of Devon's crap. Agitated, he slammed Devon's head on the floor, right next to his feet. The strike rendered Devon unconscious. Made peace with death, my foot. Arnold snarled in anger. His eyes filled with rage. Even death would be scared to take you by the time I'm done with you. He quickly opened a portal to his void and threw Devon inside. Before rushing towards the exit, he had to save the others before it was too late. At the exit, Scylla was patiently waiting for him to return. But the moment she saw him racing towards her, she got in the position to fly away as if they had some kind of previous agreement. Arnold jumped on her back as she spread her boundless wings and kicked off the ground. It took him around 15 seconds to reach where everyone was clashing against the lizardman. He didn't have any time to waste, so he jumped off Scylla's back while ordering her to finish off the remaining lizardman. The moment his feet touched the ground, he instructed everyone to stop and opened a gigantic travel portal behind them. Arnold's summons were the first to back away, and the next moment, Scylla's hellfire rained upon the lizardmen, turning most of them into crispy lizardy bacon. Everyone was shocked and confused. Why were the two Arnolds in front of them, and where the hell did a dragon appeared from? The Arnold they had been following till now quickly made his way through the crowd and bowed before the second one. The rest of Arnold's monsters did the same thing, and a moment later, the first Arnold transformed to reveal his true identity. Wait, is that Talos? Nathan, Alan and Nina blurted out at the same time. All of the soldiers had a lot of questions, but before they could ask a single thing, Arnold started grabbing and throwing people inside the portal. Are you all deaf? I said, leave now. Arnold roared with all his might. The soldiers, as confused as they were, immediately rushed towards the portal. They trusted Arnold, not a lot but enough to do as he said. Nina, Alan, Nicole and Nathan, however, decided to rush towards Arnold and asked him just what the hell was going on. It's Devon, that son of a psycho bitch, planted a nuclear bomb that'll explode within 4 minutes or so. You guys should leave. He'll be right behind you. Arnold gave them a short version of what happened with Devon and started pushing them towards the portal. They took the hint and rushed towards the portal. Only Nina stayed behind and planted a kiss on his lips. I'm staying with you. Let's leave together. Nina knew Arnold would do something reckless if he stayed behind alone. Thus, She tried to persuade him to leave with her. She expected him to turn her down, but he didn't. Instead, he simply smiled at her. "Fine by me. I was planning on leaving either way." Chapter 281, Destiny 1. Some conflicts are worth dying for if you are protecting those you love from a determined foe. Yet most of the people are driven away by the thought of death, so retreat becomes the only option. And that's exactly what Arnold was making the soldiers do. While Arnold was explaining the situation to his trusted companions, someone overheard him. The news of a possible nuclear explosion spread like a wildfire. Everyone grew restless, and even though the portal Arnold had generated was gigantic, there was a rush to escape. The swamp was thrown into an uproar. Some soldiers were carefully falling back into the travel portal while Arnold's summons protected them from the onslaught of the lizardmen, while the rest had abandoned all sense of reason and were getting more and more restless by the moment. Grok and his lizards were a bit confused with the abrupt retreat of the enemy forces, but he knew one thing: a retreating enemy is weak and thus easy to kill. That's why he had given the lizardmen an order to kill the invaders. Sadly, it was easier said than done. The moment the new guy appeared on the battlefield, Grok's plan to kill the humans was torn to shreds. Not only that, that dragon he had brought along with him was mercilessly killing his bidders, almost made him feel like they were its playthings. That demon is the cause of all this. Grok gritted his shark-like teeth together. "I have to deal with him first. As soon as he's out, the situation should return as it was before." But to kill Arnold, he would have to sneak past dozens of his soldiers first. Thankfully, he had an ability to help him through situations like these. He gave his trusted warriors a look and they understood what they had to do. While Grok erased any signs of his existence, his lizardmen diverted Sila's attention towards them. His clan came not to save their own lives, yet to preserve their standing in swamps as the kingsmen. Its distraction didn't last for long because Sila burned them alive immediately, but it was enough for Grok to sneak past Sila and the rest of the elite summons. He had turned into a silent assassin with a single goal in his mind: to kill the man responsible for the destruction of his clan. Everything was moving more or less the way Arnold had expected. But now it was time to save his summons too, namely only two of them, Talos and Sila. Since most of Arnold's summons consisted of dead monsters and humans, no matter how many times they perished, they would resurrect sooner or later. However, the same wasn't true for Sila or Talos. No matter how strong Talos was, at the end of the day he was just a huge chunk of metal. In a sense, he was strong but perishable. Arnold had doubts whether he'll be able to survive a nuclear explosion or not, thus he didn't want to take any chances. After all, if Talos got trashed beyond repairs, it would be a huge loss for Arnold. Then there was Sila, the strongest and most fearsome among his soldiers. But in the end, she was a living being, unlike his summons. Thus the probability of her dying by radiation was quite high. Arnold knew he had to ensure their safety first before his own. Without wasting a moment, Arnold opened another portal leading to the domain. Next, he instructed both Sila and Talos to get inside. Sila was a bit hesitant to do so as she was having so much fun, but what could she done against her master? Talos, on the other hand, immediately realized why Arnold was making such a request all of a sudden. As Talos was leaving, Arnold pulled him back for a moment. Thea's guest inside. Would you mind giving him a house tour? Also, let him have a taste of our hospitality, but do not kill him. Arnold's voice was extremely cold as he said those words, obviously referring to Devon, whom he had thrown inside the domain. Talos told his master to rest assured and he'll do whatever was needed of him before disappearing inside the darkness of the void. As soon as the portal closed, Arnold quickly turned around and threw a punch, hitting no one. It looked as if he was practicing some form of martial arts, but the following moment, his fist got covered with some blue-colored liquid which awfully resembled lizardman blood. Nina, who had been standing behind him, was shocked. The air in front of her began distorting, and the next thing she knew, a huge black-scaled lizardman was standing between her and Arnold. "What the hell?" she mumbled, immediately drawing her sword out, ready to stab the lizard to death. But before she could do as she intended, Arnold's voice came from the other side. "Don't bother staining your blade with his blood unnecessarily," Arnold said, his voice colder than before. "He'll be dying shortly either way." Grok had been completely blindsided by Arnold's sudden action. He thought that his camouflage ability totally erased his presence from the mortal plane by transfer into his soul into the astral plane. One moment he was ready to strike Arnold down with his gigantic axe, but the next moment, his life was turned upside down. It should have been impossible for Arnold's attack to hit him, yet he remembered the moment vividly. The lizardman had never experienced such unbelievable power before and was completely stunned by Arnold's strength. Right before striking at Arnold, he felt a chill around his chests, and before he could even react, an excruciating pain emanated from his heart and shot through the nerves right into his brain. All of this happened in a flash. Grok looked down and froze in horror. His already huge eyes widened even more, and pupils contracted. Arnold's hand had pierced into his armored chest, with all 5 fingers plunged deep into the body. His heart was literally in Arnold's hand now. It was over, yet Grok's mind was filled with questions. How could his armor and scales be pierced through by a mere hand? Just how? Not even bullets could penetrate through his thick hide yet. It was absurd. The strength of the human was disgusting. No, he wasn't a human at all. No human could have done it. He looked into Arnold's eyes. They were filled with rage yet calm like a monk. With a mouth full of blood, he asked Arnold, "How?" Arnold, however, did not say a word before he ripped out the monster's throbbing heart. Blood spurted out from his chests, splattering everywhere. Grok wanted to scream in agony, but it seemed his body had other plans. As a thick stream of blood poured from his mouth instead. Weirdly enough, he could still see his heart throbbing in Arnold's hands. "Just die already," Arnold yelled as he squeezed and crushed his hearts without any hesitation. Chapter 282, Destiny 2. What happened here? Nina mumbled. Even though she was the one standing closest to Arnold, things happened rather quickly. She could barely register anything. Arnold had randomly punched the air, and the next thing she knew, the black lizardman, the foe not even the strongest of Arnold's summons could destroy, was dead, and all it took was a punch. Nina loved this guy with all her heart. But at times like these, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Just what kind of monster did she give her heart to? Arnold only got like this once in a while, but she was growing increasingly concerned about him. Somehow she felt he wasn't the same weird and happy guy he once was. "I killed a sneaky bastard. That's all," Arnold mumbled, kicking Grok's corpse in the void before closing it. "Nearly everyone has evacuated. We should leave as well." Before Arnold could complete what he was saying, a blinding burst of light erupted out of nowhere, followed by a deafening explosion. The confused mob looked at each other. To their horror, they could see right through each other, as if all of them were wearing some kind of X-ray goggles. Some could even see the blood flowing inside them, as well as their organs. Arnold and Nina were no exception. It seemed only Arnold knew what was happening. Devon had tricked him. Even when he was defeated, he tricked Arnold. It was true, there was a countdown of 5 minutes before the nuclear bomb would go off. Arnold thought it would take 5 minutes from when Devon confessed about his doomsday plan, when in reality, Devon had already activated it a couple of minutes prior to confessing to Arnold. That son of a bitch Devon, Arnold thought before quickly undoing his cloak and wrapping it tightly around Nina. He wouldn't let the woman he loved get caught in his mess. Nina knew exactly what Arnold was doing, and started to resist. They both loved each other, and so were ready to die to protect each other. But Arnold was firm about it. He was stronger. He could survive things she couldn't. Thus, rather than starting a debate, he quickly knocked her out before throwing her over his shoulder. "This is no place for you to die," he mumbled. He was quite confident in his survival, thanks to his passive ability, Sacred Protection, the ability which would protect him from certain death once, but had a cool-down period of a week. As for dealing with the radiation, he hadn't thought about that yet. Then he quickly closed the travel portal. He felt sorry for the ones standing in front of the travel portal, but he couldn't risk millions of lives on the other side of the portal. They were doomed, or so they thought. The next second, he opened another portal leading to his domain and let everyone fall in. His secret wasn't as important as their lives. Moreover, he could alter their memories with Amanda's help once everything was stable. So it was all good. Next, he made a run for the void himself. With an unconscious Nina slung over his shoulder, he instructed his summons to jump in as well, although they weren't his priority at the moment. They could resurrect. He couldn't. Asterios was closer to the portal than him, so with all his might, Arnold threw Nina towards him. Asterios reluctantly jumped into the portal while holding Nina in his arms. Asterios, despite being a warmonger, was aware of his master's love for the human female. Thus, he jumped in to save the lady first. As powerful as the void domain ability was, like every other skill, it too had a drawback. And in this case, the drawback was that Arnold could only open one portal leading to his void at one time. And the portal he had opened to save the people was quite a distance from where he was. He activated Rapid Flash, and closed the distance pretty much in an instant. However, even though the portal was within his reach, it hadn't felt so far away before. He was a second too late. The blast had hit him. Immediately after, bursts of hellish fire descended upon the swamps. The flames, the explosion, the heat tore the swamps down like it had a personal vendetta against it. Following it, a huge cloud of smoke and dust shrouded the sky. The sky had turned colorless and shapeless. The next moment, the smoke came crashing down on Arnold as his ears kept buzzing continuously. His HP plummeted down like never before. Notifications kept popping up in front, but Arnold didn't care. Arnold knew what was coming next. Even in his pained state, the safety of the rest took priority to him. Thus, he closed the portal, which was way out of his reach now. He left his life at the mercy of destiny. If he was supposed to live on, he would. And if he wasn't, he wouldn't. It was for destiny to decide, not him. Maybe I should have saved myself first. Arnold smiled wanly, while his body kept spouting blood at an alarming rate. Just as he had predicted, the neutron blast hit him again. There was no way for him to prepare for the impact as he couldn't see what was coming for him. His body was lifted high by the neutron blast wave. For a moment he felt weightless. And then the wave propelled him back brutally. Slamming down so hard, he felt all of the bones in his body crack simultaneously. His mouth had turned into a broken faucet, spewing blood everywhere. Arnold couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. Everything went blurry, as he was thrown into a dreamlike state. Meanwhile in Shiva's domain, things were supposed to be different. Shiva mumbled. A frown was clearly visible on his face. Lady Parvati was by his side, like a devoted wife to her. Shiva had always been a happy man. Seeing him frown like that, immediately made her rush to comfort the life of her life. "What's wrong, my love?" she asked, gently caressing Shiva's broad shoulders. He was supposed to lose her, to lose everyone there. Suddenly, his frown was replaced by genuine happiness, but that stubborn mortal changed his destiny. Shiva didn't mention it, but Arnold's compassion for Nina and the rest of the humans made quite an impression on him. It was a weird feeling, even for a godly being like him. But Arnold somehow reminded him of his early days as a higher god. The times where he was carefree and madly in love. If Shiva had been a mortal like Arnold, as well as trapped in the same situation, he too would have saved the others first. Or at least tried to. "I refuse to believe he's as stubborn as you are." Lady Parvati chuckled while Shiva simply shrugged his shoulders. What would happen to him now? He changed the outcome that I had in my mind. In other words, he changed destiny, no matter how small and insignificant that change might have been. Consider it the butterfly effect. No matter how small the change is, it could affect the future in innumerable ways. Shiva smiled once again. From this moment on, whatever happens to him will happen as a consequence of his choices. No more shall he be bounded to his destiny. But, if he does as he pleases, wouldn't it affect your plans? I've grown quite fond of this mortal. He reminds me of myself in a weird manner. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't face hardships just because he changed destiny. Who knows, maybe his future would be more painful to him than the one I had in mind. Chapter 283, Sacrifice for some, hallucinations were the same as being tortured for real. When suddenly all of the emotions, all of the trauma, and none of the empathy that would come rushing towards you with such a real-life ordeal, it was to be expected. But for Arnold, hallucinations were just like any other dream or nightmare. Right now, he was in one such sequence. After a long time, he was walking around a dark and empty space. There was nothing in sight, just him and darkness. Still, the place looked oddly familiar to him. It was like he was stranded in his domain. Only Avalon and his summons were missing. "Anyone here?" Arnold yelled at the top of his lungs. He knew he was hit by a nuke. He also knew his life was in danger. That's why he needed to get back to the real world as fast as he could. But sadly he couldn't a way out. No matter what he tried, nothing seemed to work. He was still stuck in the void of darkness. "It's weird," a voice echoed. "You weren't in a hurry to save yourself mere moments ago, but now you want to rush to save yourself." "It's you, isn't it?" Arnold let out a sarcastic smile, as he now knew who was behind it all. The one who gave him his abilities, the man whom he kept chasing in his dreams, the man with the trident, Shiva. "Who else do you think would waste their time on you?" Shiva replied. His words were harsh yet had a weird kindness hidden in them. "I don't think anyone else would. But I'm not here to discuss your worth but to give you a choice to live, or to die." "And what's the catch?" Arnold was aware nothing in the world was free of cost, especially before taking a chance like this. Thus he wanted to gain as much information as he could before engaging in negotiations with a god who would likely screw him over. "Nothing. I can't control your fate anymore. Shall you choose to live? Your life would be completely in your hands." Shiva's voice echoed in the void, but he was nowhere to be seen. "However, having your fate in your own hands might not be an ideal choice. Only a few mortals are granted such freedom, and out of them, only a handful of them go ahead to achieve great things. The rest get drowned in an ocean of choices and end up living a cursed life." Shiva continued, "Despite what you mortals think, having your fate in your hands more or less leads to a path of destruction. So beware of the choice you make, my vassal. Carefully think it over before making any decision. No matter what the future has in store for me." Arnold smiled. "I still have some business to take care of and dying is not an option." "Thanks for the heads up, but I think he'll choose to live, no matter the cost." "I should've known. Either way, your wish shall be granted." Shiva happily granted Arnold's wish. "But remember, the future ahead of you might not be to your liking and you will have no choice but to live through it. I wish you achieve the greatness you desire, or maybe you won't." As soon as Shiva uttered those words, Arnold's vision began distorting. After moments that felt like an eternity, he slowly forced his drowsy eyes open. He was greeted by a gruesome sight. The greeny swamp had been turned into a grey marshland. The entire place was either burning or had been obliterated. Arnold could barely move his head, for it felt like his head would fall off the shoulders if he forced himself too much. He was covered in a mixture of his blood and radioactive ash and rain. The sky had turned black with a weird greenish thunderstorm raging over his head. Black droplets of God knows what were raining over him. Each drop burned like a bullet on his skin. But slowly the pain faded away. Or to be precise, Arnold couldn't feel the pain anymore. The pain he felt earlier was so severe. His pain receptors had already stopped responding. "I don't feel pain anymore. At least something good came out of this shit," Arnold thought. He wanted to smile but his broken jaw didn't allow it. As Arnold thought, sacred protection saved his life from the initial explosion, but his unconscious body remained vulnerable to the after effects of the nuclear explosion. Essence of Life ability was trying the best to heal Arnold's wounds, but its effect was slow and the damage done was severe. Unable to restore the host's life force due to excessive loss of blood. Unable to restore the host's movement. Several internal injuries detected. Starting the procedure to begin healing now. Radiation poisoning is slowing down the healing. Searching for an optimal solution. Concentrating the radiation poison into one body part so that other parts can begin healing. The system went berserk trying its best to save its host. But Arnold wasn't much hopeful. After all, Even the all-powerful system had to have its limits. He may as well be doomed. Maybe he got too cocky about his strength. Having a nuke burst over his head was quite a wake-up call. He was a little late, but that was fine. Arnold didn't notice, but slowly his left hand started turning black, while the rest of his body began healing. Until now, Arnold was more or less able to feel his limbs. But now, all of a sudden he lost all feeling in his left arm but regained some control over his remaining body. Slowly but surely his body began recovering. His pale skin turned lively again. His wounds started recovering faster. Soon enough, Arnold regained control over his body. He couldn't feel pain anymore, but he knew he was hurt. After all, his body was still covered in innumerable wounds. Happy that the system once again saved his life, he tried getting up, only to notice his left hand had turned into the darkest shade of black he had ever noticed. Also, he couldn't feel the arm anymore. He tried moving it, but nothing happened. Before he could grasp what was happening, System's armor notified him about his condition. Deposition of radiation poison into user's subservient arm completed, requesting the user to sever the arm to stop the poison from spreading further into the body. Sever my arm, Arnold mumbled involuntarily as his jaw was fixed. Affirmative. If action is not taken with 15 seconds, the poison would start spreading throughout the host's body. The arm is useless either way. It's better to sacrifice the arm rather than your life. Arnold knew the system was serious. The arm was indeed useless to him now. He had no choice. Arnold took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. He had sliced the limbs of countless people, yet now he wasn't so sure in his skill. He quietly took his glove off his left arm and began carefully heating the hidden blade on it using hellfire. He had to make sure the cut was quick and clean. Otherwise, the radiation would find another way into his body. He curled up his left hand, taking quick breaths. The next moment, he reached out with his right hand and picked up the glove, raising it high. He took one last breath. The blade hummed through the air as it swung down sharply. It sliced through perfectly, cutting the hand clean, right from the shoulder. Arnold thought he would feel some kind of pain, but he didn't. No blood came gushing out of the wound as Arnold quickly sealed the wound shut by smearing a bit of lava over it before quickly freezing it. He gave one last look to his severed arm. Black and ashen, the arm which had taken countless lives of both humans and monsters laid there as dead as the rest of the swamp. Arnold's job was done there. It was time to return to his void and do something about his missing hand. He wouldn't be much of a creationist if he didn't have both of his hands. Chapter 284, What Now? Nina woke up in cold sweat. Her head was continuously aching in pain. She looked around the well-furnished room, hearing the soft sounds of people trotting outside. She didn't know where she was, but gazing around the room made her realize something. From the bedsheet to the paint on the walls, everything was up to Arnold's liking. She tried to get up, but her head felt heavy. Very heavy, like a bomb had exploded over her head. It was only then she broke free from her mental trance and remembered what happened and threw the blanket off of her. Arnold's cloak was still wrapped around her. It was all real. Where's he? Nina exclaimed, rushing towards the door. She needed to find someone to answer her questions. Fortunately, Talos was making rounds around the Avalon to make sure everyone was comfortable, especially his master's precious guest, Devon, who had been shacked up inside the prison cells down in the basement. Everyone apart from Nina was being kept under strict surveillance, as he didn't know what Arnold had planned on doing with them. In the meantime, Alice and Natasha were helping anyone they could. Just as Nina stepped out, her head banged against Talos' metallic chest plate. She fell hard on her butt. Talos quickly helped her up. "Madam, you shouldn't be running around in your condition," Talos reminded her. "If you need anything, you should have simply called one of us." "Talos, where is he?" Nina cut the automaton off mid-sentence. Talos immediately knew who Nina was talking about. Sadly, he was as clueless as the lady. He had no idea where his master was or if he was even safe. But he also knew telling Nina about it wouldn't yield any positive result. so he decided to come up with a lie instead. Master is back safe and sound. He's handling some matters right now. I'll inform him that you want to see him. Then he proceeded to fake a call between one of the other automaton, to make his lie a little bit believable. And it's done. He'll be here shortly. In the meantime, please rest as much as you can. It'll be good for your health. And you're a terrible liar. Has anyone told you that before? Nina scowled. I guess you're not the one to blame. That idiot is no good at lying either. Just tell me where he is for God's sake. Fine, I'll look for him myself then. Nina pushed him aside and walked out of the corridor. Talos was right behind her. As Nina started walking around the complex, she realized something. Every single of Arnold's summons was living under the same roof. The more she looked around, the more confused she became. Just what was this place? Why did Arnold throw everyone in here? Where was he? Was he safe? With too many questions simultaneously coursing through her mind, her head started pounding even more. She rushed out of what seemed to be the entrance, hoping to get some clarity on the situation. Instead, she got even more perplexed. She initially thought she was inside Arnold's base in Zone 4, but she wasn't there. She was nowhere. The building was the only thing inside the black space. Nothing else. Scylla, Dread, and Asterios were the only ones outside. Where are we? Nina turned around to face Talos, who was patiently waiting behind her. This is our master's domain. His private space. A place where he and the ones who serve him live harmoniously together. No one can access this place except for Master. Talos tried to explain her to the best of his ability. But why are we here then? Did Arnold send us here to protect us from the explosion? Nina shot the next question. Talos nodded. I can only assume that Master didn't want to leave anyone behind. Thus, he did what he thought was the ideal solution. He saved everyone important to him. Moreover, I think he'll like to keep this place a secret. So, but where is he? He isn't here, is he? Talos remained silent, before shaking his head. He didn't know where Arnold was, neither was he going to lie about it anymore. He might have been a metallic shelf from the outside, but on the inside, he understood Arnold better than any of his summons. Thus, he knew there was no point in lying to her anymore. Either way, sooner or later, she would have discovered it on her own, which would lead to more complications. But he didn't expect her to have a breakdown right then and there. The realization soon dawned upon her. He was out there alone, in the middle of a nuclear attack. He was there, alone. No one was there to help him out. Did it have to be him? Why didn't he just let the rest of them die? Why did he have to be a hero every fucking time? Why couldn't he save himself first for FCK's sake? Why? Just WHY? What were you doing? She burst into tears. WHY are you so useless? Nina had lost it. She was crying and slapping herself continuously. Talos rushed to console her. He might not have known where his master was, but he knew he was alive. If he wasn't, then most probably, the domain would collapse altogether. But before he could reach the lady, a hand reached her first. A portal had opened right behind her, and a moment later someone walked out of it. Nina immediately turned around. Her face had turned red from crying and slapping herself. Her eyes too had turned red, but her eyes weren't filled with pain or grief anymore. She had found the one she had been waiting for. You know, crying doesn't suit you at all. Arnold's weak voice echoed through her ears. The voice might have been weak, but the underlying love reached his lover's heart. She jumped up and hugged him tightly and refused to let go. Her face was buried deep in his chest. In no time Arnold's shirt, or whatever remained of it, got soaked with her tears and snot. Arnold gave her a weak smile before kissing her forehead. He didn't know why, but seeing her crying made his heart twist with pain. After what felt like eternity, she finally let him go. The next moment she gasped in horror, "Your arm." Nina mumbled and covered her mouth. "It was getting in the way, so I got rid of it." "Looks cool, doesn't it?" Arnold tried to laugh it off, but no one found it funny. Not even Talos. Tell Alive and Nat I might need their help with. You know what? Chapter 285. Enough to kill you. On Natasha only excelled in spiritual healing, meaning she couldn't perform surgeries or even use band-aids. let alone helping during a surgery. Although she had spells that could take care of mortal wounds, neither she nor Alice could regenerate an arm. It wasn't that they weren't capable of doing so, but such a regenerative spell didn't exist in the world, at least with the people who haven't received the powers of a system. While Arnold contemplated his next move, Alice had her undivided attention on Arnold. However, the best Alice could do was to properly clean the wound and help Arnold ease the pain. While Alice was tending to Arnold's wound, Nina waited by his side. Alice had to cauterize the wound once again to prevent any chance of infection. Arnold's makeshift solution wouldn't have held the infection out forever either way. But there was an issue. Okay, there's a problem, Alice told the couple after analyzing the wound. What is it? Arnold asked while casually sipping his beer like he was there for nothing more than a regular checkup. Your makeshift elemental band-aid has been kinda welded onto the wound. So if I try to rip it off, it'll be extremely painful. Pulling it off might also tear some muscle fibers and lead to tremendous blood loss. But I can take care of the blood loss, so that's not the issue. The issue is the pain. I'll use a sedative-inducing spell too. Alice tried her best to explain the situation to Arnold, who in return simply chuckled as he couldn't feel any kind of pain anymore. But neither Alice nor Nina knew about it. Why are you so dense? Nina just couldn't hold it anymore. Your ARM is missing. For God's sake? Do you have any idea how any of us feel right now? Especially me, do you? How can you be so carefree right now? Just what is wrong with you? Why I'm carefree? It's because I know, sooner or later I'll figure something out. Like always, he replied after putting the beer bottle down. You of all people should know, I wouldn't do something so harsh like chopping my arm off without thinking it through. Arnold placed his right hand on her chin while stroking her cheek with his thumb. I know I made you worried. Every one of you. I made a choice, and now I have to live with the consequences. But I don't regret it. I don't regret anything. If given the choice I might do it again. He was telling the truth. While Alice was analyzing the wound, he had already searched the system shop for a suitable solution, but there was none. Not a single ability or subclass that could regenerate a severed arm. The only thing he could do was to buy a shit ton of large healing potions to get his HP back to the maximum. Magic might not have a solution for him. But where magic fails, technology clears the way. He had already made his mind. As he was quite an expert in making automatons, so he was more than confident in his skills to make a prosthetic arm for both daily uses as well as combat. However, it would be difficult to make one with just one arm. But Arnold already had a solution in mind. Talos was quite good at creation just like him, and so was Devon. With Devon's brain and Talos' skills, they could easily make the prosthetic for him, and then with the help of the prosthetic arm, he could also make a better one for a variety of purposes. But before that, he had a few matters to take care of. Like dealing with Devon, he might not have had a system to aid him, but he was the first one to truly enrage Arnold and even indirectly sever his arm. Killing him now would be mercy, and Arnold wasn't a merciful guy. I get it. But why does it have to be you? When the dragon attacked, you were the one to defend us. And even now, you were the one to save us all. Both of the times you nearly died. For how long will your luck will save you? Nina tried her best to keep her emotions in check, but at times like these, it was impossible. Especially when her boyfriend kept endangering his life every f***ing week. You do know him retired now, right? Arnold replied. The fact hadn't crossed her mind yet. Arnold did inform them about it. The mission to retake the swamps would be his last mission. She always thought Arnold was saying it just to get the media off his back. But hearing those words now made her realize that Arnold had been serious the entire time. Serious, 100%. Arnold smiled. However, he'll still train a bit, but he'll only fight to protect the family and you. Moreover, Nicole is more than capable of taking care of everything else, so there's no need for a disabled man like me to keep pushing. Don't you think so? Such a jerk. Nina finally broke a smile for the first time that day. You'll throw your sister and my best friend to clear up the world's mess while you enjoy retirement? Are you even her biological brother? I'm a jerk you love. And don't worry, everything will be fine, eventually. Ahem. Now if you live birds are done, shall I proceed with the treatment? Alice reprimanded them playfully. You ready? I won't lie, this will hurt a lot. I doubt that. Arnold gave her a wink. What do you mean? Alice's finally curiosity got the best of her. She knew Arnold was a man with a lot of talents, so even if she was curious, she wasn't surprised. Not even a bit. Let's just say the blast did something to my body and now I don't feel any pain. Not anymore. How do you think I managed to cut my arm off? I didn't feel any pain, so, yeah, that's something new. There are people who end up passing away from the shock of thinking they got hit by a truck. Then there's you. Not only you survived a nuclear blast, you gained a little something from it as well. Alice lightened up everyone's mood. So, you should be okay if I author's note, just your run-of-the-mill, hidden reference to make y'all flex your brain cells. Just get it over with, I have a guest to visit. Sure. Chapter 286, Enough to Kill You Two and, done. Alice mumbled, I did what I could. The wound has been cleaned and sealed. Thanks for the help, Arnold replied while Alice began gathering the bandages soaked in his blood. He thought the loss of an arm wouldn't bother him too much, but he was wrong. He felt like shit. The only good thing about the entire ordeal was, well, he'll get a new and better arm. Maybe. He wasn't too hopeful. After all, how could a mechanized arm replace one made by nature? His main concern at the moment was regarding his abilities. You see, even if he gets a prosthetic arm, Arnold wouldn't be able to cast any of his abilities using that arm, which was his biggest concern among everything. However, it wasn't all gloom and doom for him. He was a creationist, so having a mechanical arm was a blessing as well. Maybe, if his luck favors him, he'll be able to use blood runes on himself, making him stronger. As usual, his imagination was the only limit he had. Alice, if you don't mind, please keep the bandages in the vault. I might need them later. Arnold stopped her from discarding the bandages. Both Alice and Nina gave him a weird look but obeyed him. Alice knew Arnold wouldn't unnecessarily ask her to do something, thus she obliged his request. Since I already have the blood available, why waste any more blood for blood runes? He thought. The HP potions have already topped my health to the top 2. It's the ideal time to quickly make some blood runes. But first I should pay a little visit to my guest. It'll be impolite to not do so, right? Thinking so, Arnold quickly got up and lazily pulled a shirt over himself, before walking out. Nina didn't know what else to do, so she accompanied him. Outside, Talos was patiently waiting for his master. Talos, where is he? Arnold asked. In cell number B2, master. Okay. Get Natasha and follow me there. As your wish. Talos replied and left to fetch Natasha immediately. What do you need her for? Nina was a bit confused. And who are you talking about? Devon. I knocked him out and threw him in. Just like you, Arnold mumbled. And as for calling Natasha over, you know what she's capable of better than the rest of the family. Nina recalled the infamous incident once again. How couldn't she remember that? Back when the White Wolves attacked the family, Arnold put Natasha in charge of interrogating the captives. Nina had volunteered for the same and she regretted making the choice ever since. The screams she heard that day send a chill down her spine every time she sees her. So going to interrogate him? Nina asked. Something along those lines. Arnold wasn't even sure if what he was planning would be successful or not, but he had to give it a try at the very least. Killing Devon was out of the question. No matter how much Arnold wanted to kill him, the immense knowledge he had about monsters and various technologies forced Arnold to calm his mind. Killing Devon would be the worst mistake to make, for now. So why not use him as a slave? Use him for his knowledge. Once he had nothing left, well, then Arnold would hand him over to the Syndicate. Until then, Devon was presumed to be dead in the nuclear explosion. It was possible, as Arnold only told them about Devon's plan, not of what he was planning on doing with him. Talos was back in a flash along with Natasha, who was flaunting her voluptuous body as usual, wearing next to nothing. However, unlike earlier, she was extremely respectful towards Arnold and even Nina. She did so because she knew, her master's heart belonged to the lady in front of them, which indirectly meant she was supposed to serve Nina as well. You could say it was a part of her professional commitment. It was a bit weird, but what wasn't weird in their world? Arnold acknowledged her bow with a short nod before turning to Talos. By the way, where's that snake queen? What was her name again? Alaya. Right, where is she? I don't think she made it through the explosion, Master, Talos replied. Back when Arnold had opened the portal leading to his domain, not all of the monsters under his command made it through, and Alaya was one of the few who didn't. She got obliterated when the first neutron blast hit her. Did you have any use of her? Talos asked Arnold, curious as to why his master was inquiring about a useless monster. Nothing. I was about to tell you to kill her, had she made it through the explosion, Arnold replied without any hesitation. The only use I had of her and her weak nagas was to act as cannon fodder during the battle. Now that her loyal nagas were gone, she wasn't of any use to me either, so it was better to get rid of her. Well, now I think I need to thank Devon for reducing your workload, Arnold continued. Also, I wanted to ask you about the progress with the ogres. It's been a while since you've been feeding them beast crystals. Am I correct? Talos nodded before responding. The experiments, so far, have been successful. However, I'm trying not to force them or something, as we know what happens when a being gets overdosed on crystal cocktail. Right. If everything goes well, then Devon can also help you with that. But before that, you gotta make an arm for me. I can't live the rest of my life like Shanks. At that moment, the four of them arrived at the location. The prison cell was barely 6 feet by 4. The walls were the same thick grey stone as the rest of the basement. All in all, it was a hollow cube of concrete, one way in, no window. Thanks to the darkness of the void, one could have no idea how much time had passed or even if it was night or day. The isolation was absolute and the stimulation was zero. No sound to hear, no light to see, nothing. The only piece of furniture the cell had was a chair on which Devon had been chained. There were numerous wounds on his body. Wounds which Arnold didn't give him, but he knew the one who did. He looked at Natasha, who immediately apologized to him, saying she became enraged after she saw Arnold missing an arm. Although Arnold understood the sentiment behind her actions, he reminded her that she was not allowed to do as she pleased with anyone, until he told her otherwise. She was about to apologize again, but Arnold stopped her. Don't sweat it. He more or less deserved it. But next time ask me before doing anything like this. Arnold sighed. Alright, let's do this. Chapter 287, Enough to Kill You 3. Lose the cuffs. But Master Talos, he has no intention of running. And even if he did, do you think make it out of my domain? Arnold dismissed Talos' unwarranted concerns. Kmonti, your processor is getting slow or what? The one who made the processor, Master Talos replied in his emotionless voice before entering the cell to do what he was told. Both Nina and Natasha couldn't hold back their laugh. Talos rarely used backhanded sarcasm, but now it looked like he had been learning quite a few things from his master. A moment later, Talos freed Devon from his shackles. Devon rubbed his wrists to ease the blood flow in his arms but otherwise remained quiet. Initially, he didn't seem interested in Arnold, not even a bit. But when he glanced at him once, he burst into cold and hysterical laughter. All the while he was pointing at Arnold's missing arm. Before activating the nuclear strike, Devon had commented on taking a couple of Arnold's limbs with him to hell. Even though he failed to die like he was supposed to, he ended up taking an arm from his enemy. An enemy who was either respected or feared by the general populace of America. Not even the dragon was able to cause any permanent damage to Arnold, yet he did it. He, a man without any powers, did it. Seeing Devon laugh at his master made Natasha angry. But she wasn't the only one. Talos too was thinking about putting the useless human in his place. Both of them simultaneously took a step in Devon's direction, but Arnold stopped them. Let the man have his moment, he told them. But Devon didn't stop. He laughed and laughed like there was no tomorrow. Even Nina thought his laugh was getting unbearable, but Arnold on the other hand kept smiling. Ha ha. How does it feel to lose an arm? "Oh great warrior," Devon said between his hysterical laughter, "from America's strongest to having an amputated arm. What a journey. Do you even have enough strength to kill someone? Ha ha." 96. 97. Arnold mumbled something. He had started this practice to keep his temper in check. He would generally count till 100. If his enemy stopped during his period, all was forgiven. But if they didn't, well, then that's another story altogether. "Did you said anything?" Nina asked him. But Arnold didn't reply to Devon or her. 98. 99. 100. Without a warning, Arnold launched himself towards Devon, kneeing his chest. The laughing genius was sent flying back with a loud thud. He was no warrior. Just a kick with a knee-tenth of Arnold's strength was enough to send him flying across the cell. After landing heavily on the floor, not only did Devon throw up whatever was in his stomach but also quite some quantity of blood along with it. Everyone was shocked. Arnold's mood swings were way too unpredictable and extreme. One moment he had been smiling like a doting parent, the next moment he was the devil incarnate. No one noticed. Devon wasn't laughing anymore. He was on the floor, squirming like a worm. Arnold kicked him over before placing his foot on Devon's palm, crushing it without a moment's hesitation. The bones in Devon's palm got bent out of shape. Some even managed to penetrate through his skin. Arnold proceeded and did the same to his other hands. Devon's laugh was now replaced with his desperate cries. Talos and Natasha, who had already witnessed Arnold's cold demeanor before, were unfazed. However, Nina couldn't help but wonder, when did Arnold become so cold-hearted? At times she felt she didn't know him. There were times she stared at him with fear, and in her eyes, he was no different from a demon. Then there were times when he was the same weird and loving partner she had loved for quite some time. Seeing his summons do the dirty work for him was a different matter. But seeing him torturing someone and enjoying it was different. She couldn't take it anymore and left the basement. She couldn't see this side of Arnold anymore. "Master, leave her be." Arnold cut Talos off. "Nat, heal him up." "As you wish, Master." She bowed and proceeded to heal Devon's crushed arm. Arnold then forced Devon up to his feet and looked him in the eyes. Just his look was enough to break Devon in sweat. "I know what you were trying to do back then." Arnold smiled. "Believe me, Devon, no matter how hard you try to piss me off, I won't kill you. Your trick might have worked on my summons, my soldiers, but I can see right through your petty tricks." Arnold grabbed Devon by his neck and lifted him off the ground, slowly tightening his grip around his neck. "As for answering your question, I'm still enough to kill you, don't you think so?" Arnold didn't even intend to kill the man, but as he tightened his grip around his neck, he started to black out. Arnold immediately let go of him and Devon started coughing and wheezing. "Why are you so weak?" Arnold sniggered. "Let's cut to the chase, shall we? I want you to work for me, starting today." "What if I don't?" "You'll kill me." Devon smiled at him before spitting out some phlegm. What is he even thinking, asking for his enemy to work for him? Is he really out of his mind? "No, number. He'll never kill you. Way too precious for me." Arnold smiled. "However, I can't say the same for him." Arnold nodded and Talos projected a video from his eyes for them to see. Arnold didn't turn around to see the video. He was just noticing the change in Devon's expression, how it changed from shock to anger to sadness to defeat. It was a video showing Alex, Gary and his caretaker being taken prisoners by Arnold's summons. There was no doubt, Arnold was using Gary as a bargaining chip to ensure Devon's services. "You seriously thought none of us would notice a helicopter flying over our heads?" "Well, it doesn't matter what you thought." Arnold let out a sadistic smile. "Now let me ask you again, will you work for me or not?" "I will." Devon mumbled like an obedient dog. If his son was in danger he had no choice but to do as Arnold wanted him to. "Good boy. I'll see you again real soon, Mr. Devon." Talos chain him up. After saying that, Arnold turned around and left. Chapter 288, New Arm, New Knowledge 1. The room was dark, very dark. Arnold made sure his eyes were open. They were. Yet he couldn't see his only remaining hand, even though it was literally an inch from his face. No, He wasn't locked up in a cell. He sat comfortably on his bedroom floor. "This is annoying," he mumbled. So very much annoying. Blood trickled out of his mouth. His knuckles might have turned red from all the punches he threw at himself. He couldn't confirm his injuries because he had switched off the lights. But he knew he was hurt. Yet he couldn't feel a thing. No pain, no wetness from the sweat on his forehead or the blood from his mouth. Nothing. It was as if he was living in an empty world, a world of nothingness. "I could literally bleed out in battle or get attacked in my sleep and I wouldn't know a thing." He finally got up to switch the lights on. "Oh, I'm injured alright. Can't feel shit though." Arnold thought as being in dark tends to improve a human's other senses. He could just try and see if he really could feel anything. Sadly, he couldn't. No matter what he did to himself, he couldn't feel anything. He broke a finger, ruthlessly punched himself but couldn't feel a thing. And it frustrated him like never before. What he thought to be a blessing, turned out to be a curse as usual. And he only realized it after nearly choking Devon to death. Back when he lifted Devon by his neck, he couldn't get a feeling like he was grabbing something. So he tightened his grip more and more, almost to the point where Devon's eyeballs were ready to pop out of their sockets. It scared him. He thought he had lost the sense of pain when in reality he had lost the sense of touch. It was troublesome and annoying, to say the least. "I have to do something about it. Damn it. Can't a single thing go in my favor for once?" He went ahead to wash his face. The water must have been cold, but he for one, didn't know if it was. That was the final straw. He had made up his mind. The system store must have something to cure him. He quickly opened the shop and went through it all, from potions and accessories to knowledge. But he couldn't find a thing, until Systems Armor came to the rescue. "Looking for something?" "Yeah, actually anything." That narrows down the search by a lot. "I'm saying this for the last time. You should probably stop wasting time on increasing your intelligence, as investing hundreds of points clearly didn't do you much good." Okay, I totally deserved that. But don't you have anything to give my sensory abilities back to me? The shop does have something that could help you. I looked through the shop but couldn't find anything useful. Did you use the search function? There is a search function? I should have expected nothing less from you. Do you mind telling me how many years has it been since our paths crossed, oh great vassal of the Immortal One? Quite a few, and yet you didn't get to know the basic things about the greatest weapon in your arsenal. It almost feels like I failed as your guidance system. You did know that the shop store only shows you a basic list of available items until you search for a specific item, right? Okay, Drama King. Enough chit-chat. You gonna tell me where I can find this search feature? Okay. I made it easier for you to access the search feature. Just use the magnifying glass icon and then think about what you wish to look for. The store would provide the most suitable item for your use. Thank you for your help. Yeah. Just get on with it. Call me if you need me. No, call me when you desperately need my assistance. Otherwise, leave me be. Just get lost already. You fucking lazy roasting bastardized son. These are the results of your search for sensory. 1. Pill of sensory immunity available under shop accessories. Pre-made pills. Cost 15 rank B beast crystals. Type consumable, can be used once every 10 minutes. Effect upon consumption protects the user from sensory attacks for 1 minute. 2. Scroll of sensory boost available under shop spells. Scrolls. Cost 5 rank E beast crystals. Type usable, vanish after a single use. Can be bought an infinite number of times and used one after another. Effect upon usage increases your sense of touch, smell and hearing for 5 minutes per scroll. These items might also be up to your liking. 1. Second skin available under shop skill sensory enhancement. Cost 1 rank S black beast crystal. Type any off skill, can be bought to learn a new ability. After purchase, the skill gets removed from the shop. Effect after successfully learning the skill. Second skin allows the user to envelop their body in a thin layer of mana and links their minds directly with the mana shield. This allows the user to heighten their sensory touch while also improving overall mana control. Warning: this skill doesn't provide the user with a second set of skin, but allows the user to imitate one by mana manipulation. The amount would be automatically deducted from your inventory after purchase. Second skin. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Arnold's excitement had no bounds, but damn, it is expensive. Black Beast Crystal. Even among the S-ranked monster, those crystals are rare. Not every S-ranked monster drops them. Thankfully, I do have a few Black Beast crystals lying around. You've selected second skin ability. Do you want to learn second skin? Yes or no? Yes. Request acknowledged. Learning, learning, learning. You've successfully acquired the ability second skin. You've unlocked new abilities. Second skin. Passive ability envelopes the user in a thin layer made of mana. This layer acts both as a shield as well as a secondary sensory organ. Skin time the user and enhances the sense of touch. Also provides a danger sense to the user to further enhance their battle capabilities. Rank A. Mana cost 10,000 once in a lifetime. Chapter 289. New Arm. New knowledge. To a long time ago. A time when the universe was still in chaos. A time when the universe was still in its childhood. A world loved by the gods was created. A world that would never require saving. A world made to value peace and prosperity. That was until man arrived to claim the planet for his selfish needs. Yet, the world accommodated her golden child, sacrificing countless others to save them. But there's a limit for everything. One day the Mother Earth couldn't take it anymore and all hell broke loose. Gods had to save the planet by destroying it, partially, for after destruction comes creation. Without the former, the latter cannot exist, and vice versa. But who would do so? No god was ready to destroy their most prized possession. Like always, whenever the gods got into trouble, they rushed towards Mount Kailash, Shiva's domain. They needed a destroyer, and a destroyer they got. As per their request, the one who was under oath to be a protector had turned into the executioner. Using the powers of his mysterious third eye, Shiva eradicated the ones he saw as evil, leaving only a few righteous ones to thrive on the planet. He did all this without harming the planet as a whole, a feat no other god had the confidence to achieve. Such a display of strength shook all the gods to their core. Some became devoted to Shiva while the rest grew to despise him. The Greek pantheon was among the latter ones. For before Shiva's ascendancy to the Supreme Being, they ruled over the realms as they pleased. But they needed allies to take on Shiva and his army of undead. They wanted to attack the god who came into existence even before the universe, the true primordial, Shiva. But no one supported them. They tried to influence everyone to fight against Shiva. But even the lesser gods refuted their absurd claims that Shiva wanted to become a dictator among the gods. Zeus desperately needed allies, and the only ones strong enough to rise to the task were the Asgardians. Zeus was certain, with the help of Asgardians, they could get rid of Shiva for good. But Odin refused to cause Shiva any harm. Odin had nothing but respect for Shiva, as they had fought alongside each other while fighting against the Titans and the rulers of the Dark. They had a brotherly bond, a bond no promise of power or treasure could break. So, Zeus hatched a plan to give Asgard a new ruler. With the help of Loki, Olympus launched a surprise attack on an unprepared enemy. Thor faced off against Zeus, but the latter had strength and wisdom which Thor could only dream of obtaining. Soon Asgard was defeated and Loki was crowned the new king. Zeus wanted Loki to kill Thor, but Thor escaped before they could do anything. This entire ordeal blindsided everyone. Now with Olympus and Asgard allied together, their strength had increased tenfolds. They had become beings with supreme strength. But there was one thing even they couldn't challenge: karma. Thor fled into Shiva's protection and told him everything, from Zeus' offer to Loki's betrayal as well as the death of Odin and their plan to attack Kailash. On that day, the universe quivered under Shiva's rage. Before the united force of Olympus and Asgard could make their move on Kailash, Shiva brought the fight to them. Just like they had ambushed Asgard, he ambushed Olympus. In the following years, The blackness of the universe was no more. It had turned red. Red from all Shiva's bloodlust. Shiva destroyed Olympus but left Asgard fairly intact on Thor's request. But nothing could save Loki. Shiva killed him. But higher gods are no ordinary beings. Unlike the lesser gods, the higher gods are beings purely made of energy. And as you know, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It takes time, millions of years in fact. But the fallen gods rise once again, memories of their triumph and demise still engraved within their souls. Olympus and Loki were alive once again, but this time, they weren't as high and mighty as the last time. This time not only the memories of their triumph and demise were engraved within themselves, but there was also fear as well. Fear of dying, fear of Shiva's rage. They now know, in front of Shiva's unrivaled strength, their powers were nothing but cheap tricks. They were gods, but only in name. In reality, they were punks who now know their limits. Still, the bitterness they carried wasn't going to leave their souls so easily. To this day, they seek revenge against Shiva, or someone related to him. But Zeus had already sown a seed of doubt within the minds of the rest. If Shiva could destroy Olympus and Asgard without blinking an eye, then he could do whatever he wanted to do with the rest of them as well. A similar train of thought was going through the head of every warrior in the USA after seeing Arnold return alive. It had been 3 days since Nathan and the others returned from the swamps and were in the middle of preparing for a funeral for those who died during the battle. There was a coffin for both Nina and Arnold. But right before the ceremony, all of the presumed dead people were back. Arnold explained the situation to them, how he survived the nuclear attack and saved everyone else. Thanks to him, not a single soul perished because of Devon's final attack. The only casualty of the nuke was his arm. Those who believed Arnold was nothing were now silenced. Not only the Americans but the entire world now had their eyes set up on the warrior who was now nicknamed as Deathless. Everyone was talking about him. #Deathless and #strongest warrior ever was trending all over the world. Some old acquaintances were sending their best wishes to Arnold, including various get well soon messages. But one of these messages stuck out from the rest. "I think now's the time for us to talk again. Don't you think?" The person whom Arnold had been wanting to meet had texted him first. Arnold had to reply to him, "Of course it is, Nicholas. He's not human." "No way he's a human," Androx thought when he saw the news of Arnold's return. "Getting cold feet, are we?" Luke mumbled from the back. "Remember our oath, Androx. You break it, you die." "I know what the oath was, damn it." "Then focus on the task. He might be deathless, but the ones around him aren't. If we can't break him, just break the ones around him." Luke let out a malevolent smile. "I can't wait to send the blacks in a frenzy." Chapter 290, New Arm. New Knowledge 3. Inside the Void Workshop, there were 4 people in the room: Arnold, Talos, Alice and Devon. Devon and Talos had just finished working on Arnold's prosthetic arm now and were waiting for his approval. Arm of Living Death, a prosthetic arm made up from the remains of Grok, the king of the swamps, and an alloy made from the strongest metals found in the mortal world. The arm is the personification of the words loathe and hatred, as the creature who serves as the core material still hates the one who killed him, even in death. Also, one of its creators harbors incredible hatred as he was subjected to endless horrors until he agreed to do as his captor pleased. Grade, SS. Defense Def, +20 Physical Strength STR, dependent on user's existing STR. Type, weaponized arm. Weight, 21 kilograms. Power source, Twin Star Shard. Additional effect, Automata able to perform actions like a human arm, does not restrict the user's arm movements. Also, the user won't feel the weight of the arm once it syncs with their brain and become a part of their body. Additional effect, Iron Fist. Upon the user's will, the arm goes into overdrive, increasing the power output by 50% and raising the user's strength up to 100 STR for 3 seconds. Additional effect, Swift. The weight of the arm reduces, hence significantly increasing the attack speed of the user. Additional effect, Swamp King's Mandate. When fighting against reptilian creatures, STR increases by 5%. I'm surprised you managed to pull it off, Talos. Arnold commended the automaton on making his first ever SS-ranked gear. I could not have done it on my own. The prisoner's help was vital to creating this black marvel, Talos replied while presenting the arm to his master. Arnold silently nodded but ignored Devon. Otherwise, in the end, Arnold forced Devon to tirelessly work on the arm for over a week. Unlike Talos, he was a human and needed regular breaks to be at his best. But just having proper rest wasn't enough. Devon had to be motivated, and this motivation came in the form of Gary, his son. For each day worth of work Devon completed, he got to spend an hour with his son. As if it wasn't enough to motivate him, Arnold also promised to help improve Gary's condition if Devon did a praiseworthy job. With these carrots hanging in front of him, even the captive worked day in and day out to deliver the best gear he ever made, and the results of his struggles and pain soon manifested themselves in form of the prosthetic arm. Arnold was quite pleased with what the system showed him. He then went ahead to get a feel of the arm. The semi-metallic arm was the darkest shade of black Arnold had ever seen, with silvery wires running all over the arm. As per his instructions, various slots were also carved into the arm itself. The blood runes Arnold would create in future will be going into these slots. Arnold wasn't able to use the blood runes for himself, but since the arm essentially wasn't a part of his body, he should be able to use blood runes without any problems now. In case he was successful, his already insane strength would only increase further. Considering his enemies would only get stronger and stronger, his new arm was the perfect weapon to face them with. Arnold's plan was simple: kill the gods who come after him, then steal their abilities if he can't revive them or make them into his servants. This way, his strength will keep increasing. And lastly, the arm looked badass. The arm further complemented his all-black look. Although losing an arm wasn't a pleasant moment for him, he still loved the way his prosthetic arm looked now. Okay then, let's just get this attached to my shoulder and test if there are any anomalies. Arnold took his shirt off and sat on the chair next to him. Talos, Devon and Alice immediately went to work. Talos began drilling multiple holes in Arnold's left shoulder blade and collarbone, along with a few in his muscle fibers to strengthen the bond between the prosthetic and the rest of the body. Alice was busy helping Talos so that he doesn't cause any unnecessary damage to Arnold's body. While all of this was happening, Devon was giving the arm some final touches, like increasing its power output, etc. The thin silvery wires from before were connected to the nerve cells so that Arnold could easily command the arm and control its movement without any effort from him. Arnold dissolved the mana shield he had around him, to let them freely operate on him. Thankfully, there were no complications and the entire procedure only took about 2 hours to be completed. Once everything was set and done, Arnold's interface immediately lit up with multiple notifications, mostly informing him that the body had accepted the arm and that the augmentation was successful. As soon as those messages appeared on his interface, Arnold decided to test the arm out. At first, it was quite difficult. His movements were rigid, but after some practice, he finally got a hang of it, and soon the prosthetic became as good as his lost natural hand. But it wasn't all. You've achieved a new title. Name: Cybernetic Being. This is a title exclusive to the human known as Times Arnold Ling Times, which he achieved after becoming the first vassal to bond himself with a mechanical organ. Effect: your understanding of machinery and its creation has been greatly increased. You now have a 10% chance of upgrading the rarity of your creations while performing enhancement on them. You are now more proficient in using weapons built by you. All weapon-related skills have been leveled up by 1 levels. The lesser gods are now more interested in your upcoming battles. The higher gods are amused with your journey. Beware. 2 out of 8 remaining demigods have made you their target. What the hell? System Sama, these things never happened before. So why now? Why is it that the gods are now interested in me? The first round of trials have been completed. This world has found its first 5 vassals now. The rest of the paladins cannot ascend anymore. The only way for them to do so is by killing the existing vassals. But for every paladin or vassal that dies now, 2 more shall rise. The true game of God starts now. You'll receive your next set of instructions soon. Chapter 291. Troubles never cease. What a load of crap. Arnold shook his head in dismay. Arnold's joyful mood had turned sour once again. I guess it's fine that the lesser gods aren't joining the fray yet. Also, I thought Tiamat said all of the demigods would chase me to hell. So how come there are only 2 who want me dead? I think you're missing something. I said, 2 of the demigods have declared war on you. But it doesn't mean the others wouldn't harm you. So, I guess since I killed one of the demigods before Ascension, thus this time they are sending 2 of them to gauge my strength. Sometimes, I feel your brain cells actually work. As for your question, yes, they are most probably sending 2 among them to both test your strength after the Ascension and to kill you if possible. That solves one of my questions. Okay then, what's the deal with the Paladins and us then? It's as I stated before. All of the Paladins have had their Ascension quest frozen, and the only way to undo it is to kill a vassal. As if they'll be able to kill ascended beings. Keep up that attitude of yours and you'll be the first one to die. Still, your confidence isn't misplaced. I don't think it'll be possible for a Paladin to kill a vassal under usual circumstances, but then again, maybe there's someone like you among the Paladins? What do you mean? You are known for going up against unbelievable odds and win. Thanks to that, your growth has been exponentially better than the other 5 Paladins, even though 2 of them ascended long before you did. Who knows if there's another such individual among the remaining Paladins? Arnold sighed heavily before sitting on the chair once again. Just when everything was going right, a random notification made Arnold's mood do a 180. He felt his head getting heavy from all the thinking, thus decided to place his head on his hands and closed his eyes before once again going into thinking mode. Master, are you okay? Talos asked Arnold after seeing his mood go from the happiest to the crappiest. I'm fine, Talos. Thank you for your efforts. Now if you don't mind, I'll like to be left alone for a while, Arnold said without even looking at anyone. As you wish. Both Talos and Alice knew not to disturb Arnold whenever he asked to be left alone. But Devon was desperate for help and had clung on to Arnold's promise of helping his son. He wasn't going to let Arnold back down now that he had helped him. Oh, I won't let you go back on your word now. You said you'll help heal Gary once I was done with the arm. Arnold had been trying to ignore everything around him, but Devon's constant squeaking only put him in a worse mood. Arnold raised his head, glaring at Devon. Suddenly the air in the room felt heavier. For a second, Devon even forgot to breathe. The pressure he felt chilled him to his core. The next second, he was on his knees. Blood trickling down from his nose and mouth. I don't think you require hearing aids, are you? Arnold didn't leave the chair he was sitting on, but his gaze, his eyes filled with bloodlust, like a mad beast who hadn't eaten a proper meal in a long time. I know what I had promised to you, Devon. I'll help you when the time comes. Don't try to push your luck any more than you already have. Now, leave before you regret it. We'll talk when the time comes. Devon wanted to move. He really did, but he was petrified. He, a powerless human, was just exposed to the unfiltered aura of a man who was known as one of America's strongest warrior. His body was in a state of shock. Arnold hadn't used his aura to threaten Devon back during their fight. Thus it was the first time Devon had felt Arnold's merciless aura, and Arnold wasn't holding back anymore. Talos, being a machine, was not affected by Arnold's display of strength and dragged Devon out of the workshop before he pissed Arnold off even more. Once everyone was out, Arnold resumed his discussions with Systems Armor. Right. I shouldn't get cocky, especially after knowing that the demigods are out for my blood. The threat of demigods along with the paladins is more than what I want to have on my plate. Well, the situation is certainly all gloom and doom. What do you mean? Do you think the gods would enjoy this game if 5 vassal were going against 4 paladins? I guess not. Wait, did you say 4 paladins? I had killed Jacob, remember? Paladin of the Dead One? I don't have a pea-brain like you. I do remember what you did, better than you do. And as I said, 4 paladins are remaining. When a paladin dies, the gods can pick another one to represent themselves. But if a vassal dies, then the god is out of the game. Remember that. I see. Now, what were you telling about the paladins? Ah, right. I was saying the situation will get worse for you since all of the vassals will be given a quest similar to those of the paladins. Let me guess. The vassals would have to hunt down the paladins? I cannot reveal any details until later. But that's only half of your quest. Fine, I can wait. But do you mind telling me how will these paladins find the vassals? Since the paladins are at a disadvantage strength-wise, thus to make it fair to them, a rough location of the vassals would be provided to them. And once they enter within a certain distance, they'll know who the vassal is. So essentially, I'll have to be on my toes at all times. That's just great. What about us? Since it's half of our quest to kill paladins, how will we be able to know who's who? I can just go on killing everyone around me, can I? Of course you have a way to figure that out. Just kill anyone who attacks you. Simple. Considering your recent feats, I doubt anyone without a reason as good as becoming a vassal would try to jump you. That's convenient. Killing people and hope they are the ones I had to kill. What could go wrong? Arnold shook his head. With greater power comes a bigger headache. Now you will know how I feel fostering a man-child. Arnold ignored the system's comment and proceeded to test his new arm more. He couldn't waste any time. There were too many threats around him. He had to get ready to face whatever enemy shows up first, a paladin or a demigod. Chapter 292. Just a tool. Things have started to pick up. Let's just see what the future has in store for me, Arnold mumbled as he headed towards the room allotted to Devon's son, Gary. He had a few things to do, and he was sure Devon would have rushed over to his son as soon as his task was over. Sadly, only disappointment waited for Devon in that room as his son wasn't there. He hadn't been there for a day now, but Devon didn't know that. Arnold didn't inform anyone about it, the only exception being Talos. Both of them had been visiting Gary for a couple of days. Arnold could see the difference between the father and the son. Devon was nothing but a cruel and pathetic excuse of man. His son, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Gary didn't care about his life, not one bit. After all, he had already sacrificed himself to save his Marine team when the first dungeon popped in the USA. Sadly, Gary didn't have any memory of what happened that fateful day. Even now, being alive was more like a burden to him than a pleasure. Gary had told this to Arnold himself. But after chatting with Arnold, Gary got to know one thing: whether he liked it or not, he was given another life for a reason, and by not accepting it he was disappointing everyone he sacrificed his life for. Within the days he had met Arnold, he had gone from a pale, malnourished, ghoul-looking creature to quite a humane-looking lad. For the first time, Arnold got to see what Gary truly looked like before his resurrection. Within 2 days, Gary went from being a hunchback goblin to a Disney prince. He was still hairless and had scales over most of his body, but his sapphire blue eyes took the attention of everyone away from his hairless head. Now standing at 61 inches, he could even walk around for about a minute as well. No, Arnold's charismatic personality wasn't the reason for Gary's glow-up, but a result of the beast research Talos had been doing on the ogres. Arnold hated to admit it, but Gary was just a test subject for him at first. But now, he wouldn't think about Gary that way anymore. At least his body readily accepted the augmentation, Arnold mumbled, as he turned the corner to where Gary's previous room was, only to hear Devon yelling and cursing at him. This is gonna be fun. Arnold put on the nastiest smile he could muster and entered the room, preparing to screw Devon over one more time. What's with all the shouting? Devon immediately knew it was Arnold and grabbed him by his collar. You said you wouldn't lay a finger on him. Arnold didn't utter a word and kept smiling. Where's my son? Damn it, where is he? Devon threw punches at Arnold. Arnold smiled while blocking Devon's weak punches. Suddenly, the punches stopped coming. Devon broke down and fell on his knees. Looks like I went overboard with my pranks again. TSK, stop weeping, you man-child. Gary's safe. He wanted to surprise you. That's why we shifted his room yesterday. You mean he's alive? Of course he is. My name isn't Devon Troy and I don't kill innocent people. If I had to kill someone it'd have been you. Now if you wanna see your son then stop crying under your mask and follow me. Devon didn't say a thing. He quickly gathered himself and left along with Arnold to visit Gary. How did you do it?" Devon mumbled in a weird and emotional voice as Gary hugged him. "I've been trying to months, no, years, to heal him completely. Yet you did it in just a couple of days." "Not the only one who had been experimenting with the beast crystals, Dad," Gary told Devon, while Arnold chose to let the father and son have a moment to themselves and stood quietly in the corner, even though Devon didn't deserve it. Also, with the threat of demigods and paladins hanging over his head, he didn't have time to resolve his issues with a human. "You mean?" Devon asked as they finally let go of each other. "Yes, Dad. Arnold and his robot. I think his name was Talos. They are the ones who helped me get better." Devon turned towards Arnold. His movement was so sudden, his mask fell off. Although this wasn't the first time Arnold was seeing Devon's face, it was his first time when Devon's face wasn't bloodied or bruised beyond recognition. He had the same oval face cut as his son. His long ash-gray hair ran down his tired yet charismatic face. His eyes weren't blue like Gary's but hazel. He had no facial hair either apart from eyebrows. All in all, Gary had inherited most of his features from his father. "Why would you? After everything I did to you and countless others. Even after I took your arm away." "Why?" "You've answered your question yourself." Arnold finally broke his silence. "The one this world has a problem with, not Gary. The one who essentially destroyed our country, not Gary. He was innocent in all of this crap. He shouldn't have been brought back to this shit show of a world. But since he had been resurrected, I wasn't going to let him suffer either." "As for my arm," Arnold began flexing his prosthetic bionic arm, "I think you've given me another one, so let's just say we're almost even." "Almost?" "Also, I'm not sure whether you've noticed it or not, but your mask fell off." "I know." Devon slowly picked up the mask again. "I've always wanted to protect Gary from monsters and didn't want him to see one either. But by the time I had realized what I was doing, I had already become one such monster. I didn't want Gary to see me and hate me for what I had done. That's the only reason I kept wearing a mask, so that I could do what was necessary without hating myself for it. But now, I don't have any use of it." He threw the mask towards Arnold. "I don't think he'll ever need it again." "But you might." "No need to give souvenir to your enemy." Arnold smiled but kept the mask inside his inventory. "I still need your help, Devon, or should I say, your son and I both do." "What do you mean?" Devon asked respectfully. "We did whatever we could to heal Gary, but as you can see, it wasn't enough. That's the limit to our knowledge about beast crystals. But with your help, we can help Gary go back to his former glory, to his prime." "And how will it help you? Are you planning on selling the research work or?" "Money doesn't matter to me, Devon. Strength does." "But you're already one of the strongest people on Earth." "It's not enough. Even being the strongest on Earth isn't enough." "What?" "Let me ask you something, Devon. Do you believe in gods?" "I don't. Never had." "But why are you asking this?" "Because we're not the only ones involved in the business of Dungeons and Monsters." "Enjoy the rest of your day with Gary, Devon. Starting tomorrow, you have a lot to do." Arnold waved Gary goodbye and left the room. Outside the room, was it necessary to forgive him, Master? Talos asked Arnold as soon as he got out of Gary's new room. After all, he tried to kidnap Lady Nicole. "Who said anything about forgiving him?" Arnold said with an expressionless face that put even Talos to shame. "Then, he's just a tool. A tool when used correctly could enhance our strength manifolds." "But that doesn't mean I don't understand why he did what he did." Arnold gave Devon and Gary a last glance. "If something like that was to happen to Nicole or Nina, I wouldn't hesitate for a second before burning the world to ashes." Chapter 293, New Law 1. While Arnold was handling things on his end, the Syndicate was having their own troubles to take care of. The source of trouble was the swamp, or the area now known as Barrenlands. The pitch-black atmosphere of the room currently being occupied by the leaders of the families was cold, very cold. The only source of light in the room was an overhead LED But no, it didn't require electricity to operate. Mere presence on mana was sufficient to light it up. Under the light was a large, round table completely made of black wood, also known as ebony. Around the table were the remaining heads of the family. Behind each of them was a bodyguard assistant. Nicole was currently occupying the role of Nathan's bodyguard. Right now, there were two issues they needed to address. 1. The task to retake the swamp was a failure. Why? Because there was no swamp to retake. Everything was obliterated because of the nuke. This was the main issue that the families wanted to discuss. The discussion was going well. Although the end wasn't the one they had in mind, the primary result they wanted to achieve had been achieved: extinction of the swamp dwellers. The public was happy with it. However, their plans of rehabilitation would have to wait for quite a few decades. But they weren't worried about those plans in the near future. There was enough land to sustain their population till then. The next topic was Devon. Among those present in the room, only Nathan and Nicole knew that the bastard was still alive. When Arnold had informed Nathan about Devon's capture, Nathan foolishly thought Arnold captured him so that they could hold a public trial and punish him, as planned. But what he thought didn't matter, as Arnold straight up refused to hand Devon over to him. This in the end put a small strain on their relationship, but Nathan couldn't do anything about it. Either way, to the rest of them Devon was as good as dead. They would have killed him either way. But holding a public trial would have provided a little closure to the families who lost their loved ones in the attempts to retake the swamp. It's because of his family member that we're in this mess, Androx said. As matter of fact, the blacks should shoulder the responsibility on this one. Complete silence shrouded the room. Androx, Nathan calmly replied, could you elaborate a bit more as to what do you mean? My family is responsible for Devon's death. I would gladly do so. Androx got up and started walking around the table. Both he and his bodyguard were wearing a comical emerald tuxedo, which fairly complemented his uselessness. You see, according to your family member, Arnold Ling's plan, all of the soldiers were to simultaneously attack Devon's hidden base. That is, if we survived after fighting against those brutish creatures known as lizardmen. However, he continued, the great Arnold Ling took it upon himself to single-handedly capture Devon, screwing over the plan he had devised himself, leaving us to fight the lizardmen alone. And not only that, he failed miserably to accomplish the task as well. Also, as a result of his actions, we lost the Resourceric swamp as well. Thus, it is Nathan's responsibility as the head of his family to face the consequences of this family member's action. That's all. Saying that, he gave a gentle bow to others and went back to his seat. He had gathered the fuel for the fire. Now all he needed was a spark. And got the spark soon. I think Androx is correct. Maybe Devon knew something about Arnold, which the latter wanted to hide. Why would he do that? He's our savior, right? I heard before joining the blacks, he was just a porter. Then how did he get so strong? I hope blacks are not doing what the whites did. The Inhumans? He's got a point. Yeah, maybe that guy was head deep in his own crap. People started murmuring soon, saying things about Arnold they wouldn't dare to say in front of him. Nathan tried diffusing the situation, as he knew Nicole had her brother's temper. No, even worse than Arnold's fuse. One wrong word and Nicole wouldn't have thought twice before reducing them to ashes. But his attempts were failing. Androx had already planted the seed of doubt in their minds. You sure talk big for someone who shat their pants just with the thought of entering the swamps. A chilling voice echoed through the room. The chatter immediately died down. Everyone's head turned towards the beautiful lady standing behind Nathan. Nicole's words were like icy daggers. Each word she let out sent shivers down their spines. For a moment they had become ignorant enough to forget about the sister of the person they were talking shit about. Even the so-called bodyguards of the other family members were shocked and rooted on the spot. However, as soon as they regained their senses, they jumped in front of their respective family leaders, their weapons drawn, ready to kill at a moment's notice. But the moment Nicole showed her killing intent, they fell over like a bunch of dominoes. Nicole, "Stop it," Nathan calmly ordered her. But she wasn't in the mood to comply with the request. "Nicole, you'll make things worse than they already are." Nathan once again tried to reason with her, and this time she complied. "Phew, things got a bit heated here, didn't they?" Nathan tried to joke about it, but the damage was already done. Andrix didn't waste this opportunity to put the final nail in the coffin. "You see, that's what I'm talking about," Andrix shrieked like an overpaid actor, "that Nathan has no control over his members. They just do whatever they want, whenever they want, with whomever they want. For the sake of keeping the syndicate from such a dictatorship, I would like to offer a proposal." Ladies and gentlemen, I think Nathan once again tried to defuse the situation, but nothing was in his favor anymore. "I don't think you're in a position to say anything, Nathan." "Not now at least." Andrix cut him off before presenting his idea to the syndicate. "I propose a new law. A law to forbid any member of the Black family to go against any of the other families. In the unfortunate event that this law is broken or attempted to be broken, the rest of the families would have the permission to respond adequately. That's all." Saying so, he sat down with a grin on his face. Nathan's mood, however, dwindled. For the first time since joining the syndicate, he didn't have anything to counter someone else. Chapter 294, New Law 2. "I think everyone here is forgetting something. Something very important," a voice echoed to pull Nathan out of the mess which Andrix purposefully made. Everyone turned around towards Moreno. The secret ally of the Black family, the leader of the Moreno family, as well as the head of the decision-making body regarding legal affairs of the syndicate. Andrix, who had been grinning breathlessly, now cursed Moreno under his breath. He knew Moreno had a somewhat special relationship with the Blacks, but he had never thought Moreno would jump into the fray like this, with all of the families being against the Blacks. Also, Moreno was known to be a man of a few words. He rarely ever spoke, but when he did, all the attention was immediately on him. Something Nathan couldn't do despite being the leader of the strongest family. Everyone immediately ceased their bickering, listening intently to what Moreno had to say on the matter. "Young Andrix have made some pretty good points. But one thing all of you forgot is, the Blacks have always been stronger than any other family," Moreno said while smiling. "If they wanted to rule over our country, I suspect with a force like fierce Johnny, this beautiful young lady Nicole, and the ever-mysterious Arnold, any one of us would be able to stop them." "That's exactly what I'm saying." Andrix tried interjecting his opinions in between, but was quickly shut down by others. "Andrix, don't be disrespectful and let Mr. Moreno speak." Tasha Gray, the 32-year-old woman representing the House of Gray, quickly shot Andrix down. As her last name, her hair was genetically gray. Her icy demeanor coupled with her stone-cold face was enough to intimidate anyone. Andrix gave Tasha a dirty look, but Tasha's coffee-colored eyes shut him down for good. "Thank you, Ms. Gray," Moreno said before smiling in her direction. "As I was saying, had Nathan wanted to rule over us, none of us could have stopped him from doing so. That itself is a proof of his and his family's goodwill. Also, it was Arnold, a member of his family, who saved our lives again and again while putting himself in grave danger. Let it be facing a dragon all alone or saving everyone from a nuclear explosion. Without him none of this would still be here. He could have easily escaped along with the rest of his family and no one would have questioned his morals. But he stayed and helped everyone escape, regardless of which family they belonged to. In the end, he had to lose an arm. He could have blamed every one of us for it, but he didn't, because he knows, he did what any of you would have done for his family. Now, instead of showing our gratitude to him and his family, you want to disgrace them." Moreno's voice was as calm as ever, but his words had made a rift in the hearts of everyone. How could they be so self-centered? At this point, no one, except Nathan and Nicole, could look Moreno in the eyes. They finally realized what Moreno was implying. If it hadn't been for Arnold and his summons, America would have been a lost cause by now. Many of them even felt ashamed that someone had to remind them of the sacrifices the Blacks have made so far. Sacrifices that ensured their safety. Andrix saw the momentum shifting against him. He had to do something, and fast. If only that Moreno had kept quiet for few more seconds, my plan would have been a success. Damn it all. What about the girl? She turned hostile a moment ago. Andrix roared, unable to get hold of his emotions. Moreno just smiled and said, "How's Janet, Mr. Andrix?" Everyone present in the room gasped. No one ever mentioned that name before Andrix. Not because they were afraid of him, but as a general courtesy. Moreno was the one to encourage them to not speak of that name, and yet he did so himself. Just what was going through his mind? Everyone's gaze shifted towards Andrix. He was no longer sitting on his chair, but standing in front of it. His hands clenched on the table as if he was ready to punch someone. Veins popped out of his forehead. No one could see his facial expressions, as he was staring at the ground, as if he had found something amazing lying there. "What did you say?" Andrix sneered. Just listening to him speak made everyone uncomfortable, but Moreno kept smiling all the while. "Oh, I didn't know you were having hearing problems." "No matter, I shall repeat myself," Moreno said, still smiling like a Buddhist monk. "I simply asked how was your wife doing these days?" "Oh, my apologies, I meant your ex-wife." By this time everyone knew what Moreno trying to do, but they weren't sure this was the best way to go about it. Even Nathan, who had a grave expression before now, joined Moreno and smiled. "Well played, sir. Well played indeed," he thought. "You old fart." Yelling so, Andrix jumped on the table and rushed towards Moreno, his fist covered with electricity, ready to smash Moreno's head. But before he could do anything, he was on his back, his hands chained. It was Moreno's bodyguard who had disabled the threat to her master. Andrix kept struggling for a few seconds before it dawned upon him what he had done. He allowed a moment of rage to destroy all the plans he had made till now. Everything. "Leah, the man has calmed down. Let him go," Moreno asked his green-haired, Caucasian, flagellant, to let Andrix go. Author's note: here flagellant means someone who wields a whip. I apologize for making a scene, ladies and gentlemen, but it was a necessary demonstration. Moreno resumed from where he had left off. "Mr. Andrix inquired about young Nicole losing her cool for a bit, which she did. There's no debating that. But let's analyze why she did so first. While Mr. Andrix lost his cool just by the mention of a certain person and chose violence over everything else, Nicole got angry when she saw a room filled with people she respects talking ill of her brother who had saved our lives countless times." He continued, "If I imagine myself in that situation, I'll admit even I might not be able to handle all that negativity. But even then, she didn't harm anyone. She just released her pent-up energy, and that was enough to make us feel weak. She didn't take a single step against any one of us. That's the level of control she has on actions." Everyone silently nodded as Andrix bit his tongue and got back to his seat. He was so close to winning, and yet he lost. He lost all because of his foolishness and anger. That being said, the new law Mr. Andrix proposed was worth implementing, but not solely against the black family, but all the families. In case one family decides to use violence against other families, then we all shall unite and fend off that problem child. This shall be the new law. That's all I wanted to say. Chapter 295. A good news. They say anger is a protector. One tasked with protecting sadness. And when anger fails, tears take the job instead. But what if anger and sadness merge together? What happens next? What replaces anger? Chaos. Utter chaos. Whether the chaos stays within the angered one or flows freely around him, is a different matter altogether. The strong-minded force the chaos to hide within themselves, while the weak, the desperate, let it all out for the world to see. You see, Nicole was the example of a strong being. Andrix, however, was not. It was apparent to everyone. That's why their stare burned a scar of humiliation deep in his heart. At first, all Andrix wanted was to make the blacks lose their credibility, their influence. But after the shit show of a meeting today, he wanted them to feel like what he was. Humiliated. He wanted Nathan to grovel at his feet, begging for forgiveness. But he knew it was just a pipe dream of his. Unless, just my fucking luck, he mumbled while sitting in his private bar, fixing himself drink after drink. Well, if you think long and hard, anything can work. The man sitting next to him spoke while sipping his drink. At least you look like that bastard, Andrix scoffed while eyeing the man next to him. But your voice is nothing like him. Either way, your plan of disguising yourself as Arnold Ling and attacking me wouldn't do us any good now. Luke sat there and laughed wholeheartedly. He most definitely looked like Arnold, however. His demeanor gave him away. Anyone who knew Arnold would be able to distinguish between the two almost instantly. But Luke was a master of disguise and had the ability to alter his appearance to look like anyone he liked. All he needed was to eat a strand of hair of the man, woman or child. The next moment, his body would change accordingly, upon will. Thus Androx and Luke had planned for Androx to try and pass a law against the blacks. Once that was done, Luke was to turn into Arnold's body double and attack Androx, leaving him wounded. Then Androx was to frame the attack as a grudge-filled crime due to the unfairness of the above-mentioned law. Then all the families would have mobilized against the blacks, ensuring their demise. But the plan had failed in its first phase itself, much to their dismay. Yet Androx refused to give up. Not after how he was humiliated in front of all the leaders. At least it wasn't a complete failure. Androx, Luke chimed in. Our ambition got the best of us, that's all. But we got what we wanted nonetheless. What do you mean? The law we wanted didn't pass. Androx turned to face Luke, who was now back as his real self. In the unfortunate case of attack from one family to other, the rest of the families can take action as they see fit to ease the tension. Luke cited the newly created law. So, we got what we wanted. I don't quite get you. We don't have a logical reason for the blacks or Arnold to attack us. That grudge factor is gone. Androx mumbled. Then we'll give them another reason, like by harming someone close to him. Luke smiled viciously, like a family member or love interest. Androx finally understood what Luke was trying to imply. Attacking Nicole is out of the question. I'll rather kill myself than go up against her. But I think our boy does have a pretty bird he hangs around with. Then we aim for her. Luke lifted his liquor-filled glass high in the air. To our next prey. To our next prey. Cheers. Somewhere far away, the nightlife of LA was in full swing. People were on and about enjoying the night under the sky laden with the beautiful skyline of the city. A couple dressed in complete black roamed around the city. The lady was dressed in a beautiful black cocktail dress, tightly hugging her hourglass figure, her head laying on her partner's broad shoulder. The man, on the other hand, was wearing a soft and smooth black shirt, with the upper buttons left undone to show off his well-built chest. Over the shirt, he wore an elegant black tuxedo. He didn't like to wear fancy clothing, but since they were going for a date after a long time, he put his comfort aside. He was happy as long as his woman was happy. So, did you enjoy the night? Arnold asked, planting a kiss on Nina's glossy lips. The night has just begun, senor. Nina chuckled as she kissed him back. How's your arm? Does it hurt? Arnold took his left metallic arm out of his pocket and flexed it. I think it's as good as the real one. Talos outdid himself with this one. Nina didn't reply, but kept her head on Arnold's shoulder, leaning against him. There's something I have been wanting to talk about. And what's that? Arnold asked as he waved at one of his newfound fans. Ever since returning from the swamps, Arnold's popularity had skyrocketed. And while he didn't crave for all the attention, he wasn't going to reject it either. After all, it boosted his influence on the people. He had been called for interviews, talk shows and whatnot, but he declined them. Too much attention would only invite trouble for him, especially when Paladins had been given the task to eliminate the vassals. Pregnant. Nina dropped the bombshell. I did the test last night and it came back as positive. Arnold momentarily stopped in his tracks, before turning around to face Nina. Are you sure? Like Juresh? Nina couldn't get a read on Arnold's face, but she had taken the test 3 times already, so she was fairly certain. Nina nodded, not expecting how Arnold would react to the news. Will he be happy, or will he think it's too soon? God, I should have consulted Nicole first. It was an accidental pregnancy, I don't know what to do now. All of her worries, however, were unfounded as Arnold took her by her waist and started swinging her around, rotating like the Earth around the sun. Finally, after what seemed ages, Arnold put Nina down and kissed her passionately before asking, "Who else knows?" Arnold asked, excited like he had never been before. "The first person I've told," she said, kissing him once again. "We have to tell Nicole. She's going to be an aunt, for God's sake," Arnold screamed at top of his lungs. He had genuinely never been so happy before. Lucky for them, everyone was too busy to listen to what the man was yelling about. Chapter 296. Hercules. The next morning. "Oh my God, I'm so happy for you, for both of you," Nicole exclaimed as she rushed in to hug her brother and best friend. "I didn't know you were planning for kids." "We weren't. It's just a happy coincidence," Nina replied to her, while Arnold just embraced them a little tighter, hoping to live the best moment of his life a little longer. "Okay, you two siblings talk while I decide what to cook for breakfast." "I'm so happy. I can't imagine I'm gonna be an aunt soon," Nicole said once Nina had left. "Who else knows? For now, it's just the three of us, and I don't want to make a big announcement about it either. The lesser people know about, the better," Arnold mumbled while glancing towards the kitchen. "Why so?" "Oh, wait, I see." Nicole finally understood why Arnold wanted to keep his unborn child a secret. "Yeah, it's regarding the next phase. With our enemies hiding in plain sight, who knows what they'll do to get to a vassal, and putting Nina in between all of this crap is the last thing I want to do." There was an awkward moment of silence between the two. Both the brother and the sister were granted unimaginable power thanks to these gods, with the free will to use the power as they feel fit, as long as they completed the quests given to them. They were so similar, and yet they hadn't talked about the origin of their powers before. It was the first time they had acknowledged something regarding their systems in front of each other. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Arnold smiled wanly, trying to remember his pipsqueak of a sister. "Nicole was all those years ago." "It has, and we've come so far. Who would have thought someone like us would become the strongest warriors of the nation?" "I wouldn't." Nicole smiled as well. "I still hate you for leaving me here alone and going off to Rio. It's one of my dream locations to visit." Arnold lifted his brows before laughing. "I didn't have much of a choice, you know. Not like going that did me much good. I just learned a few things about mental peace and shit. That's about it. Also, I might have to go there soon." "Is it regarding the attack from the wolves?" Arnold nodded. "We may have been able to take care of them, but they weren't our only enemy. Someone helped them stage the attack. Someone financially strong enough to traffic so many immigrants to America and hide them. Until we get them, we're still under threat of another attack. That's why I need to find out just who the FCK dared to mess with us." Rage spewed out along with Arnold's words. He hated how helpless the Black family was under the surprise attack. Had he been in a coma for one more day, then God knows what would have become of his family along with the City of Angels. Nicole placed her hand on top of her brother's clenched fist. "You weren't alone then, and you're not alone now. Don't worry about Nina while you're gone. I'll be sure to drop in to check on her every now and then." Thankfully, the dungeon activity has slowed down, so it's not like I'm super busy either. "So, go and find the answers you want. I'll be here to protect my best friend." Arnold felt like a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was planning on leaving a bunch of automatons and hounds under Talos' command to protect Nina while he's gone, but with Nicole's suggestion, his mind was at peace. He had been wanting to ask Nicole, but he couldn't ask his sister to risk her life. After all, deep down Arnold was still the same overprotective brother he had always been. Nicole understood her brother very well. She knew Arnold wanted that, but he wouldn't ask so much from her. Thus she took the reins in her hands. Arnold might have been a protective brother, but she wasn't the same fragile sister anymore. She was a warrior, and a damn good one. One of the strongest to have ever walked on the planet. And that made her the baddest bitch no one should cross paths with. Whenever she looked at her brother, she wondered if badassery ran in their blood. If it was true, She could only imagine how badass her nephew would turn out to be. "You don't have to stay here all the time," Arnold said after clearing his throat. "I'll be back every night. I'll also leave my summons to protect her in my absence, but having you here would put my mind to ease." "Breakfast is ready." Nina's voice echoed from the kitchen as the siblings left to have some much-needed food. In a dark place, a realm no mortal had ever stepped foot in, rung rhythmic earth-shattering sound. The floor shook with every punch the man threw at the wall in front of him. Heavy beads of sweat poured down his head, but the man didn't stop. He kept punching. Fighting was his only religion. Fighting is what he lived for. In his days as a mortal, he had slain hundreds of beasts, took down dozens of kingdoms, killed a handful of godly beings, yet it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for him to enter the pantheon of gods. Boom, boom, boom. He kept throwing punch after punch, training for his next task, his next kill. When someone placed a hand on his broad brown shoulder, the dark cellar illuminated, showing details that weren't visible before. The room was made up of strong grey rocks, sturdy enough to take on inhumane beating without showing a crack. In the corner of the room lay a helmet made of the skin of a lion, one of the beasts the man had slain in his era. Numerous weapons lay at his feet. Enough weapons to kill a god. There was nothing else worth noticing in the room, except for the two men, one of which had blue electricity running through his shoulder-length white curly hair and bushy beard. His gargantuan body would even make the tallest and strongest of men quiver with fear. His face was covered in wrinkles, but his body was the epitome of fitness. His eyes were blue, carrying thunder within them. His skin was as white as milk itself. On the other hand, the well-built man in front of the man with thunderous eyes was not short in any way, shape or form. He too had long hair, but it was black, and an equally bushy beard. His brown skin had scars all over. Some of them were caused by mortals while the others by mystical beasts he had killed. "Why are you here, father?" the bronze-skinned man asked, his back still turned towards his visitor. "To present you with an opportunity. An opportunity to enter the pantheon." The man with lightning running through his veins replied, "What do I have to do?" "Kill Shiva's vassal." "You do that and I'll make sure no one raises their voice while you take what's yours." "I'll do it. I've been waiting for the opportunity to come, and now that it has, I'll finish him for slaying a demigod." "I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, Hercules." Zeus smiled before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 297. Back to Rio 1. Love is a drug. To those who never have tasted it, they don't know the strength of it, the overwhelming feeling of ecstasy. And those who have tasted it, want more of it, more than they can handle, more than they can give back. Yet it's the craving to hold someone, the craving to not be alone, that craving gives a man strength. You see, even if a man has nothing, he'll still fight to protect his loved ones. Be that a friend, family, lover or an unborn child. This love fuels the man to give it all he has to protect the ones important to him. But what if someone takes the love away from him? Does the man stop then? The answer is number. Instead, the man would become unstoppable, unreasonable. The only thing that would matter now would be the head of the one who took his loved one away. Love is a two-edged sword, something a human should stay away from. Love is nothing to be meddled with. You either stay away from it, or you let yourself sink in it. But whatever you do, do not disturb the other's peace. If you do, the results would be catastrophic. To those ignorant of the strength of love, only pain awaits. The pain of the worst kind. Pain that'd make you beg for your death. But death won't come to you so easily, because death has its own twisted sense of justice. But Andrix didn't know this, but he would soon feel it once his paths cross with the deathless. Till then, ignorance is bliss. The next morning, it was a normal day for everyone in America, until they heard the news of the retirement of a certain someone. Someone they had named Deathless. Until now, the general public thought Arnold had been joking about his early retirement, but now, it had turned into reality. It was official. He had become the first SS-ranked warrior in history to retire from this business. The news hit the world like a storm. Some like Hendrix let out a sigh of relief. thinking it made their job easier. While the rest felt like their only source of security had been stripped away from them, there was an outrage. Some people understood his choice, while some didn't think it was necessary to abandon them like this. The only ones who didn't say a word were the members of the Black family. As Arnold had already informed Nathan and the few leading figures about his departure from the life of being a warrior. Although it saddened them, it was a personal choice of Arnold. He assured them that if the family required him, he'll be there for them in a heartbeat. He then broke the news to them, to a selected few only. Today, a new phase of life begins for me. A phase no one prepared me for. A phase I never thought I'd have to live through. But I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see what the future holds for me, not as a man, but as a father. Those who heard Arnold stared at him for an uncomfortably long time. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting from them. But he couldn't do anything except scratching the back of his head and smiling like an idiot. At this moment, Nina hurriedly came to join him. As the room was thrown in an uproar, everyone rushed in to congratulate the couple. Nathaniel, who had come back to help Nathan learn more about being an adept leader, sat in his chair, smiling. It truly was the happiest moment for the Black family in quite some time. People were hugging each other, smiling and laughing. Some were telling Nina stories about their own pregnancy. Some were happily chattering among themselves. Arnold felt like his life was complete. He had everything he ever wanted. A beautiful partner to spend his days with, a baby on the way to help him grow as a father, a loving sister and a caring family to have his back, no matter the situation. Yet he knew better than to drop his guard down. He had already learned his lesson. When the man was happiest, that's when the snakes hiding in plain sight strike. He had to make sure to crush every head that tries to take away his happiness, and to do that have to head to Brazil, the only place to find answers he wants. Arnold pulled Nathan aside to inform him of his decision. Although Nathan, at first, tried to dissuade Arnold, after listening to his reasons he finally relented. "How many days are you leaving for?" Nathan asked. "A week, maybe 2. Arnold replied. "But I'll be visiting every night. If I have an ability, might as well abuse it." "Right. I forgot about your traveling ability." "There's no problem then. I'll suggest Nina shift into the family manor while you're gone. That way she'll have better security." "I assume there would be no issues regarding that?" Nathan inquired. "That's an excellent idea. I was thinking of leaving her with some of my summons to protect her, but that might not be necessary. There's enough security in the manor to rid me of my worries." "You should inform Nicholas that you're going there. Mind you, he's a president now, so don't do anything rash." Nathan placed his wrinkling hand on Arnold's shoulder. "Also, let me tell you one thing, Arnold. No matter what, we're a family, and family always has each other's back. Nina is like a cousin to me, so don't worry about her safety. Go with a free mind and do what you have to. But till then, here's a drink and a wish to have a strong and healthy baby. Cheers." Arnold just smiled and replied, "Cheers." Thus, the day filled with shocks and surprises slowly came to an end. Laughter and happiness drowned all the pain and sorrow. Drinks came flowing in and food worth dying for made it a night no one would soon forget. Everything was just the way Arnold wanted them to be. Or was it? Chapter 298. Back to Rio. To Arnold, "I've had enough." Nina smiled with a mouthful of food. He smiled. "Eating for 2. I'm caring for 2. So let me do the cooking before I leave today. And no, you have to eat a bit more now, madam. I'm not letting you starve our daughter." "Okay, Mr. Chef." "May I ask, why do you want a daughter?" Nina asked him, swallowing a mouthful of pasta Arnold had made for her. "I have my reasons. For one, if it's a boy, then there are high chances that he'll turn out to be a brat like me. And I don't think either you or the world is ready for that. So I was thinking, a beautiful little princess like you would be better and lighten up the world." Arnold smiled while serving Nina some more pasta. "You think I can't handle another brat?" Nina scoffed, pulling Arnold closer to her face. "Think again, pretty boy. I'm a warrior. You'll be surprised about the things I can do." "Yeah. Like an unplanned pregnancy." They both laughed before kissing one another. While they were at it, Arnold pulled out a small but beautifully warped package from his inventory. He presented her with the box. Arnold never bought her something grand, but this time he did. It was a platinum bracelet, studded with diamonds, and was divided into numerous rhombuses, each joined with two other through the edges. It was a simple yet elegant bracelet, one not everyone could possess. Nina stared at Arnold in disbelief. She didn't know what to say. Arnold was someone who would cringe just by the thought of doing something like that. But now he had gifted her something more expensive than her car. Nina felt pretty bad because she never bought him a gift too. Don't know what to say. She mumbled. Generally people say thank you when they receive a gift. Arnold had a smug look on his face. Oh, do they now? Nina faked being surprised by the fact. Well, I guess I could thank you. But what brought about this spending spree, eh? Nothing particular. Just thought my girlfriend deserved something to feel appreciated, you know? Go on, put it on. Although Arnold tried to give the bracelet to Nina like it was an ordinary gift, in reality, it was something more. Arnold had Talos modify the bracelet to act as a tracker coupled with a device to monitor Nina's mana usage. The bracelet was then connected to his bionic arm. You could say that the bracelet was one of Arnold's ways to ensure that nothing wrong would happen to her, or if something did happen, to be there to help her. Arnold, however, knew that if he told Nina about the real purpose of the bracelet, she might not wear it. And hell come as paranoid. After all, she didn't know what the future had in store for her, with Arnold getting threats from the demigods as well as the paladins. So he decided to hide the fact from her and let her have a tension-free pregnancy. It's not a lie if you don't admit to it, is it? Arnold smiled as he remembered what happened earlier in his domain. A few hours ago, inside Arnold's domain, Arnold had just gathered his elite summons to inform them of one thing: Nina's pregnant. Arnold knew Duke, Cerberus, Asterios, and Dread wouldn't care much about the news since they were essentially beings devoid of feelings such as love, but their reactions confirmed otherwise. Duke and Dread started slowly clapping while Cerberus started making rounds around them. Asterios, however, was by far the most excited and was huffing loudly with all his might as if he was the one becoming a father. Bad Breath's reaction was as Arnold had expected. He didn't care about anything but fights. But regardless of that, he did congratulate Arnold just like the others. Alice looked genuinely happy for him and Nina as she expressed so by hugging him. Natasha, however, looked somewhat upset but kept it to herself. Scylla was busy napping, so Arnold left her alone. Talos was as sarcastic as ever, which was evident from his reply. According to the internet, this is a moment where I should congratulate you. Who would have guessed that you, a man who was a virgin not long ago, would someday experience the joy of fatherhood, benefits of having unprotected sexual intercourse, I guess. Either way, congratulations and best of luck with your new adventures. Also, cheers to the broken condoms. Arnold shook his head at Talos' comment. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He did know, however, to keep Talos away from his child. God knows what he'll teach the kid. In the end, however, it was a happy occasion, and he let his summons know that. Apart from Nina and Nicole, his summons were the closest thing he had to a family. The Black family was his family too, but to be honest, he didn't even know half of the family members as well as he did his summons. His summons were the ones to protect him and his loved ones day in and day out, and he felt they were the ones who truly cared about him. He thanked each and every one of them. He made a mental note to forge something for each of them when he had the time to show how much he appreciated them, but first, he had to collect something. Talos, is the bracelet ready? Arnold asked the automaton. Yes, Master. I assume it's for the mistress? Talos asked while one of the other automatons went to fetch the bracelet from the forge. You got that right. Arnold smiled as he looked around. The place looked livelier than usual, and Arnold noticed exactly why. Looks like you've been busy, Talos. Ah yes. There isn't much to do here, so I thought of utilizing the time and made a bunch of automatons. That's however not all. I performed little upgrades on myself as well as the others with the help of Devon. Talos was telling the truth as Arnold could see himself. Talos' exoskeleton was more rigid than before. Even his joints were reinforced. His power core shone brighter than before as he was now running on twin cores. One powered with the star shard while the other ran on beast crystals. Energy from the star shard was now only used during combat. The remaining times the automatons now ran on the power from the beast crystals. Similar upgrades were done to the other automatons as well. Impressive. Just how many automatons are there now? Arnold asked, because no matter where he looked, he found automatons everywhere. Master, including myself, you now have 2,500 automatons under your command. Chapter 299. Back to Rio 3 around noon. Galeão International Airport, Rio de Janeiro. TSK. Why is the security here tighter than usual? A man asked the security personnel. I'm sorry, sir, but a very important guest is arriving here today. That's why the airport is at maximum security. The security guard replied while checking the man's luggage. Important, my foot. People who abuse their privilege like this are the worst of scum. The man replied in his angry, snotty voice. He was wanted to take his fiancée to Europe as an engagement present. But now not only his fiancée was in a bad mood, their flight had also been delayed due to this special guest. Done. Move. The security guard hurriedly told the man to leave, because if the president's guards who were waiting there had heard what the midget of a man had just said, all hell would break loose. The man wanted to argue further, but decided otherwise and left huffing and puffing. The security guard looked over to the other side. The line for security check-in kept growing bigger and bigger. God, I hope the flight from California arrives on time. I can't handle this intense security protocol. He let out a sigh. They don't pay us enough for this. Don't you think so, Mickey? Another guard asked the former one. Of course they don't, Sabers. But it's better than being penniless in some favela. Mickey replied with a tired smile, but the condition of the nation has been better than before. President Nicholas did deliver on his commitments. That's why I don't mind getting overworked today. That is if we get paid more. Ha ha. At that moment, an announcement was made. Flight number 4D 55664 had just arrived from California. As soon as the announcement was made, the soldiers, smartly dressed in black, went into action. These soldiers were the members of the private security force employed by President Nicholas and were known as the Black Horses. All procedures of checking out were stopped in that particular terminal. Cars moved in around the flight as soon as it came to a halt. Arnold was the first one to get off the flight. Seeing the way the Black Horses were carrying themselves, the few people who didn't know Arnold thought he was some kind of kingpin. Arnold's all-black attire only made their thoughts wilder. Arnold gazed around the airport, which looked like a cocoon of steel, the walls so elegantly curved and wrapping around to create this inner space. And the beams supported so many windows, let in so much light, that in the daytime it is as bright as any summer's day. The place was filled with people, yet none of them were moving. Their eyes were fixated on him. This is why I wanted to use void travel instead of normal modes of transportation. Why the heck did Nicholas wanted me to get here by flight? Arnold thought as they made their way to the exit. Arnold thought what they did inside the airport was unnecessary. Then he was wrong. As he stepped out, he was surprised to see a convoy made up of a total of 21 vehicles waiting for him, from Humvees to military trucks. Among these vehicles, one vehicle stood out the most, a Rolls-Royce 2022 Ghost. As soon as Arnold approached the vehicle while being guided by the Black Horse officers, a man stepped out, smiling like the biggest idiot in the whole world. Arnold had known this man for over a year. He couldn't even remember how many dungeons they had cleared together, and seeing him again made Arnold smile as well. It's weird seeing you without your backpack, Gabriel. Arnold smiled as he shook the man's hand. Ha ha, Arnold Irmão, the vice president of Brazil doesn't carry that bag anymore. Gabriel smiled. However, if you want to do another dungeon run, I'll gladly get my bag. I've been keeping it safe in case you ever returned. The Brazilian vice president. I wonder how the hell is Brazil still functioning? Arnold let out an exaggerated gasp, following which both of them burst into laughter. Master Nicholas is waiting for you. Shall we proceed then? Gabriel asked. Lead the way. Arnold might have been feeling a bit carefree in Brazil, But back in California, Androx and Luke were busy plotting their next move. "I can't believe how I'll destroy the blacks from the comfort of my home," Androx laughed while sipping his wine. "You should drink too, Luke. After all, it's a celebration." Luke was right next to him. He wasn't drinking though. He needed to prepare for what was to come tomorrow. Even if their plan went on without a hitch, there was going to be a bloody skirmish. A skirmish where he too would lose soldiers. But it was just a little price they'll have to pay. After all, he had allies to do his dirty work. I'm not the kind of man to take things for granted, Androx. Luke gave him an annoyed look. "I'll celebrate when I'll win. HMPH. It's not like you'll be doing the killings. We hired these bastards to do that for us." "I still don't know why these idiots are ready to take this suicidal mission when everyone else in the field on assassins refused to attack the blacks." "It's because they too have a score to settle with them." "What score?" Androx asked, finally putting down his wine. "They are the remaining members of the group Arnold killed a few years ago. You know, before they attacked the Flying Swords. They know fighting Arnold head first would be committing suicide, but they don't have any issue taking on the others. That is if both Nicole and Johnny are out of the way," Luke replied. "PFFT, ha ha ha." Androx burst out laughing, spitting wine all over Luke. "Those blacks sure do have a lot of enemies. Tell your men not to worry about Nicole or Johnny. I made sure they get sent to the east to take care of a dungeon break. They won't be returning for a few days, maybe even a week. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll paint the earth with the flesh and blood of those black fools."